Me actually delivering the duress, dissonance, and deadly force presentation at Truth, Mind, Reality. And I want to stop at this slide and say a few things, okay? On the presentation board back there, it has a image of my natural law presentation, my natural law seminar, and it talks about natural law as being the only true solution. Okay, so what I want to talk about is the people who will attack my work by saying, Mark doesn't present any solutions. He doesn't talk about solutions. He is only talking about what's wrong. Your head's up your ass, okay? You make yourself look and sound like a jackass. I don't know how much more I could possibly say it in simple terms, okay? When people say that, that's what you sound like. That's what it makes you look like, okay? I spent 65 shows on What on Earth is Happening talking about solutions. You know what this proves to me? To the some of the so-called viewing audience or listening audience, that you don't know how to pay attention or listen. You don't know how to take in information, and you certainly don't know how to go into the fullness of the information that you are attempting to discover or to discern. This is the concept of a little learning is a dangerous thing. Okay? People do not, they skirt the periphery. They do not delve into the deep waters of knowledge in most cases. Okay? Not a blanket statement. Some do. But it is a generalized statement that this is true most of the time. Okay? For most people. And another part of it is everybody wants so-called affirmative solutions, right? They want you to say what other people should be doing. What should you be doing? What should you be inventing? Okay? I am not here to tell you what you should be doing or inventing or coming up with as potential affirmative or positive solutions to any given problem of humanity. The entirety of my work is about the apophatic solution to the human condition of slavery. And apophatic means defined in the negative. It doesn't mean that I am telling people what they should be doing actively. I am explaining to people that we are enslaved because of what we are currently doing, that we have no right under natural law to continue to do. The solution that I have presented ad infinitum, to the point of nausea, okay, ad nauseum, okay, repeating myself endlessly over and over like a broken goddamn record, okay, is that the solution is to cease and desist in behaviors that we have no right to continue to take because they are in opposition to moral law. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the solution. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but that's the solution to the human condition of slavery. We need not do one other task. We need to stop doing and condoning the tasks which we already are performing on a daily basis that have absolutely no bearing in right, which we have no right to continue to perform. It is an apophatic or negative solution. The solution lies in what we must stop doing. And people hate that. They hate that answer. And the reason they hate it is because their ego is so overinflated that they believe they know the solution in its fullness better. And it's all these things that run through their mind like endless chatter. It's an endless chatter brain of, but what about this, and we could do this, that. Stop the chatter of the mind. What my work has prepared and helped people to do, if they're really listening, is to get your mind and body in a place where you are able to receive from the living dynamic intelligence of the cosmos itself the real answer to solving the human condition of slavery and getting out of slavery and being in a world that is actually in a state of true freedom or true anarchy. And that is what my work has already done. the solution is revealed. It is out there. And it is out there in a way that no one else delivers to the fullness and to the completeness and in the way that I do it, unapologetically. I cannot find anybody else that does it to that extent. And that's horrifying to me. I want people to know that's a horrifying speculation, a realization to make. Okay? I wish there were 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000 people doing this better than me. It's one of the reasons I needed to come back on the airwaves. Okay? Just if you want to call that egotism, go ahead. You can call that arrogance. I don't care. I'm not interested in what you think of me or what I'm doing. You're not taking me off my mission. Boys and girls, you ain't taking me off my mission. Okay? You could say whatever the hell you want to say about me or how I do anything. I'm doing it. I'm continuing to doing it. And you're not taking me off my mission. Okay? I was sidelined for a little bit. I had to get my work together. Okay? As far as living space is concerned and as far as resources are concerned, to be able to do something with better production values and find a team of people I could trust to help me launch this new platform. That's the only thing that stopped temporarily. But you're not stopping me, and you're not going to stop me from speaking, and you're not going to take me off point in my mission, which is to convey the understanding of natural law to people as the solution to the human condition of slavery. And I've done it, and I've done it better than anybody else. Much better than anybody else, quite frankly. Okay? And I'm not afraid to say that because it's true. I don't want that to be true. I wish so many other people would step up and do the great work and show me how it should be done. Okay? So put your action where your mouth is. The people that want to talk trash. Okay? That's my suggestion. So I have offered solutions endlessly. 65 whole damn shows of them on the podcast alone. So when I hear blabbermouths that are know-nothings talk crap, okay? And as soon as they say something like this, I could tell you haven't been listening. You haven't listened to the podcast. You exercise no discernment. You exercise no true judgment. You're just talking out your ass and making yourself look like one at the same time. Okay? So, you know, my whole work is solution-oriented. The totality of my work is solution-oriented. People will say, well, there's many, many, many paths to freedom and spirituality. But I'll take umbrage with that statement. There are many paths that can get you to an understanding of what the solution is, but there's only one real, true solution. And this can sound dogmatic to people. It can even sound religious to people. And I try to explain to people in all my work, I'm not dogmatic, I'm not religious, to say something to the effect of, do you believe in natural law or do you think it's some type of religious dogma, is as ridiculous as asking someone if they believe, if I hold an object up and then let it go, will it fall downward? There is no dogma or religious belief required for that. It's law in the universe. Well, behavior is also bound by law. This is the problem with the human ego, though. The human ego refuses to accept that behavior is bound by law. And we want to think we can do anything we want as long as we don't get caught. The only solution is the understanding of natural law and how we are inextricably forever bound by it. We have free will to choose our behavior, but we do not have free will to be insulated from the consequences of our choices in free will. Natural law is the most occulted information that needs to be understood by humanity, and there is very little progress in propagating a worldwide understanding of natural law to the body of humanity. That's what our work is, folks. That's what the work of the people in this room and the people who do understand this listening out there on the internet is. We have to become teachers of this information. I naively thought in my early days of doing this that there would be at least 1 million to 10 million teachers of natural law in the world by this point after doing this for a decade. And I can count them on 2 hands. The good ones, the ones who are doing it effectively. You know, it's not, our efforts are not enough. That's the thing that I want to convey to the people in this room and listening who do understand my work. The effort has to be advanced and stepped up. We need to become teachers of this information to everyone within earshot of our voices, or humanity is going to go down the path I'm going to talk about, which is going to be very, very, very ugly. Natural law is a set of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behaviors of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. That means it applies to intelligent beings who have a developed brain and nervous system like we do, okay? It doesn't apply to lesser beings, to the animal kingdom. They're not going to sit there and reason. We have the capacity for reason. They're instinctual creatures. They have emotions as well. But we have higher thought functions. That's why natural law applies to us. The behavioral laws of creation apply to humans and more advanced beings, because we have the capacity for understanding morality. A worldwide common sense understanding of true objective morality and the laws that govern behavioral consequence is the only true solution to the current human condition of slavery. For as long as humanity remains ignorant of the occulted knowledge of natural law, it will remain enslaved. And that is by law, by universal cosmic law. By no laws of man will remain enslaved. It will be enslaved by the laws of creation. For those who are not familiar with my work regarding natural law, I absolutely encourage everyone to watch my 3-part video series called Natural Law, the Real Law of Attraction and How to Apply It in Your Life. That's for free on my website in the videos section, or you can get a hard copy here, or you can get a hard copy on my gifts area of my website.
I would simply define truth as that which is, that which has actually undergone the actuality of occurring. It's nothing more complex or more involved than that. People want to make the idea of truth, something so mystical. It's the mind of God. That's not the way I look at what truth actually is. It's that which has occurred and is occurring. If you want to look at it even like in a scientific way, it's the collapse of the wave functions of possibility. Okay, so there's possibility that exists in the present moment, and at some future moment, that wave function of possibility of all the things that are possible in the now, at some future point will collapse to become that which actually has occurred. So that's, that demystifies this whole concept. And it's just the events that have occurred in the past and are occurring in the present.
In your opinion, what should be the connection between truth, that which has occurred in objective reality, to the concept of history?
Well, I think then human perception enters into the picture, because it's all about how people perceived those events occurring and how they then record them for future posterity. So the concept of perception being reality is what's ultimately false and has to be understood as such. Perception is not reality. What human beings work in consciousness is to do is to align perception to reality so that they can actually have a more accurate understanding of the truth, or in other words, that which has occurred.
In your opinion, or through your experience, does truth exist independently from perception?
Absolutely. Perception is just that. It means to see through. That's what perception means when you break it down into its etymological roots. So it's seeing through the lens of the individual, through the lens of their mind. And there's many different perspectives, but that perception does not necessarily align to what actually did occur. That is independent and objective. And again, perception can be aligned with that, or it can waver very wildly from that actuality.
I recall recently seeing and reviewing again your YouTube video, which is it's a redux, it's a redo of your Free Your Mind 2 presentation. Yes. It's about the suppression of the sacred masculine, which is the right of self-defense. whereas the sacred feminine, if I recall, was the non-aggression principle. And when combined, you can live a serene life that is non-contradictory to reason. So particularly during that presentation, I think it was about 2 hours and 40 minutes in, maybe 48 minutes in, it was slide 51 that was juxtaposing the idea that perception is reality. And that was such an interesting kernel and concept that I thought maybe if you recall what slide 51 was, you can just recap what we've talked about, because I think maybe the first couple questions, people didn't catch how they all come together in an answer.
Sure. I think what you were referring to is I showed a little model of some lines with some wave functions, waveforms. And there was the horizontal axis, okay, acts as the truth. If we want to look at that line that does not waver as what is, okay, when you have a wave of low vibration, of low frequency, what that means is that its wavelength actually is very long. And so as it comes to the axis, which we're basically looking at as truth here in this model, it hits it very infrequently. So it is a low frequency vibration. As we move up to a higher frequency, the wavelength gets shorter and shorter, and therefore it hits the axis, which we're referring to as truth here, much more frequently, and therefore it is a higher frequency. The higher we go, the more aligned the wave, which is perception, okay, comes with that line, which is truth. So again, we're looking at perception in a sense of frequency, just like a wave would come into alignment with the horizontal axis about which it wavers much more frequently when the vibration is higher, when the actual frequency is higher. So perception is about attuning our frequency to the truth such that it comes into contact with it very, very frequently and only wavers from it slightly. That's what our work is to do. It is to align our perception by raising our frequency, our vibratory energy, and bring it into alignment with that which is, instead of keeping it in opposition to that which is by refusal to accept truth.
Well, and these concepts of truth and frequency and perception intersecting, I think it does help to have the graphics and the pictures. I think maybe when I put it in my podcast, the last episode 74 of the Peace Revolution, some of it was lost on people because they didn't have the slides, but I also let them know, hey, listen to it and then go watch the slide presentation and learn it two different ways. And one of the things that I'm realizing as I go through it is that truth has a relationship to philosophy. The philosophy is a process of finding truth. So philosophy, as you become more and more familiar with that which exists and the rules of logic and fallacies and these sort of things, that is what physically and metaphorically is raising your vibrational level, the frequency, because you're checking in on reality more frequently because you're building these habits to do it consistently daily. That's a lot of... Yeah.
That's profound, and that's exactly correct. And if you look at what philosophy means, it means the love of wisdom. It is the process, the continual process, the re-engagement of the will to continue to discover that which is, to continue to align one's perception to reality, and to continue to work, to diligently work to develop principles. Principles are what philosophy is ultimately based upon, and principles are always based in that which is true.
Well, now that we've defined truth, let's juxtapose that idea to the concept of belief, because I know that also plays a major theme in all of your episodes.
Absolutely. I talk so much about natural law and how this is the key to ultimately unlocking the prison that humanity exists in. Natural law is something that needs to be discovered, and it doesn't involve belief. Belief is just going with whatever perception you happen to have at the time or what you've been told. It doesn't involve actual fact checking. It doesn't involve alignment with what is. It doesn't involve the tuning of perception to that which has actually existed and has occurred. It's essentially the imagination run away from the individual. You know, the imagination is very powerful, and it's important for us to visualize something different for ourselves and then go out and create that. But if we just let it run unchecked, it can turn into naivete and blind belief. And also, what can happen if we have a more left-brained approach that's overly left-brained, we can develop into a mindset that is rigidly skeptical, and that actually looks like belief and is belief in many ways, because the person has this idea of knowledge that they're holding on to that isn't in alignment with what is, yet they're so convinced that they're accurate that so-called knowledge has become like a religion to them, and they're also operating through belief, even in that left-brained modality. So belief is normally a right-brained modality, but again, when rigid skepticism comes into play, it can also come about from a left-brained imbalance. So belief ultimately, regardless of what form of imbalance it comes about through, has absolutely nothing to do with what is. It has nothing to do with the ability to discover that which is. That comes about through it. In other words, what I'm trying to say here is that natural law is ultimately a science that is knowable. It isn't a belief system. It's different from a belief system because a belief system doesn't depend on a process of observation and checking and actual deep understanding of something that is actually occurring. It's really only a process that's going on as a mental construct in the mind with no actual verifiable evidence to back up that perception. So that's what makes natural law a science and much different from a belief system, which again does not have that process of fact-checking, observation, and discovery behind it to verify it.
So then, following along with that, where do beliefs begin and where do beliefs end?
I would say beliefs ultimately begin with someone not wanting to take on the personal responsibility to discover truth for themselves. It comes from some sort of a imbalance within the self that is based upon, I would call it self-loathing, because the person somehow feels feelings of inadequacy, that they cannot actually go through that process of discovery for themselves. And therefore, they would rather not do that work and would rather, because of these feelings of inadequacy, and they would rather simply listen to what someone else has said on any given subject or topic and take that into themselves as a belief, instead of actually looking at what's there for themselves, which requires a lot of diligent work, especially at the phase of humanity where we find ourselves at today, in which the human mind is very, very controlled and has basically become like an atrophied muscle that has not been used for so long. So we have to develop a lot of self-respect in order to get back to square one, where we even want to do that hard work of truth discovery. So I would say belief ends when that self-respect has been developed, and then the person wants to do the work. They've developed the desire to do that diligent and difficult, oftentimes, work to go through that process of truth discovery.
How would you juxtapose the structure that you just laid out to the definition of the word prejudice?
I would say that word is the ultimate form of ignorance, because to judge something before you've actually really looked into it, which is what prejudice means, to prejudge, is the epitome of ignorance. I mean, I don't think there's any better definition for the height of hubris and ignorance than deciding how something is before you've even looked into it one iota. And that's what prejudice ultimately is.
So now let's enter into the concept of authority. And before we talk about authority and the mindset that creates authority and supports it, let's distinguish it from somebody who might have a compartmentalized expertise in a certain subject area as somebody who's knowledgeable and might help you save your life at some point or something, and people who believe that they have special rights that other people don't have, because
Yes.
I think sometimes people get it easily confused.
Yes, absolutely. When we're talking about the concept of authority, we're referring to the latter concept which you just expressed. We're not talking about someone who is seen as an authority on on some subject matter. I wouldn't even look at that as authority. That's kind of like a bad misnomer for the entire concept of that. That would just be someone who has knowledge or wisdom regarding a particular topic or a particular aspect of life. And that goes to the concept of who should someone listen to. Who has actual knowledge, who has some gnosis, maybe gained through firsthand direct experience of a thing. That's not the kind of, quote, authority that we're talking about here. When we talk about authority, we're referring to that latter concept which you spoke about, which is the idea that there is a class of individuals living on the earth that are human beings, presumably, and that they somehow have a moral right to issue commands that may not be disobeyed by anyone, regardless of whether those commands are sensible or not. It's the idea that certain people have the moral right to issue orders, and then there's another class of people who have a moral obligation to obey these commands that are often issued at whims or likes or dislikes or preferences by the, quote, authority. And their subjects, in other words, have no right to refuse these commands or orders. So essentially what we're talking about here is that some people are masters. Okay, they are the masters over others, and they have the right to issue these commands, and others are their subjects or their slaves who have a moral obligation to obey those commands regardless of their sensibility or regardless of the truth that is in the commands that are issued, whether they are truthful, whether they are sensible or not. That's what we're talking about when we talk about authority. It is based on this notion that essentially some people belong to other people and may not disobey them and may not go against their word. The concept that underlies authority is the concept of jurisdiction. In other words, basically, this word jurisdiction, meaning that you are under the moral obligation to obey these commands set in your area, in your geographic region of man's law that is issued. This word comes from the Latin. Jus juris in Latin means law, and it can also mean right in Latin. And then there's a verb in Latin where the second part of the word jurisdiction, diction, comes from. Dictere in Latin means to speak or to say. And we can readily see that because diction means speech in English. So dictere means to speak or to say, and jus juris means law. So what we get when we put them together is to speak the law, to say what the law is. That's all jurisdiction is, because it's based in moral relativism, meaning the likes, preferences, or whims at any given time of the, quote, authors of that law in human society, the legislators. So that's what authority is ultimately based upon. People believing that they are the authors of law and that they get to speak these commands into existence, and somehow that makes them morality or immorality and creates some sort of a moral obligation on the part of their, quote, subjects or slaves to obey those commands. That is authority.
Well, and that's also why literacy is a form of slavery until the individual practices a consistent method of critical thinking. And I can't help but noticing that the next step of authority is if you don't listen to their words, they also happen to have a monopoly on force, fraud, and coercion, other forms of aggression, right, to kind of force you into that. Can you talk about the relationship between authority and the monopoly on force? Or are they synonymous?
I would say that they are synonymous, because what authority is it's an illusion. It isn't based in fact. It isn't based in truth. It's a belief system, number one. And it's a belief system that is based in mental imbalance. You could call it a disease. It's a psychological illness. The only people who believe in and condone and practice authority are those who have some level of psychological imbalance, most of the time toward the left brain hemisphere and toward the masculine part of the psyche. Because authority is ultimately based in violence. If the commands are refused on the part of the subjects or slaves, then the authorities always respond with saying, well, if you don't do this, if you don't obey these commands, we also possess the right to do violence unto you physically, or even to take that which is yours, to take property which belongs to you as punitive measures. So authority is entirely backed by and based in the concept of violence, the harmful initiation of undue force to another person. So this is a completely erroneous and dogmatic belief system, ultimately. And when we're talking about an erroneous and dogmatic belief system, we are ultimately talking about religion. That's what authority is. Authority is a religion. Many people don't look at it as such, but nonetheless, authority is actually, I want to even clarify, it's a false religion. Okay. Religion could take a couple of different connotative definitions. We can look at religion in the negative sense, which is how I'm using it when I talk about authority, as if we go back to, again, its etymological root, it comes from the Latin relegare. Relegare means to tie back, to hold back, or to thwart from forward progress. In this sense, what religion is doing is thwarting us from forward progress in consciousness and understanding of natural law and understanding of truth. So it is a false religion in that regard. You can also translate religion from the Latin out of the verb relegare. Relegare also means to reunite with. Okay, so true religion can reunite us with truth. That's what we need to be reunited with truth and with natural law, with principles. So in a positive sense, religion can act as a reuniter of humanity to the truth. But in the negative sense, it is that which holds us back. And that's the way that I'm using religion when using it in conjunction with authority. It is a false religion. It is something that holds us back from the understanding of how we really should be behaving in accordance with natural law and with true principles in mind.
Well, it's almost as if the individual should practice religion directly in a communication union with the universe and not have a proxy that has been set up so that everyone in the congregation listens to one person in front of the room. It should be there to inspire and let people know factual knowledge about the world and how to thrive and survive and be happy. These are things that everyone's been interested in, but when you look at the 21st century, we're kind of missing that giant storehouse of wisdom that's been passed, it's been scattered to the wind.
Yes.
So I want to get back to, you explained the etymological roots of relegare in its positive and negative forms. I would say right now most organized religion is practicing the negative form to tie people back, and what we're trying to do through philosophy is empower individuals to actually find the truth that exists out there and has been scattered, but it still exists.
That's right.
That's the important part. I want to move into this concept now of natural law. You've mentioned it several times. What is the mind-matter connection, and how does philosophy play a role in synchronizing mind and matter?
Wow. That's a huge question. I think before we even answer that, let's give the listeners an understanding of what I'm referring to when we use the term natural law, because many people will have a connotative definition in their mind. I would rather clear that up and narrow what we're actually talking about when we use the term natural law. I'm using the word natural in the strictest scientific sense, meaning having a basis in nature and reality, based in truth and not made or caused by humankind, not a construct that exists only in the mind of human beings. So this is something that is inherent and something that is objective. It has nothing to do with perception. And then law, again, in the strictest scientific definition, an existing condition that is both binding and immutable. Binding in the sense that it doesn't make a difference whether you believe in it or not, or even understand its operation or not. You are still going to be held under its effects. You are still going to be bound by it, regardless of where you're at, because it's a universal law. Immutable means not able to be changed. Therefore, law is also something that human beings are not, it is not within human beings' power to change these conditions. They are always in effect, and they are unchangeable by anything that we are capable of doing. So when you put those together, natural law is universal non-man-made, binding and immutable conditions. And what they do, what this whole set of laws does, that we're grouping under the moniker of natural law, is they act as the governing dynamics for human behavior, for the behavioral choices that we make and put into effect. The underlying intelligence in creation, the inherent intelligence in creation, is actually reflecting back to us through its ordering principles and its governing dynamics, the result of what we have put out into the universe through our behaviors. So it really is that universal law of karma, that as we do will be done to us, as we put into the universe will be reflected back to us. In that sense, the universe acts as a huge mirror to us that which we are emitting, the energies that we are emitting through, and ultimately through our behavior. Now, where the mental connection comes in with that, and philosophy comes in with that, is if you simply envision some basic layers, and at the bottom foundation, okay, we have, or you could even say at the top, let's say, you have the result. It's what you built. It's what people have collectively built. And that's the conditions that the world exists in right now. Under that had to act as a foundation for that, was behavior. Okay, the behavior that we chose was ultimately what put those conditions into effect and created that top level. It was the foundation that led to building on that created the conditions that we exist in now. Then go a little bit deeper. Underneath the behaviors, there has to be decision-making processes, mental processes that ultimately led to the behaviors. Okay, so that's where the mind comes into play. Mind is below that level of behavior, that is below the conditions that exist in the world. Now, if you go even deeper than that, what we hold in our mind must be determined by something, because we're not just born with the thoughts that we have now. They are ultimately fed into us, or we feed them into ourselves, simply like loading information into a computer. It's an analogy that actually holds true. I'm not saying human beings are computers. I'm saying that the mind is like a computer that we load with either good software or bad software, with a good operating system or a bad operating system. And therefore, that mental information is what leads to the behavioral choices that we have chosen that ultimately create the reality that we experience. But go one level deeper than that. Underneath that is the world of grammar and words, okay? And this is what ultimately, or in other words, information in general. And this is what ultimately paves the way for what we can come to understand or to know, okay? So if that information is withheld, is hidden away, and kept very tight to the chest by a very small group of people, or even beyond that, even if it's present, but there is an active and continuous campaign to continuously, nonstop, dissuade people from looking into particular information, that will play into the mindset of people, and they will choose to ignore whole bodies of information that they otherwise could come to know. And that will limit their understanding of how certain things in reality work, like the human psyche, like the laws of nature, like the laws that govern the dynamics of behavior, etc. And in their ignorance of that, their ignoring of that information, you see what the cycle will bring. They will have their worldview and their mental processes based on erroneous notions, or simply notions that lack critical information. And then their behaviors will then be based upon that erroneous information. Therefore, the behaviors will go astray, and then the conditions that manifest will be very antithetical to what they say they want in life. That's the relationship that I would say between the mind and ultimately the effects that we actually see manifesting in the physical world. And that's what natural law is. Natural law is the study of how that actually works.
So after studying your presentation and seeing the way that you've styled it, I've created a slide that basically shows a person in the middle with universals above their head, and particulars are the objective below them. And really, what I see the role of philosophy is a convection current of induction and deduction to go from universals to particulars, to go from objective to subjective, and it's keeping ourselves in sync with that truth or reality. And then when you do that habitually, that's raising your frequency, and it matches up to some of your other slides. And so I just wanted to touch on this idea of stimulus and response without thinking. That kind of leads people into what we'll define in a second as solipsism, stimulus response without putting your thinking back in. It negates your choice, because if you're not reflecting a philosophy that is reflective of the world, then you're going to be out of sync, you're going to be in conflict, you're going to have cognitive dissonance, somebody might pathologize your dissent, all these things can happen. And I think that's the one reason that we don't really learn about philosophy in elementary school, in high school, and usually not in college. And if we do, it's usually some slant instead of the liberating keys, the unocculted keys of learning that can set people free.
Absolutely. They're not teaching people how to actually go about truth discovery, the actual methodologies, which you've talked so much about, the trivium. And they're basically getting them to simply accept repeatedly. This can not only lead to, naivete and blind belief. I would say even beyond something like solipsism, the most dangerous thing that mental abdication, let's call it, okay, abdicating one's personal responsibility to actually determine truth for themselves and then align their behavior with that truth, is order following. It leads to someone acting as a willing slave of another and following their orders without question. And that is why they have removed those processes of truth discovery from the modern education curricula, because they don't want people to essentially know that they own themselves. They want people to listen to orders and follow them without question. And, that's really what order following, we could define it as. It's someone that is acting on stimulus response mechanisms. It means that you're immediately doing what you're told to do without judging for yourself whether that action that you're being ordered to carry out is right or wrong. That's the definition of order following. So that's what that whole mental abdication process that comes from not wanting to own your own personal responsibility ultimately breeds. And it's a very, very dangerous path to go down, because that's what leads to a totalitarian culture, which is right at the brink of where we're at now, if not in it already.
Well, and I also see that through the Prussian education system, which is designed to create servants and soldiers, they have taken stimulus and response, they've squeezed out thinking, and they've fused these two together. Yep. And so when people receive a stimulus, it's not that you're following orders, it's that you are not taking your chainsaw of logic and cutting that in half, putting some space in there and saying thinking, choice, freedom, these all come from that space. Right. And that is freedom, and this is slavery. When they have the stimulus and response connected without you physically thinking, and thinking is the process of non-contradictory identification. It is the process of using logic and processing your perceptions to be in sync with that which exists. Yes. It's a very healthy process.
That Prussian model, which we call outcome-based education now, it's completely removing that entire middle step of the trivium. It's completely removing the processing stage. It's just throwing a whole lot of the grammar, okay? And then you're taking the whole logic stage out of it. You're saying, don't process this. Just take it and accept it and act on it because we said so. That's exactly what it's doing.
Well, and some of the other problems that we've noticed in history with solipsism can lead to things that are, that look like a dictatorship or totalitarianism or synarchy or, all these different terms that are out there to describe people being denied their individual rights on a daily basis. And that very much is the seed of fear, that unknown, that uncertainty, and the inability to process it into knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, I think causes most of the problems. And that's what freezes people into that stimulus response model. So I'm continually trying to better understand how it works, so I can learn for myself, and so we can spread the good word with other people. Yes. How, in your experience, what's an effective way to help someone who is completely stimulus response take the time and consideration to really put their thinking back in there and show them the value of doing that for their own survival?
Sure. And that's really what I call the great work. That's the hardest work there is to do. It's a great question, and I would say to people who are wanting to get involved in performing that work and helping, once you've rebuilt that muscle yourself and you have that at your command, of course, that's the first step, is to then identify someone who you think is somewhat receptive. I wouldn't recommend going to the person who is so shut down and starting with them, because first of all, that's like trying to build a foreign race car before you've ever even looked into mechanics at all. You have to start with the basic building blocks. You want to work with somebody that you feel is somewhat open-minded, and you want to take it slow at first and build with the basic building blocks. Go back to square one and talk about how we can even come to know what is, and how we have to look at all availability of information. Just present that simple model that I talked about earlier about, hey, behavior in the world is ultimately determining the conditions of the world. And that's based on what we think, and that's based on availability of information. If that model is really understood, people may start to come around and say, well, maybe I don't have all the information that I need to make correct decisions. Maybe I have ignored certain things, and maybe their mind will open up a little bit, and then you can fill in the gaps for them or help them to fill in those gaps for themselves. Ultimately, you have to help to build that person up back to a point where they want to do it on their own. That's very difficult. And then you have to know when to back off too, because then it could become a control situation. You have to give them enough, but not too much. And you have to kind of make them want more as you go. It's like, giving someone who's very, very, very starving a whole lot of food all at once might be harmful to them because the body's not ready to accept it all at once. So give them a little until they're ready for more, and then give them some more. Then at some point, when you know that they're going to do this work on their own, that's the time to back off, because they've developed that desire. And that's really the spark toward going all the way and developing true wisdom. So once they have that desire within them, that's the time where, you could take the training wheels off and let them ride that bicycle on their own.
Well, I think you're hitting on the keys of knowing thyself to get to a point of autonomy, of self-rulership. Right. And to do that, you have to start with yourself internally and work out in that direction. So that brought these ideas that you had mentioned separately together in my head. So that you mentioned philosophy and principles. We have philosophy to have principles and live by principles. But you also mentioned natural law as this sort of boundary condition. And can you tie those together? Because it seems like the boundary condition of natural law is almost synonymous with the principles that you get from an objective philosophy of that which exists.
I would say that these boundary conditions are ensuring that if we choose principles, then we will receive an orderly existence. And conversely, if we choose to ignore principles that are based upon truth, and therefore ultimately ignoring truth, we will receive a chaotic existence. That's basically how these boundary conditions that I'm calling natural law function. So they are the deterministic component to creation. A lot of people fall into a worldview schism, whereas they see the world as either completely random and purposeless, or completely deterministic and preordained, when in fact there is a combination between these two components that ultimately is what's occurring, that is the truth about what's occurring in our reality. The deterministic component is natural law of creation, the boundary conditions that are the governing dynamics for behavioral choices. But human beings have also been gifted with free will. This is the randomness component to creation, and we have the free will to either align our perceptions with truth and therefore to align our behavior with principles and morality, or we have the free will not to do those things, to just keep our behavior in complete discord with principles and morality and natural law. And in the event where we align our behaviors with natural law, again, we receive order, we receive the absence of self-inflicted suffering, we receive all the things that we say that we want in life: harmony, peace, justice, knowledge, freedom, ultimately. And if we refuse to align our behaviors with these boundary conditions called natural law, then we receive all the opposite of what we say we want, which is chaos, injustice, and ultimately slavery. And you can see that's what's happening in the world today, is that because our perceptions have gone so wildly out of sync with truth and with reality and with principles and with natural law, we are receiving that chaotic result. And what our work is to do is help people to understand that relationship between free will choice, which is the random component in nature, and natural law, which is that deterministic component that exists within the universe.
So if we're not exhibiting and demonstrating our free will, free choice, thinking, these sort of things, we will end up breaking natural law, which will put us into chaos.
Yes.
What we're seeking to get to is order, because that's where we can be serene, familiar with our surroundings, self-confidence, self-reliance, self-esteem. Is a process like learning? Does it give people the ability to process that chaos and actually achieve order? And if so, has it somehow been occulted because it's useful to certain groups through time to think that order out of chaos is really scary and we should be in fear of the words?
Absolutely. Learning, true methods of learning have everything to do with this. Okay. And this is the reason that they want to obscure those methods of learning. In other words, if someone is actually prevented from understanding how something works, okay, while other people fully know how it works, a tremendous power differential is created, okay, in that divide.
That's leverage.
Exactly. And that's what has occurred. You know, if certain people keep that information occulted, okay, or even, again, it doesn't even have to be deliberately kept back, hidden, physically kept back. It doesn't have to be. All that has to happen is that one group has to continuously dissuade or discourage the masses from looking into it by saying, oh, there's nothing to that information. That's nonsense, or that's bad, that's evil. You shouldn't ever even look into that. When that happens, this small group has all of that knowledge and information, and they know how it actually works. And then they're dissuading other people from looking into it. So ignorance abounds in that larger group, and then that power differential comes out of that equation, and then it becomes a piece of cake for that small group that has that knowledge to ultimately control the thoughts of the larger group, and ultimately to control their behavior.
Okay, so combining this natural law idea with the ideas of Aristotelian philosophy, the axiom of existence is that things exist. The axiom of identity is they are what they are, and the other one is consciousness. The things exist, they are what they are, and we are conscious of that. That kind of is the breakdown of natural law in my understanding. Yes. And when I see people dissociated from that understanding, they live a life in fear. And my question is about fear, the nature of fear. My observation has been that fear is innately tied to the loss of your freedoms according to natural law, whether it's a spider or a burglar or any of these other things that people fear. And I find that learning is an effective way to transition that into understanding and the actionable response ability, the ability to respond to our life situations, which ultimately leads to serenity and happiness. Can you talk about why those types of ideas are disconnected in our society?
Sure. There's so much in this question. And, you know, it comes down to fear is the basis of all forms of chaos and disorder. Okay. And it's what holds us in the condition that the human species is in right now, which is a condition of ultimately the loss of freedom and moving into total slavery. You talked about how ultimately knowledge is what dispels fear. Okay, we fear that which we do not understand. So this is a good time to talk about solipsism, because solipsism is the ideology that you can't know anything. Therefore, you'd ultimately continuously be held in fear. Solipsism, for those who haven't heard of the term, it comes from the Latin. Solus in Latin means alone or one. Okay, and then the pronoun ipse means the self in Latin. So solipsism means essentially all by oneself, all alone. It's the ideology that there is no truth because there's no objective reality. That the only thing that exists is the contents of one's perceptions. So the only one's perceptions are sure to exist. And knowledge outside of anything outside of one's own perceptions is completely unknowable. It's unsure. And, therefore there's no truth. And the universe revolves around our perceptions at any given time. Now, if that's one's ideology, that means you can never truly come to know anything. Nothing about the external reality can really be known. There's no objective reality, so you can't know anything. Therefore, how could you possibly dispel fear with an ideology like that? Because you can't know anything, and that's what knowledge is ultimately about. It's about saying, well, I've identified this. I can understand it now because I have identified it. I know what it is. I know how it works. There's nothing to fear then if I understand those things. Now I could align my behavioral choices with how this process works because I understand it. And that's what wisdom is. It's what you do with what you have come to understand through knowledge. So knowledge, then understanding, and then what you do with it becomes wisdom in the world. So how this ties into our ability to respond to any given situation is if we do not develop that knowledge and understanding and then put it into practice in our lives, we're always going to be in a state of fear. We're always going to lack the understanding which dispels fear, and then our behaviors are ultimately going to be chaotic. They're not going to align with natural law. They're not going to align with reality. And we're going to get things that we say we don't want. We'll say we want, a certain thing, but then our behaviors are ultimately betraying our thoughts. And then we're getting something that is completely the opposite of what we said we originally wanted. This has everything to do with the abdication of personal responsibility. And again, it goes back to a childlike mentality of wanting to be told, of wanting to be cared for, of wanting to be kept without growing up and learning for oneself, even if that process of learning means that you might encounter periods of chaos by not getting it right at first, by doing the wrong thing. Chaos shouldn't be feared because, again, if you're on the path of fear, you're on the path to chaos. Chaos should be seen as a teacher that teaches us through the negative what not to do. In other words, a Tesla would often say that, he tried to invent something and did it 100, maybe 200 times and got it wrong before he finally got it right. And he learned through the process of failing what not to do, how not to invent something. Okay. So, it's that idea that chaos is a teacher and it shouldn't be feared as such. It gives us the opportunity to find out, to learn, hey, what did I do wrong here? And how do I have to adjust my thinking and ultimately my actions to get it right and to get what I say I wanted to manifest? So, when people are in fear of something not working out, if they're in fear of, well, if there isn't this kind of control in place, how would things work? Ultimately, what they're doing is they're abdicating their own personal responsibility to learn and discover how they should make things work for the better without certain negative things in place, like the control of other human beings. Ultimately, that leads to the death of the imagination because the person stops thinking about how could I possibly make something different manifest than the way things already are. Once you're in that position, I would say that you're pretty much done because if the imagination is dead, you can't envision a better future. You can't envision doing anything differently than you're already doing. It's equivalent to death, to mental death, in other words. And that's where the state wants people at. That's where the control system wants people. They don't want people to even be able to envision a different outcome. And again, one of the ways we do that is through the learning process, the truth discovery process. But another way we do that is through owning our personal responsibility to discover the truth for ourselves, not handing that away or trying to abdicate it to someone else and say, you just tell me how it is. Each person has to go through that process of discovery for themselves to learn how it actually is and align their perception to that reality. So that's what the ability to respond comes from. It comes from making that conscious free will decision for oneself to own one's responsibility to go down that learning process for themselves, which is an act of work and effort. And again, if we simply look at the idea of evil as being born out of that refusal to own that personal responsibility, and then you start looking at where that comes from, what is the origin of that mindset. Again, we talked a little bit earlier about self-loathing because the person hasn't developed enough self-respect to develop the will, the desire to want to go through that process of work upon themselves. Then you get down to, where does that come from? Where does that self-loathing and that refusal, that lack of self-respect and refusal to own one's own personal responsibility come from? This is a profound understanding, because when we're talking about the refusal to grow up, the refusal to own personal responsibility, the refusal, the inability seemingly to develop true self-respect, these are characteristics of a child. These are not just characteristics of a normal child either. They're characteristics of a child that has undergone trauma. And I would suggest they're characteristics of a child that has undergone trauma due to abandonment issues. Mommy and daddy abandonment issues, literally. I think that's what underlies the entire thing, what underlies the entire control system, and the refusal to own that personal responsibility, develop that self-respect, and go through that learning process for oneself. And all one really needs to do, this ties in with authority very easily and readily. It's very simple to see if we look at the false left-right paradigm between, the left and right. The left wants the quote authorities, the government, to be the caretakers. This is like an abandonment issue of the mother. The mother not being present, then those in that state of trauma and psychological imbalance want that mother to be there and acting as the nurturing caretaker and the provider. That's what the left often wants government to behave as. And the right wants the opposite. That's the daddy issue, the daddy abandonment issue. They want the government, the quote authorities, to act as the protector, the one that will police the world and keep everybody safe. So you see this abandonment issue comes into play in the so-called political spectrum between left versus right. That's what I believe underlies that entire process of ultimately holding people back from wanting to go through that truth discovery process of true learning for themselves. And it's something that I'm going to be talking a lot about in future What on Earth is Happening podcasts.
Well, you mentioned at the beginning, fear is the mind killer, and it stops us from thinking. And so that state of fear leaves us in an extended state of adolescence.
Yes.
People who aren't growing up, but they're of adult size and they have adult rights, but they're thinking and acting like children. And so the connection between evil, solipsism, and narcissism. Narcissism seems to be like you are the center of your own universe and nothing else matters. There were no people who lived on this planet before you. There are no people that are going to live after you. And so that mentality of narcissism might help someone adopt, hey, solipsism seems to justify my needs. And once they do that without resistance, then you see evil rear its ugly head, which is irrationality that goes on, it is tolerated and not dismissed and not addressed. And that's how people get hurt in the world. So our idea is to stay away from evil by learning how to recognize when it happens and what are the conditions that make it, very potent, and to help de-escalate all these things in our society that we see have been purposely put there to create that type of chaos. So can you comment on what it takes to, not only observe these ideas and study them for yourself, but the labor of love that is taking your knowledge and creating pieces of media and providing it to the public in a variety of ways. What is the spark between what we've been talking about and what you're doing right now? Is there a connection between your philosophy and your actions, is what I'm saying?
Of course. Very, very important connection. To go back to solipsism, if you take on that idea that there is no truth to arrive at, that it's just all perception, that will ultimately feed into other ideologies. It will feed into moral relativism, because if there's no truth, then there can't really truly be morality. There can't really be objective right or wrong if there's no objective truth, because then, how could there possibly be a real difference between right and wrong? So solipsists will often go into the ideology of moral relativism. And then from moral relativism, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to totalitarian thinking. Because if there's no right and wrong, man gets to decide what's right and wrong for himself. It's not something that has to be discovered through a truth discovery process. We could just get to make it up according to our likes or dislikes or preferences or whims or perceptions. So you can see that relationship between the idea that, truth is a dirty word and there's no such thing as objective truth. That ideology will invariably lead to moral relativism, and moral relativism is how we go into a totalitarian society. In natural law, there's a simple law called the law of freedom, and it states that freedom is proportional to morality. The amount of morality that is present in the individuals in any given society will ultimately determine the amount of freedom that they experience or lack thereof. So as morality increases, freedom increases. And as morality declines, freedom declines. These two things are inextricably interwoven with each other and can never be separated. So when you understand that, and you recognize for yourself, when you've come to a full understanding of that, and then you've recognized that the very large majority of human beings on this planet do not understand that relationship, then the labor of love, or what you could call the great work, is to help to educate them. Only education can dispel ignorance. Ignorance is acting as the path to evil in the world through fear. That's why people remain ignorant. They fear what they do not understand, and therefore they don't make that choice to go through that process of truth discovery for themselves. So the only way around that is through true education, which means to lead one out, to help to act as a guide to lead one out. It doesn't mean controlling anybody. It doesn't mean forcing them to take on an idea. It means acting as an example to help lead them out of their ignorance and out of darkness. Education is ultimately leading one out of the darkness and to the light. So that work becomes I feel, a moral responsibility by the people who do understand how these natural laws function in our world to ultimately bring to us the manifestations of what we put out into the universe through our behavior. That is the true great work, to help to enlighten people as to how those laws function. And very few people want to take on that work because they intuitively, or even at a conscious level, recognize how calcified the human ego has become and how deep of a level of mental control people are under through the media systems, through the indoctrination systems, through all the institutionalized systems of this world. And that dissuades a lot of people who are knowledgeable from actually going into the actual the work of helping to influence other people to come online to that knowledge for themselves. It's a very unpopular work, but again, it is the most important thing that can be done, because only through that process of assisting other people to educate themselves and to share what you have already come to learn, and to do this in a very straightforward, unapologetic way that doesn't pull any punches and just tells things to people as it is, as you would have respect for another person and tell it to them like an adult, not to sugarcoat anything, not to go overboard and step across the line and become aggressive with it, but be straightforward and put it out there in a way that is unapologetic and is done in a way that is done in an air of confidence and knowing, so that you can project to this person that this is information that really does need to be understood if we are going to be able to create our reality on a conscious level in a way that is orderly.
Well, and I likewise agree, especially with educare, which means to lead out. It comes from the Latin, but it also means to unoccult, And it doesn't say shove people out and into the light. It says, hey, lead them out. Show them by going out and doing it yourself, and let them learn from the experience. And really, people don't have to think about it as being a formal teacher, but just think about it as learning stuff for yourself and sharing with friends and family. You don't have to become an authority or a teacher. Just start to share the wealth and let people know that there's an infinite amount, and we can all share it, and we can be happy on that level. The other idea that you had touched on is if we don't do these things, if we don't live in accordance with natural law, things like Amtssprache, which was a word I learned while reading through Nuremberg trial transcripts. It means official language. That's the official version. But really what it means is it's a form of dehumanizing language that removes the individual from responsibility because of this belief in authority that told you it's okay. And this is where evil sprung up with the Nazis, because people were just following orders, and they don't have any moral responsibility to check themselves and their premises and use philosophy to live in accordance with natural law. But the rest of us do. And that's what we mean by people thinking their authority, that natural law doesn't apply to them, but it applies to us, and people can, continuing to tolerate it through time. So now let's just bridge this, one of these last gaps. What is the relationship between the non-aggression principle and self-defense? And also we might touch on how would you juxtapose violence, the concept of violence, to force?
Okay. So you started out with talking about how when people refuse to go through that learning process, they ultimately become order followers and then fall into patterns of evil behavior. Absolutely. This is because they lack the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong, for the very reason that they haven't bothered to go through that truth discovery process for themselves. That's what conscience is. Conscience is the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong. So when we look at someone who has abdicated their personal responsibility to learn that difference for themselves, and then they say, I'll just follow orders and do whatever anyone else tells me to do, therefore I don't have to take on that responsibility of learning for myself. What we have to understand is that action, that behavior of order following is always in opposition to conscience. It doesn't matter whether the order happened to be moral at a particular time or not. One cannot ever be exercising conscience if they are following orders. The two things are always antithetical to each other, because by definition, the exercise of conscience is the willful taking of right action over wrong action, which you have chosen for yourself once you have integrated and understood the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong behaviors. So following orders doesn't involve that process, that willful active choice process, that free will choice process. It doesn't involve it. You've abdicated it. So that's the pathway that leads to all forms of evil in society, that refusal to give up that responsibility, that refusal to take on and own that responsibility, I should say. Now, what the person ultimately becomes is a purveyor of violence. They're not actually engaged in a monopoly on force. They're engaged in a monopoly on violence, is what an order follower becomes. This is why an order giver, or in other words, a controller, okay, one needs to own the mind of someone, okay? They need to actually have influence over the thoughts of the other person and maintain that influence so that ultimately they're owning their behavior. And they're doing this to insulate themselves from the behavior themselves so that other people take on the brunt of the moral culpability. When we talk about things like Nuremberg, the Nazis tried to use the defense, which became known as the Nuremberg defense, this justification that we're innocent of what we were doing to other people because we can't be held to account of the dastardly actions that we performed upon other people because we were following someone else's orders. They told us to do this, and therefore we just obeyed it because they were the authorities. Well, that didn't work at Nuremberg, and it shouldn't work anywhere. That so-called defense, that justification, should always be rejected and should never be accepted for any wrongdoing or immoral behavior. Someone always owns the responsibility to choose for themselves between right and wrong behaviors, between behaviors that cause harm and behaviors which do not cause harm, therefore wrongs or rights. So the refusal to do that, coming from the refusal to own one's personal responsibility, should never be accepted as a justification. Justification literally means an attempt to create a right. That's what it means, an attempt to make a wrong into a right. It comes from, again, the Latin jus, which means right or law, and then the Latin facere, which means to create or to make up, to make. So, and that's, facere is where we get the word fake from in English, to fake, to make a copy of, okay? So you're trying to fake a right. You're trying to create a right which does not exist. That's what a justification is. And that's all order followers ever really do. They try to offer justification for violence, which is a behavior that one never, ever, ever possesses the right to take. Someone does possess the right to take defensive use of force when they are accosted with violence. So if violence is done, and let's just look at what these terms actually are. Force is the capacity to do work or create physical change in the world. It's a very scientific definition of what force is, okay? And we have to look at it simply as such. Get the idea of coercion should be looked at as different than force. See, that's one of the reasons why they try to obfuscate it and say forcing someone to do something instead of saying violating someone's free will to try to make them do something. Force is simply the ability to do work with energy. Violence, on the other hand, is coercive action. It's coercive behavior that one never possesses the right to take against another person, because in the taking of that behavior, you are stealing something that does not belong to you, which is what all wrongdoings ultimately boil down to, a form of theft. What you are stealing when you take violent action is someone's free will. You're taking their free will choice away from them. And then you're also taking, if you follow through with the action, with the violence, if you threaten them with violence, you're taking their free will choice. You're attempting to take their free will choice. And then if you follow through with the action, you're actually taking their right to remain unharmed in their physical person away from them. So violence is something that is initiation of undue usage of your ability to do physical tasks in the world, and you're using that in a coercive capacity against another human being or against another being in general in a way that you have no right to do that behavior. Therefore, violence is always in opposition to natural law, and one never has the right to take it, because the taking of violent behavior always involves the violation of someone else's natural law rights, again, to exercise their own free will choice so long as they harm no one else, and to basically remain unharmed in their physical person. So there's a total dichotomy between force and violence. Force is in harmony with natural law, and one has the right to do it. We use force to do everything we're going to do. Any physical behavior involves the use of force. It crosses the line and becomes violence when it becomes the coercive use of force against another's free will or against their body when they have not done anything wrong. Okay, that's what violence is. So what a controller in the control system is always doing is violence. They're always harming someone else through the use of force in a capacity in which they had no right to take it, which is violent behavior. We have to understand the difference between those things. That when force is being used to, let's say, collect taxes, okay? I'm sorry, when violence is being used, not force. When violence is being used to collect taxes, we have to distinguish that from force. That's not force, that's violence. Because what you're doing is you're saying the product of your labor belongs to me. If you do not turn over the arbitrarily chosen product of your labor, which I've decided I'm going to confiscate, I am claiming the right to do physical violent behavior to you. When someone makes claims of being allowed to do violence to somebody, there's always the right to defend oneself with physical force. Now, most people don't understand that, or they think that right does not exist. Nonetheless, it does actually continue to exist and always has existed. There is never a time when that right does not exist. If someone is coming up to me on the street and they brandish a weapon and they say, I want all of your possessions, give me whatever you have in your pockets, your wallet, your money, whatever jewelry you may have on you, etc., even your clothes, and they would say, if you don't do this, I'm going to do physical harm to you with this weapon. You always maintain the right to physically, through forceful behavior, defend your physical body and your property with the usage of force. This is the sacred masculine principle, which is part of the two-pillar system, which ultimately expresses all natural law. There's really only two overarching dynamics or principles which one has to understand natural law in general. That's the sacred feminine or non-aggression principle, which is do not engage in violent behavior. Very simply, do not engage in violence. Violence, or the coercive action being initiated against your fellow beings, is always a wrongdoing and should never be engaged in. Okay? That's the sacred feminine, or what is known as the non-aggression principle. In union with that, in marriage with that, in harmony with that, we must bring into wedding with that the sacred masculine principle, or in other words, the self-defense principle. The self-defense principle is, if one is being accosted with violence, or in other words, the initiation of coercive action, which one does not possess the right to take, okay, against their fellow human beings, then always reserved is the right to use defensive force against the being who is exerting that initiation of violence, okay? So again, if someone were to take their own weapon out and use it against that attacker that mugged them on the street to try to rob them or do harm to them and take their valuables and their possessions, that would not be an act of violence. That would be a defensive act of force. It would be an act of self-defense. And we always maintain that right, regardless of what any law anywhere in the world says. That right is always ours. Again, people have been worked into the mental condition where many people believe that is not a right, but that belief is erroneous and is not based in truth, and it is not based in the principles of either self-defense or non-aggression. So these two basic overarching principles are what have to both be fully understood and wedded together in a union from which they cannot be separated from each other. That is the two pillar principles, the two principles that we have to fully understand if we are going to understand how natural law really works, and thus truly enlighten ourselves as to what's going on around us. Many people don't understand one or the other. So you have many groups. For example, I'll use two groups. Let's look at the Tea Party and the New Age movement. The Tea Party very well understands the sacred masculine or the self-defense principle. And these are people who are big Second Amendment supporters and big supporters of the natural right to own weapons for self-defensive purposes. They get the self-defense principle with no problem. It doesn't have to be explained to them at all. But many of them don't quite understand the non-aggression principle. And, a lot of hardcore right-wing Republican types, they want to act as the policeman for the world. This is a lack of understanding of the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression. Conversely, you have groups that are more right-brained, okay? So, the group I just talked about would be considered a form of left-brained imbalance. But you have the right-brained types that, like the New Age movement, or, maybe some fundamentalist religionists or pacifist type groups, that they don't believe that there's any such thing as the right to self-defense. And they think, well, people should just accept whatever someone else is doing to them, even if it's violent, and should never respond with the necessary usage of force to put down violence if they're accosted with it. Groups like the New Age movement often fall into this category. Not always, not a total blanket statement, but a generalization. They often do fall into that category. Yet they very well understand the non-aggression principle of do not engage in violence to others. They're all for that. But then if violence is being done, they have a very hard time with saying, well, then the right is reserved and remains to be able to use self-defensive force to put down that act of violence if necessary. I would suggest that both of these mind states are half measures and are never going to lead to true freedom. Only a true understanding of a total understanding of both of these principles is ever going to pave the way for an understanding that will lead to true freedom.
That leads us into a very interesting concept of government. So my question is, setting the etymology aside, describe the form and function of government through history, and is it something that is there to help us reach cognitive liberty, or is it there to help suppress consciousness?
I would say that throughout history, all that government has acted as a tool for is the suppression of the masses of people to the will of a small class of people that ultimately are psychopathic in nature, that want their way regardless of who is harmed. So they don't care about morality and they don't care about the difference between right and wrong. There is a small class of people in the world like that. And without getting into the origins of psychopathy, it suffices to say that psychopathy actually does exist and is operating in our world. It is a known psychological condition, and it is characterized by people who are absolutely lacking of any form of empathy or compassion for their fellow beings. They simply don't care about what another being experiences, be it suffering or destruction, or slavery. They would be willing to put them through that process of suffering and even slavery if it serves their own means, if it serves their own agenda and their own will to get what they want. Government has always acted as a tool to serve that small psychopathic class of individuals that look at themselves as the ruling class for whatever reason, whether that is divinely appointed by God in their minds, whether it is because they are the intelligentsia that sees themselves as the people who must rule over society for its quote-unquote own good. And this tool called government has always maintained a monopoly on violence in order to carry out the agenda of that very small psychopathic class of that ruling class, which I would say is far below 1% of people. A lot of people look at that as, maybe a multiple percentage. I feel that those numbers are actually overblown, and I think the people who really direct the agendas are a tiny percentage. If it's a half of 1%, I would say that's a lot, a large estimate. So again, the reason it's a piece of cake for them to get people to believe in this is because they continuously dissuade them from looking into real knowledge and real truth discovery methodologies. What they have ultimately convinced, the genius, if you will, or horror, however you want to look at it, in this is they have convinced, the idea of government is they have convinced people that a certain group of people calling themselves government has rights that the majority of people do not possess and may engage in harmful behaviors that the individual would have no such right to engage in. Conversely, they have simultaneously convinced the majority of human beings in the world, in accepting the idea of authority and government, that the vast majority of people do not have rights that are prohibited by this quote-unquote authority or government, by this small group of people calling themselves government, that the majority of people actually do possess. So again, simultaneously, they've convinced people that this concept called government means that certain people have rights which the majority of people do not have, and the majority of people do not possess rights which they actually do, and that those behaviors may be prohibited by the minority that calls themselves government. It's not too difficult. It's actually quite easy if we have even a small, long view of history. Okay, even if we have just a slight perspective in historical terms of what has gone on here on the earth in the ancient past, to understand that this is simply an extension of the ancient idea of kingship. Okay, so a king was a single ruler who said that his rights to rule came from the Creator. He claimed the divine right to rule, and said that other people had a moral obligation to obey his commands as his subjects because they were subjected to him by this divine right. All that has changed is we have gone from the idea of one person having this magical power of authority vested in them to a group of people having this power diffused through them that call themselves government, magically being imbued with this right to rule. That's all government ever has been. That's all it is now. That's all it ever will be. Once again, it's the idea that certain people have rights to perform violent behavior that other people do not have, based on the whim of the legislators who say what the law is, and that other people have this moral obligation to obey their commands, have no right to refuse, and can have violence done unto them if they choose to exercise rights that are prohibited by this lawmaking minority, even if those actions that are prohibited do not harm another human being and therefore are actually rights in reality. That's what government ultimately is. And it's a form of slavery. Let's be honest about what it really is. If we're really being honest and we want to get to the bottom line of what we're talking about here, it is nothing more than slavery. It's just euphemized. It's called government, and we say it's, people try to convince other people that it's necessary, that this form of violence must be done unto people. But ultimately, it's simply a euphemism for violence and slavery, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Well, I think we should be honest with ourselves. Sure. And so to recap what you're illustrating for everybody, it seems to be a multi-generational system of interest-specific kleptoparasites, people of the same species who like to plunder our production. We learn helplessness generation after generation, that they don't even have to use violence all the time. It's the threat of violence. It's the threat of the IRS audit that makes you audit yourself 100 times, so they don't even really have to check what you send in because they trust that they've scared you. So
that's duress. That's living under a constant state of duress. Yes.
Right. So outgrowing this learned helplessness, I can't help but think of Etienne de la Boétie and the treatise on voluntary servitude, how we have a role in this. So I want to ask you, as one of my last questions, what is the relationship between the concept of knowledge and our ability as individuals to say no?
That's right. There it is, the lost word. Everything. The relationship between those two things is everything. Because those who do not know their rights, by going through that process of truth discovery regarding natural law and morality and the objective difference between right and wrong behavior, therefore coming to truly know and understand which behaviors are rights because they do not cause harm to others, and which behaviors are wrongs because they do cause harm to others and are the initiation of coercive action against other beings. To know that difference is everything when it comes to the human will to say no to oppression and to say no to slavery. Those who do not know that definitive difference between the objective difference between right and wrong will never say no to those who come at them with violence and have no such right to do so, and are trying to take other people's rights away and trying to take ultimately their freedom away. Neither one of those things is the possession of those people to take. It is those things are our possessions. They are our property. My rights are my property. My life is my property. My freedom is my property. And that's why those are values, okay? They are something that people should value to the point, particularly principles and freedom, to a point where they are willing to defend them at all costs by saying no, and being willing, if necessary, to use defensive use of force to protect those possessions, to protect those pieces of property. Ultimately, all rights come down to property rights. All rights have to do with ownership and understanding what we truly own and what we do not own, and therefore not taking that which does not belong to us. You could sum up natural law in one phrase: don't steal. All forms of wrongdoing and transgression against natural law are forms of theft, and they are the taking of property of another being when you have no right to do such a thing. So if we understand that all natural law boils down to is do not steal, that is the one commandment We don't need we don't need 10 or any more than that. We need one. Learn what you own and what you don't own, what's truly yours and what is not truly yours, and don't steal. Don't take that which does not belong to you, including life, rights, and freedom from other people. Yeah, that's what it all ultimately comes down to is when we're saying no to our oppressors and saying no to a society that is based in violence and ultimately in slavery, what we're really saying no to is evil in general. That's what it all ultimately comes down to. And we cannot do that unless we truly know our rights. So the original question of how does knowledge play into that is it plays into it completely, because the ability to say no to evil is ultimately based on what we can come to know in our minds through that process of truth discovery and understanding of natural law.
All right, so let's use the force of thinking to do a little test case, a little use case of this. I'm going to assert that I am an authority and that you are my slave. Do you understand?
No, I do not.
All right.
That's it. I do not understand that. That's what we have to say. I do not understand that. I do not stand under that authority. It does not rule above me. I'm sovereign. I'm not a slave. That's what sovereign means, to be above the external rulership or control of another. And that is the knowledge that has to be developed. When we understand the difference between right and wrong, we understand that we are sovereign and no one has the right to rule over us and make claims that we are their property or that our rights are their property to take as they see fit. That is what sovereignty ultimately is the understanding of. And again, that plays directly into saying no when someone makes the claim that they are an owner or a ruler of another person.
Is resistance futile, or is it the responsibility of every conscious human being?
Absolutely not futile. Resistance is the responsibility of every conscious human being without any doubt in my mind. See, passively accepting something means stagnation. That means you are accepting the default condition. And the default condition will get you nothing but entropy and chaos. It takes the will through what we have come to understand in order to resist that chaos and ultimately build something that is orderly and that is just and that is good. That kind of resistance to evil is what is absolutely needed in our society to be developed by each individual. Otherwise, we're going on that entropic path into a chaotic society. However, if we develop that will to resist and do that in a way such that we withdraw our consent from these evil systems that are currently in place, we will build a world that is based in truth, order, and ultimately freedom.
And again, the solution was consciousness being raised on a global level by raising it at the individual level. That is what we all really need to be focused on and working toward expanding our own awareness. Albert Einstein described the problem that we're experiencing in consciousness. He explained it this way. He said that no problem can be solved by the same level of consciousness that created it. And that's exactly the case. You cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. We want to apply the same level of consciousness that created the problem and attempt to solve it that way, and it simply doesn't work that way. We have to elevate our consciousness, and from a higher perspective, we can then solve the problems that were created from a lower level of consciousness. Goethe said that none are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. We buy into this illusion that freedom is what we have today, that this completely controlled society based on differential value and manufactured lack and fiat currency and all other forms of control and manipulation is true freedom, then we are living in a prison without the bars, with the bars that we really cannot see, yet we are still enslaved by. So we have to understand that what we have is not true freedom currently if we're really going to work toward the manifestation of true freedom in the world. Edmund Burke said that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And Thomas Paine said that these are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and women. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. We are currently living in the time of the apocalypse. People have a completely incorrect notion of what apocalypse means. This word comes from the Greek language, and if we break it down into its etymology, apo means to take away or to remove in Greek, and kalyptine means to cover or to conceal. So it's a veil of sorts. So the apocalypse is the taking away, the removal of that which has been concealed, the lifting of the veil. It's a great revealing process. That's what apocalypse means. It means the process of revealing, and what is being revealed is the truth. The truth is what is being unveiled. It is the revealing of that which has been hidden, that which has been occulted and is difficult to see is now being seen by many people. So this isn't about an Armageddon or a great catastrophe or a cataclysm. This is about the revealing of the truth and then living in harmony with that which is. That is what the apocalypse actually is. It's a choice. It's a choice that we individually must make, and it's beautifully put in the allegory The Matrix. We have a choice between the red pill and the blue pill. The red pill will wake one up from the illusion and get them to see what is, and they will find out how far this rabbit hole really goes. The blue pill will keep them in illusion, keep them in ego-bound consciousness, and they will stay asleep. So the choice is ours. It is a choice between love and fear, the force that awakens consciousness and the force that shuts consciousness down. This is the time that many ancient cultures called the falling away of the masks. The masks are falling. That which is hidden underneath is being revealed. The true nature of things is being revealed, and our souls are being revealed to each other for who and what we really are and the forces that we really serve. I have a concept that I call ABLE. It's a very oversimplified model of how this consciousness divide is actually at work in the world. And it's an anagram for the modalities of consciousness that we see at work. So if you look at the whole earth and you look at the divisions that exist in consciousness on the earth, we see that people really kind of break down into one of four categories. There are two very small groups, people who really are consciously aware of what is happening. One is what I call the enemy, and one is what I call the awake or the aware. So ABLE stands for the aware, the blind, the lost, and the enemy. The enemy are these sorcerers of consciousness that have the understanding of how consciousness works and use it for manipulation and use it for evil purposes. The lost are those who cannot see and really aren't capable of seeing. They are so identified with illusion and so trapped in ego that they've really kind of lost the ability to become aware through an act of their own will. And it would take an immense amount of reversal and innumerable forces to even begin to show a small bit of light to people in this shutdown mode of consciousness. So unfortunately, there are many who are in such a state of shutdown consciousness that they can essentially be considered lost. and there's very little chance of them awakening in a human lifetime. There's another group that are simply blind. They're simply not quite seeing what is going on, but there is an inborn desire and there is willpower still there in those individuals, and they have the potential to really see what is going on, provided that they simply remove some of the blinders and some of the last remnants of things that they are attached to really see what is actually going on. And then there's the aware, people who are coming into the light and are awakening to the knowledge of truth of what is actually occurring on this planet. And they are trying to help raise awareness in others to awaken, to help others to awake. You know, you can't actually create that process yourself. You can't really wake someone else up. Someone can only wake themselves up through looking into this knowledge on their own. It's a process of self-initiation. You can be an assistant in that process. That's what an alchemist is. He's an assistant to the process of awakening. He doesn't actually do it for anyone else. Each person is actually their own magician in that process, and they actually awaken their own consciousness. An alchemist can only hope to be an assistant to that process. So the concept of there is only one will, there is only one law ultimately, and there is really only one sin. The one will is the ascension of consciousness, the evolution of consciousness, the ladder that leads from lower levels of consciousness to higher levels of awareness. And suffer. We live in harmony with that which is, we prosper, and we can attain order and peace and harmony. If we live in opposition to that which is, the truth, then we're going to be oppressed and enslaved. That's simply how the dynamic works. There is only one sin, and that one sin is tyranny. Whether it comes under the administration of an emperor, or a queen, or a Führer, or a president. Tyranny always comes as a liberator. It always claims to be the liberator and that which is going to bring freedom and prosperity and order, but it ultimately ends up in one way. And these images are disturbing, but this is what tyranny really brings. Tyranny brings enslavement, and ultimately it brings death. It brings things like concentration camps, death camps, such as these disturbing images from the Third Reich. It brings a boneyard ultimately, and cooperating with tyranny is also part of tyranny. So it's not just those who are really doing it, it's those who are cooperating with it in any way. And I would term those who are cooperating with the process of tyranny as the selfless. And this doesn't mean selfless from a perspective of, I'm not selfish. This is the capital S selfless. Those who have been robbed of the true connection with self. This is selflessness. These are those who have become Golemized, those who have been cut off from the spirit. So I'm going to look at the concept of selflessness from two perspectives, from two allegorical perspectives. And the first is the movie Lord of the Rings. Look at the beings that are portrayed as the figures that are completely cut off from self in Lord of the Rings. You have Gollum. The ring brings him premature, brings him unnatural long life. It brings him suffering and attachment to the concepts that the ring embodies. Worshipping materialism, worshipping power. He's unwilling to let go of these things. He's unwilling to let go of ego. So he becomes a shriveled husk of his former self, Smeagol. The orcs used to be elvish creatures. They used to be elf-like beings, and then they became these monstrous beings, the orcs. The ring wraiths have no face. They're depicted as completely selfish, selfless. They have no identity underneath their mask. They're a total husk. And of course, you have the all-seeing eye, the dark consciousness of Sauron, who is disembodied. He totally doesn't have his former self form. He is completely a disembodied consciousness, a husk of his former self that is completely done in and is completely changed into something of that is completely not what he formerly used to be. So that I just represents total ego, total illusion, and he is not anything of what he used to be. This is brilliantly portrayed in Star Wars. The master and slave relationship that's shown in Star Wars. The stormtroopers are the oppressors of the people of the former Galactic Republic, now the Galactic Empire. And they are all clones of each other, we find out in the later Star Wars episodes. They're clones of the same being, Jango Fett, because they have no unique identity. They're all the same underneath. They're copies of each other, or clones. The uniformed individuals who have given up their sense of sovereignty and self, and they have become clones of each other. They may be the masters over, given rulership over those in the Galactic Republic, the former Galactic Republic, and they oppress them, but they have a master, and their master is Darth Vader, the Lord of the Sith. He is a shriveled husk of his former self, who was Anakin Skywalker, who turned to the dark element of the Force and became half machine, half man. And he is not the ultimate ruler, because he himself has a master as one of the Sith. He is the apprentice, and then he has his master, Darth Sidious. Darth Sidious is a shriveled husk of his former self, Senator Palpatine. And he would seemingly be, in physical incarnation, the highest level of the hierarchy of power. So one would think, well, he doesn't have a master, but indeed he does have a master, because he is owned and controlled by the dark side of the Force itself. He is owned and controlled by his desire for power. His egoic will controls and dominates him. So he, in turn, is additionally a slave, in addition to all the rest of the slaves who are also masters. This is how control works. Everyone is a puppet on a string and has a puppet on strings under them. So it's an endless hierarchy of slave that is also master, and master that is also slave. And we see this with the modern day stormtroopers, the modern day clones that have given up their identity and their sovereignty over to an entity that is really not a sovereign being. The state, the government, the military body, the organization. Just like the stormtroopers gave up their sovereignty and their identity to become individual clones and gave up their former selves, the selfless, those who are not connected with true self. All the barriers to self-realization they buy into, and they live their life in discordance with truth and discordance with what is real. They live their lives in illusion and ego identification. And they don't really see that they're really simply being used as pawns in a game, and they are the chess pieces on the chessboard, on the floor of the house, as it is said in Masonic parlance. And they are simply moved by their chess masters, who do see things from a higher level of consciousness. They can see the whole game board floor, but the individuals that they manipulate, these individuals, do not see the entire game for what it is. They see only the square or two in front of them or to the side of them, as a pawn in a chess game would. The chess master can see the whole board, but they cannot. Again, the floor of the house, base consciousness, the checkered life of man, the wanderer between light and darkness, the pawn that can be positioned in the game. And ultimately they are the bricks in the pyramid of manipulation, those who are being used to, unknowingly used, without their direct knowledge, by those in knowledge in the light above them. In their ignorance, they're being used as one of these bricks to build the pyramid of male dominator manipulation, the new world order system, to build the blade, the male dominator world. What we have to understand, the concept that we really need to understand going forward to enact these solutions, is what personal sovereignty is. We have to understand the conceptual idea of sovereignty at a deep level, understand what it really is, what it means, and how we can exercise sovereignty in our own lives. Sovereignty means that we are a unique being and we are free by the nature of our birth into the cosmos. Our rights do not come from any man or any group of men or any organization. Our rights are inborn by the very nature of us being born into the world. We are all sons and daughters of God. No matter what you want to look at that concept of God, that creative generative principle as, we are all individual, unique expressions of that consciousness. We are all born free into the universe. No one can ever take that freedom away. They can believe that they have the right to do so, but ultimately they do not possess that right, because ultimately there is no authority in this realm. Any claims of authority are simply that, beings that are claiming authority over others, and others who actually accept and believe their claim that they have authority over them. But it doesn't exist in actual manifest reality. It is only a claim and a belief by those who accept the claim of authority. There is only one authority and no man is it. This is enshrined, this principle of sovereignty is enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, a very high consciousness document. The language is extremely specific in the Declaration of Independence, and it reflects a high level of understanding and a high level of consciousness and an understanding of sovereignty. It says that we hold these truths to be self-evident. So it's not a belief, it's a truth. It's not questioned as a belief, it's self-evident. It's a truth that is self-evident. The language is very specific. It isn't a belief that we happen to kind of resonate with. It's a truth that is so obvious we recognize it as being self-evident. That all men are created equal. Created equal. That implies a creator. Okay? They are endowed by their creator. An endowment is a birthright. It is something that you come into the universe already owning, already possessing. It's a birthright by their creator. The creator is that which has endowed this right to us, has given it to us as a birthright with certain unalienable rights. Unalienable means these rights can never be separated from the individual. They cannot be made alien to the individual. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A very high consciousness document, and I think in our modern day and age in this country, we've really lost sight of these truths. We've really lost sight of what sovereignty really is. We need to go back and look to the consciousness of the individuals that comprised documents such as this and understand really what they were saying and what these statements that were made meant. And again, it's a declaration. It's a true statement of that which is, of independence, of no dependence upon anyone else, because we recognize our own personal sovereignty. The enemy of all personal sovereignty is what I call satanic illusion. This is the force. The word Satan or shaitan in Hebrew means the adversary, he who opposes, the oppositional force that tries to create strife and chaos in our life. That's what Satan really is. It's that force. And it does that job by illusion, through illusion and manipulation. It tries to get us to identify with things that aren't true and aren't real. That's what illusion is. Something that isn't true, we latch onto it, and because we latch onto it and refuse to detach from it, and we live according to something that isn't really true, we don't live in harmony with that which is, with truth. We try to live in disharmony with the truth because we're attached to an illusion that we've bought. All you can get out of that is suffering. You can't get any order out of that. You can only get chaos out of it. So satanic illusion is that which claims authority and claims the right to even draft laws into being. To write laws is a satanic illusion that's born in man, because we're trying to claim that we're an authority, that we in some form represent natural law and represent God. I understand the idea, how it's intended, but really all law is satanic illusion if you really come right down to it. Because if a law is in harmony with natural law, with higher law, with cosmic law, it need not even be codified or written down. If one recognizes natural law as such and lives in harmony with it, there is no need to write that down. It's a redundancy. Conversely, if any law is in opposition with natural law, then it need not. Conversely, if law is not in harmony with natural or cosmic law, it really need not be obeyed. It can be thrown out, because one cannot be coerced into living in disharmony with natural law. And that's what all these new punitive laws that are coming in by this rogue administration and others that are to follow it really are. They are in disharmony with the natural law of creation. And in effect, they cannot really limit our rights or our freedoms. They can write down those laws all they want. No one is bound to obey or agree to be controlled by them, because they don't quite understand about things like the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights do not grant any rights to anyone, nor does the Constitution grant rights. These are documents that were written to place limitations upon the enumerated powers of government that are clearly articulated in the early sections of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 spells out and enumerates the powers of the government. And these are documents that are supposed to limit the power of these non-sovereign creations of the sovereign beings. But see, we have it the exact other way mentally in our minds. We think that the government is the all-seeing power, all-knowing power, and it grants rights to people. Many people actually think that and actually believe that these documents that were written grant us our rights. It is, nothing could be further from the truth. These documents are supposed to be written limitations on governmental powers and written enumerations of the specific powers that the sovereign beings of the world, of the country, are granting to a governmental body to be allowed to carry out. So the way I look at satanic illusion is that ultimately all law is satanic illusion. All government is satanic illusion, because it is externally imposed. It is based in control, which is fear consciousness, and it is based in creating opposition. This is what law, the law of man, this is how the law of man differs from the law of attraction and the law of nature. The law of man is based in opposition. It is an oppositional force. It needs to create two sides or a conflict that it can play off against each other, so a third party can come out on top. So it is the Hegelian dialectic. It is satanic illusion. Bill Clinton made this statement: if the personal freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution inhibit the government's ability to govern the people, we should look to limit those guarantees. He actually made that statement, that he thinks that the government has the right to curb people's God-given rights and freedoms. A non-sovereign entity known as the government, has a right, in this gentleman's estimation, to curb the inborn birthright freedoms of sovereign beings born into the universe as free beings. He made that statement, and I believe that he believes that. I also know that he believes this statement, and I'll shock you with what I'll follow it up by. He says the purpose of government is to rein in the rights of the people. That's what Bill Clinton actually believes. The purpose of government is to rein in the rights of the people. So knowing what I now am espousing in this presentation and what I've stated throughout, you would think that I disagree with this statement. But the truth is, I don't disagree with this statement. This statement is exactly the truth. The purpose of government is to rein in the rights of the people. And I make that statement because I understand what the word government actually means. This is what the word government means. It comes from two Latin words. Gubernare is a verb which means to control, and mente means mind. It is a noun that means mind. Government means to control the mind. Gubernare, where we get the word gubernatorial elections, the election of a governor. Mente, mental, the word mental comes from that root word, the mind, to control the mind. The purpose of government is to control and limit the rights of the people by controlling their minds. Externally imposed government will always do this because it is based upon control. Control is based upon the emotional polarity of fear. You can only create chaos with fear. You can never create order. An externally imposed form of government can never, ever create order or harmony in our lives. It's impossible. It's actually completely impossible because their methodology is based in control, which is in turn based in fear, and fear can only, the dynamic energy of fear can only create chaos, as we've seen many times over, and that you can prove in your own experience. Control breeds chaos. It does not create order. Government is a modality of consciousness. Externally imposed government is a modality in consciousness that is based in fear. The only kind of government that ever could work to create order is internal government. When we make the decision based on our recognition of natural law principles that are in effect, and we recognize them as such, and we live in harmony with those laws of creation, then we are controlling our own mind. We are existing in harmony with all three of the aspects of our consciousness: our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. The body and the spirit unify in the level of mind. That level is controlled by us from within, not externally imposed. That kind of government could work. And if every being were to come to that level of consciousness, we could reach the natural state that man is intended to live upon this earth in. And it is this state: cooperative spiritual anarchy. Understand those three terms for exactly what they say. Cooperative, cooperation, existing in harmony with every other being. Spiritual, the recognition that mind and spirit, that the body and spirit come together in the realm of mind so that spirit is capable of having an experience here in the physical realm. So we have to understand ourselves as spiritual beings having the human experience rather than left-brained, imprisoned consciousness identified with physical matter and the five senses. Anarchy meaning just what it says, not the negative connotation of that this word has picked up through propaganda and mind control. Anarchy is simply the absence of external rule, no rulership. It is understanding that we are all sovereign, free beings. No one has the right to control anyone else, and understanding that, no one attempts to control anyone else either. Cooperative spiritual anarchy is the natural state that man is supposed to live in the world. We come to this level of consciousness and we live in this state of being, and we will have peace and we will have order. Bakunin, the father of modern anarchist philosophy, said that the liberty of man consists solely in this, that he obeys the laws of nature, natural law, because he himself has recognized them as such, and not because they have been imposed upon him externally by any foreign will whatsoever. This is the understanding of what true anarchy really means. It means no externally imposed control, because one is not existing in oppositional fear-based consciousness. And we need to arrive at that state of consciousness through our own recognition of what natural law is. And that can only happen when you raise consciousness to that level where you can understand how these forces are really at work in our lives. When you say the word anarchy to most people, again, they think of this word, chaos, which we've talked about many times throughout the presentation. But anarchy, true anarchy, does not bring chaos. True anarchy would in fact bring order, because it is based in freedom. What we have now is not order. We now have chaos, because our consciousness is ruled by the vibration of fear. And fear creates illusion. Fear is giving into illusion. It creates confusion within the individual. That creates the desire to control things externally, and there you have chaos resulting. You cannot create order with that dynamic, because chaos is based in fear. Once again, chaos based in fear and based in attempting to control things external to the self. The only way you can create order is through the recognition of and then deciding to live in harmony with the natural laws of the universe. And that is the vibration that is built on higher consciousness, and it is built on the emotional polarity of love. Love creates dominion within, the rulership of the kingdom of self within. This is what Jesus meant when he said, the kingdom of heaven is within. So we need to recognize these forces at work, live in harmony with them. That is what the expansion of consciousness is. That is what living in a vibratory energy of love means. That creates internal dominion, that creates freedom in the external world, and ultimately it creates order. Everything that is ordered by divine principles and the divine intelligence that underlies nature. That's the only way order can ever be created. So those are the concepts to keep in mind when we talk about the way out. The actual grassroots solutions that we can employ to heal ourselves, to heal our consciousness, to unify the masculine and feminine energies that are indwelling within us, and to get out of this prison that we've let ourselves into. And the way out, I'm choosing 10 methodologies that are grassroots solutions for consciousness change. 10 again being the symbolic number representative of consciousness. We need to heal our individual worldview healing. We need to change the quality of our attention, of the information that we pay attention to, what we take into ourselves. We need to develop true present moment awareness. We need to change our diet and get onto healthy foods, whole foods. We need to detach from the current monetary system to the extent that it was within our capability to do so, because our monetary system, again, is a fiat system of currency that equals debt and enslavement. We need to practice the non-support of dominators and the dominator culture as a whole. the non-support of it, not the support of it, but the non-support of it. We need to develop what I term mindfulness, or what many ancient philosophers called mindfulness. We need to learn how to use entheogenic compounds in a conscious context. The use of entheogens can play a role in this transformation. We need to practice the power of positive thinking, and then we need to help others, be an assistant to others in the process of their personal awakening. So these are the 10 methodologies for grassroots, that are grassroots solutions for consciousness change, and I will take them one at a time. Worldview healing is the first grassroots solution for consciousness change, consciousness elevation. This is also known as the techniques of shamanism. Shamanism is essentially indigenous cultures' name for worldview healing. These are worldview healers. They are medicine men in the true sense. People who practice indigenous tribal medicine. And it's not just medicine for healing the body. It's medicine for healing the spirit, for healing the soul, for healing our worldview. This is a great slide I found online. The opposite of good is not evil. The opposite of good is apathy. It's apathy combined with ignorance and combined with laziness that creates everything that ails us, everything that creates our suffering. Apathy, ignorance, laziness. These are the real evils of the world. These are what are born of a negative worldview, an unconscious worldview. So we need to heal that. We need to get over our apathy. Care is the grand architect of the universe. It's what bears everything into manifestation, what we care about. And we have to examine what we care about, what we're focused on, and what the real goal of what we're trying to achieve in the world really is. Is it our own personal comfort? Or is it really the alleviation of suffering for everyone here? Because we recognize we're all in this together, we're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively, and everyone else's suffering is also our own suffering. That is what conscience really means. That's what real responsibility is that understanding. And we need to get to that level of consciousness if we're ever going to truly unify and be one world, recognize that we're actually all one consciousness. That will be accomplished through healing our worldview and understanding that human nature is in fact good, that we need to live in harmony with natural law, and that change is in fact possible. To think positively and know that it is possible for the caterpillar to become the butterfly. We can make a transformation and a metamorphosis if we use the power of our will and the power to ascend to higher levels of consciousness to accomplish that. The next method for consciousness change is we need to change the quality of our attention. This is directly in relationship to the information that we take in. Human beings are very definitively the product of the information that they have taken into themselves. So the quality of what we put in is going to determine the quality of what we get out, of what we experience, and how we experience the world. Thomas Jefferson said that if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and what never will be. Truer words were never spoken. There is no such thing as the simultaneous coexistence of ignorance and freedom. It is one or the other. An ignorant population is an enslaved population. And a well-informed population is a free population. So this is why reading is so important. Reading really is a key to understanding. We need to read information that was considered important enough that the people that came before us placed it down in writing. And this is how we become informed. We take in good information and we become inwardly formed. That's what information is. The process of becoming inwardly formed. And by becoming informed, we can be reformed. We can make ourselves anew with the new information that we have taken in to ourselves. See, this is what we generally have right now in the mass media and the popular culture. People hypnotized, paying attention to propaganda and mind control. And that's never going to get us up to a higher level of consciousness to solve the problems that we're experiencing. We have to change the quality of our attention. If we continue along this route, we're going to become hypnotized. In the sense of the word, if you break it down into its constituent elements, hip in Greek is a word that relates to the depression of the spirit. And gnosis is knowledge or information. So hypnosis is knowledge or information that creates the depression of the spirit, or a state of unconsciousness. And it puts someone into a trance state of mind. That's essentially, I'm not talking about clinical hypnosis or hypnotherapy here. I'm talking about hypnosis from a fundamental point of view of being a trance state of consciousness, one that is controlled by someone else, and another person is placed into this trance, often through their own will, through accepting that information, accepting the practitioner's invitation to go into the trance. We're going into a state of hypnosis willingly by paying attention to the information, the often horribly poisonous information that we accept from the mainstream media and from mainstream sources. But now, see, if we follow along in that ideology, we're going to go into a state not only of hypnosis but of fascination. The word fascination breaks down to a fascination, or a fascist nation. The word fascist coming from fasci, it's encoded in fascination. We break words down, we see hidden meanings actually encoded into words that we speak, but we don't really look at the underlying significance of the word or how the word breaks down. You go into fascination, and that's the step toward becoming a fascist nation. We can go into a transformation, okay? A state of mind that resembles trance, mind control. We don't want that kind of transformation. We want a true transformation. We want to inform ourselves through the new alternative media that is truly a blessing and a gift that we have available to us, possibly, at this level for the first time, at this wide of a scale. The internet is that new form of information, and the new media that is arising on the internet is profound, and it is really helping to awaken the consciousness of the planet. And we need to use it and protect it and use it to its full benefit in our lives, so we can undergo a true transformation, to go beyond form. Transformation, go beyond form. The next grassroots solution for consciousness change is develop true present moment awareness. I talked about this a bit in part 1. This is getting over the notion of psychological time, of being crucified at the place of the skull, Golgotha, between the two thieves, the past, anxiety, regret over the past, and the future, anxiety for what is to come. As we saw encoded in this image of the Gnostic crucifixion, Jesus, the light of the world, crucified at Golgotha, the place of the skull, between the two thieves, the past and the future. And this doesn't mean focus on minutia. Present moment awareness isn't the focus on minutia all around us. It's not developing tunnel vision. Many people will think that that's what it means. It means really broadening our horizons and opening up our consciousness and our perspective to see the big picture, not to focus on minutia. It doesn't mean pay attention to every little single detail that is all around you and all the little minutia of everyday living. It means be in the moment, but see the bigger picture around you. Understand what is taking place within, and understand what is taking place in your environment. See the big picture from a global perspective. from a perspective that encompasses all consciousness. We need to get over our psychological notion of time as a quantity and as based in physical matter, principles, and endlessly repeating cycles of time. And great new time gnosis techniques and ideologies have been formulated and have been derived from indigenous cultures, such as the Mayan calendar systems that are out there. And it's the focus on time as an expression of consciousness and a movement of consciousness through the ever-expanding present moment. And not focusing on it as an endlessly repeating cycle, or based in a physical process that is based on astronomical movements. It's the markage of time as the evolution of consciousness through time. That is what some of these systems of time gnosis that are really gaining a lot of popularity in certain circles are really about. And the Mayan calendar is one that I have been able to use to some great benefit in my life. Another method for consciousness change is one that I believe that currently we really do have the ability to take and put into full practice, because we have a lot of control over what we put into our bodies as far as diet goes. To change our diet is something that is within our control, and it is something that we can all work toward if we simply use our willpower to do so. Because we talked about all the poisons in the modern Western diet and all the unnecessary drugs that were people attempt in the medical profession and the pharmaceutical profession to get us dependent upon. The idea is to detach from these poison foods and really get focused on organic foods, organic farming, local food production for local populations, because there's less stress on the resources and on the land, and less dependency on oil and trucking resources in from other areas. So organic food diet, whole foods, really nutritious foods, get off of high amounts of sugar, high glycemic index foods, high carbohydrate levels, high sugar levels, just really poisonous compounds in food. Get off of GMO foods, genetically modified foods, and onto just good, whole, organic foods. And that you'll really see a change in the consciousness. You'll see not only a change in the body, but you'll see a change in the clarity of your ability to focus your mind and to really put your thoughts into manifestation. You really are what you eat. It actually is true. And the body reacts to what is put into it. So it's not just inwardly forming ourselves through the information we take in, it's also what we physically put into our body to use as fuel. And this drives the brain. The diet has to do with the health of the brain, most certainly. So this is one that we all can do, and it's within our control if we use our willpower to change our diet for the better. Monetary detachment is one of the hardest methods to actually put into practice, because we have little control over everyone using the monetary system. We are largely at the mercy of other people using these currency systems that are in use around us, so it's difficult to detach from the monetary system. But to do it as much as possible, we should look at alternative forms of currency. Some people are trading in credits online, bartering online. There's different forms of cities that are being used as hedges against the dollar, and ways to detach as much as possible from the fiat currency system that's really tanking from the inflation that's going on right now. Local systems of barter are also a good way to deal with monetary detachment. And taxation. We have to consciously make up our minds whether we actually want to take part in the tax system. It is a system that is known as a system of voluntary compliance. There really is not a law that makes it actually view an average American citizen liable to pay income taxes. We are voluntarily complying with this by signing these statements and these papers, and many researchers have written about this and have waged this battle to show people that the income tax is in fact unconstitutional, and it is a system of voluntary compliance, that knowing what our tax dollars are being used for to create more forms of control and wage more wars of aggression, we need to really make up our minds as individuals whether we are going to continue to go along with these practices. The next method of the next grassroots solution for consciousness change that we can employ is to begin to detach from our support for those acting in the role of dominator. This is a very important one and a very difficult one for many people to really comprehend and to really come to terms with, because often these are people we know in our lives, that we love in our lives, and that we may understand when we come up to a high enough level of consciousness really aren't helping the situation. In fact, if we understand how the dynamics of creation work, they're really imbalancing the situation more and more and more and more. So we have to try to educate ourselves about what is happening in these instances, and then try to bring that information to the people involved in these roles to the extent that they are capable of understanding it. Gerald Massey, Egyptologist, said, "They must find it difficult, those who have taken authority as truth rather than truth as authority." The truth is the authority. Authority is not truth. It is not true that there is authority. But the truth, it itself is the authority that we need to live in compliance with. The dominators of the world have it exactly the other way around. They believe that there is such a thing as authority and the right to control others externally. And I'm not saying everyone should be running around doing whatever they feel like doing to people. That isn't what I'm saying either. I'm saying that control is really not the answer. Proper education is the answer. Properly educating people and getting them to live in harmony with natural law, not because they fear punishment, not because they fear reprisal, but because they have recognized the laws of creation, natural law that is in operation around them, and they understand that living in harmony with that is the only thing that can bring order to their lives. So these are the dominators of our culture, like the stormtroopers in Star Wars, the clones, so to speak, those who are exactly the same as each other and who think the same and act the same and follow orders like robotically programmed drones. And that's what the mind control of indoctrination that these people are put through, to this regimented system of hierarchy and chain of command. It's what it is all about. It is about programming the mind to react. The reactive mind, the reptile brain. They're trapped in the R complex of the brain, base consciousness. And as such, again, I said this in part one, these are the most oppressed people. They're the most oppressed. We may think of them as oppressors, and that they may act in their roles, they may act as oppressors. However, they're actually the most oppressed themselves, because their consciousness is actually the most devastated out of anybody's. And if you really looked at a very deep, focused controller's brain, if you looked at a PET scan or a SPECT scan of their brain, you would see that the neocortex is in utter disarray. The chemical coherence of the electrochemical activity of the neocortex is devastated in a dominator's brain, because it is so imbalanced toward the left hemisphere that they are so driven by the reptile instinct, and they're so driven by adrenal rushes that the neocortex is in a very bad state of disrepair. It's physical brain damage is what it really is. not to be extremely harsh about it, but that's what it is. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a physical disease. If you looked at the neocortex of some of these individuals, you would see that this is a physical pattern of brain damage that is actually done to their neocortex through these levels of mind control and imbalance. These are people who are in need of healing, not to be hated or to be derided and spat upon or anything like that, or looked down upon. We need to heal these people. They need healing more significantly than most other people. That is how damaged their consciousness has become. So this is like Anakin Skywalker, who had the best of intentions, growing up as a young Jedi, but he became bent on control. He went down the ideology that control is the answer, and in doing so, he gave over to fear, the dark side of the Force, the dark polarity, and he became Vader. He lost his true self. He became, he went into the consciousness of selflessness, lost the connection with the true self, and he becomes the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Vader. And this is what really happens in controller jobs. They start with the best of intentions, and it really descends into brutality and coercion and simply issuing orders and following orders, and it's all about control. That's what it descends into. It's just about, I'm acting as God, and I will say what is true, and I will say what goes and what you're going to do. So it's a form of slavery. And that's what all control, external control is. It's illusion to create opposition and slavery. When in fact, really, these people doing these jobs aren't the real enemy. They're oppressed by the enemy as much as we are, but they're just getting them to become oppressors like the sorcerers at the highest levels are. It's like a psychological rape, if you really want to look at it, or a condition where one is beaten when young or raped when young. Okay, when we encounter psychological traumas like this, we go into defense mechanisms and we decide one of two things. We either decide to identify with the master and become like them, or we go into shutdown mode. We identify with a being that likes to be treated severely. So it becomes either one becomes a sadist or oftentimes a masochist. But more often than not, the abuser, the one who is abused, decides to act in the strength role, what they perceive to be the strength role, and they then become the abuser to enact that brutality down the line onto the next generation. So that is the kind of psychological trauma that these people really undergo at a fundamental level. And again, they need healing. That's what they ultimately need. See, the idea is, it's okay if we act like that. Many people will see it like that. It's not fascism if we do it. We can go out and bomb countries that didn't attack us and kill innumerable amounts of children. We can go and create torture facilities, but that isn't fascism because we've done it and we're the good guys. Well, it doesn't work that way. It still is fascism, and those who are enabling it are part of it, and those who enact these things are part of it. And they're as involved as the people that came up with these ideas and decided to enact them to begin with. They would have no ability to enact these things if they wouldn't have people willing to go along with it. And that's the same with any war scenario. Wars cannot be fought if there are no soldiers who are willing to go off and fight wars. And that is on both sides. That is on both sides of the conflict. That is how war will be put to an end. When people come to a level of consciousness where they understand that they're not going to be controlled and manipulated anymore, and they're not going to be manipulated into fighting wars for rich men that don't give a damn about them and are only there to profit from the endeavor. That's what our wars are ultimately fought about. And here's a person who is all too happy to explain that to you in the most overt terms. Henry Kissinger, a military strategist who actually comes up with the designs for positioning and strategies for engagements and helps to create strategies for positioning troops, makes a statement like this: military men are just dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy. Here's one of the chess masters, folks, telling you himself that he doesn't give a damn about you. He doesn't care about you at all. At all. You're a dumb, stupid animal to him. This is one of the people deciding where you're going to go off to fight. You're a dumb, stupid animal to him, to be used as pawns in a game of chess. He's the chess master positioning you, the dumb, stupid animal, on the board, on the floor of the house, a wanderer between light and darkness, never knowing which is which. So people have to make up their minds. Do they want to wage war for people like this? Because that's really who's sending people off to war. They're never fighting. People like this never fight their own wars. They don't fight their own battles. They sit back behind the scenes, call the shots like the gods that they think they are, and they send the poor and the shut down in consciousness off to war to wage battles for them so that they can prosper and profit. It's all about who benefits. Who gains is the question that needs to be asked. So in fact, I understand people like this believe that they're doing something positive. They believe they're supporting people. They're not really acting in the best interest of the people that they think they are acting in the best interest of. You know that they may love the people that they're supporting, they think they're supporting in these instances. Yes, they love them, but the action that they're taking to support their family members who are going to go off to war isn't really helping them. They need to help them to raise their conscious awareness so that people will decide not to fight these senseless wars of human sacrifice, because that is ultimately what war is and always has been. It is a ritual of human sacrifice, and they're all too happy to wrap the soldiers up in all the occult emblems all over them before they go off and send them off on the altar of sacrifice. That's all war is, that's all war ever has been, and that's all war ever will be. It's a human sacrifice ritual, and the object is, don't support this. Explain to people that it's a scam to make the rich richer, and to do away with people that they look at as dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy. We need to not support the dominator culture, the dominator ideology. We need to help people to understand that war is wrong in whatever context it is fought in. The researcher David Icke explained this so brilliantly, I had to put this whole quote in the presentation because it encapsulates perfectly what I think about people who make these decisions to go and fight these wars. David Icke said, accept responsibility for yourself and your actions, thoughts, and words. You alone make choices. You alone are answerable to the consequences of your behavior. The feeble excuse that the establishment expected it holds no truth or justification. What is the point of having principles if you allow others to dictate your behavior? At the end of the day, you will judge your performance and the contribution you have made to creation. It will not be based on what another expected of you or what you did because you felt trapped. And how often do we hear that? I had no choice. It's something I had to do. I didn't have anywhere else to go or anything else to do or any other way to live. You hear this as an excuse all the time for why people go off and fight the wars that they fight. This is a cop-out. This is doing something because you felt trapped and you feel that it's expected of you. And that justification holds no truth. We are answerable to our own actions. And what we do in any given circumstances, no matter what was threatened of us, no matter who said that they would do something harmful to us in return, we take that action of our own will and of our own accord, and we are answerable to the consequences of our own actions. That's what needs to be understood. And in this role, in this helping, this process of healing, women can play an immensely powerful role, and have and will continue to have an incredibly powerful effect in this understanding of what the dominator culture is all about, and help to explain and talk with and really delve into the psychological makeup of the men that they love. Because let's face it, most of the people enacting this domination are men. Okay, they're the physically stronger of the sexes as far as a physical build and physical makeup and physical strength. So they're the ones who are really employed as this strong arm for the force that the sorcerers need to enact their will. And women will play a role because every brother in this dominator culture, every son, every husband, every father, they have women around them in their lives, and these women can really get into their psychology, get into their psyche, get into their emotional makeup, and have discussions with them and talk with them about what they're being used for. If you understand what this is about, you understand how these men are being used and manipulated, you need to discuss it, not suppress it. It needs to be brought out in the open and discussed so that you can begin to help these individuals go through the process of worldview healing and understand how they're being used as a pawn. That's simply how it is, and that's the role that we need to actively take. The non-support of dominators, and one of the biggest roles to be played in this endeavor is the role that women will play in helping to heal that imbalance in consciousness. So the next grassroots solution for consciousness change is mindfulness. And this is interesting because it is kind of exactly the opposite of what the word is. We can understand mindfulness by quieting the mind and emptying it of thoughts for a time so that we can experience pure conscious awareness. And pure conscious awareness exists in the gap between thoughts. It's where the creative, generative principle of our thoughts derives from. It derives from the space between the thoughts, the gap, so to speak. So meditation is one of the practices that can bring mindfulness. It's a technique, a set of techniques that quiets the mind. There's many different ways to meditate. There is not just one meditation. There are sitting meditations. There are walking meditations. There are meditations that involve deep breathing. There are meditations that involve stretching. There are meditations that can be used in conjunction with music. There are innumerable forms of how to meditate. How the right method of meditation is that which works right for you, that which you resonate with, and that which you feel comfortable with. Meditation is simply about turning down the volume of the active mind so that one can, for a time, bathe in the quality of pure consciousness, divorced from the chatter of the mind. We need to turn our volume down so we hear the true voice that is speaking to us at all times, and it is only speaking one message, and that message is relinquish control. That is the message that is being spoken to us, and we only hear it if we turn our mental chatter down. Because this voice never speaks above a whisper. It's a gentle voice that does not impose will or control. It is saying attachment to control, the illusion of control, is what is bringing your suffering upon you. Relinquish control. Understand that which is. Live in harmony with that which is, with the truth. And then you will know order and peace and prosperity. But to do that, we need to get over the idea that we're in control of anything or anyone. You're only in control of what you think, how you feel, and how you act in the world. That's it. So relinquish control and do this through this process of developing mindfulness. Watch our actions. Be an observer of the self, of how we behave in the world, and turn down the volume of the mental noise of the mind. And this can be done through various techniques of meditation. The use of entheogens in a conscious context is one of the next methodologies for consciousness change. And that is critically important, the last part of that, in a conscious context. This means understanding what an entheogen is, what it does, how to administer it or take it yourself, and to use it for the correct reason, in the correct set and setting, the correct psychological set, the correct physical setting, and for the right purpose. Because these are not toys. These are not games to play. These are consciousnesses to commune with. This is what true communion is. Not a dead sacrament, but an active sacrament. So the word entheogen, if some are not familiar with it, is a psychoactive compound that alters consciousness and helps us to experience a higher level, often a very strange level of awareness that is quite divorced from our ordinary state of consciousness. It is in a state of alternative consciousness, an altered state. The word entheogen means to create the divine within. It comes from the Greek words en, which means within, theos, which means the divine or God, and genere, which means to create. That's Latin, actually. So to create the divine within is what we can begin to do, begin to recognize the divine within us and to help cultivate it by communing with an entheogenic compound. Entheogens have also been called psychedelics. Psyche in Greek means the mind. Delun in Greek is a verb which means to make clear. So we can see things clearly in the mind when we commune with a psychedelic. They are capable of making the mind clear if they are used in a conscious context. Some of the most popular entheogenic compounds: THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, or cannabis; psilocybin, or psilocybe mexicana, magic mushrooms; ayahuasca, or Banisteriopsis caapi. This is the DMT being the active ingredient, a combination that is added to the ayahuasca blend from the chacruna plant. Sometimes even pure dimethyltryptamine, DMT. These are powerful psychoactive compounds, some more powerful than others, that can really help us to go deep within our consciousness and explore the realm of the psyche, within the rich tapestry, the rich realm that exists within each of us. And these substances are demonized, and these substances are made illegal. Imagine that, naturally occurring compounds found in nature that are off limits to adult human consumption because you don't own your own consciousness. That's what laws like this, draconian laws like this, are saying to us. You as an adult do not have the choice as to whether you feel it proper to modify your consciousness as you see fit. We own your consciousness, and we are saying that this experience is off limits. You are not permitted to modify your own consciousness, which you think you own, in a way that you see fit as a mature, responsible adult. I will tell you whether or not you are permitted to modify your consciousness because I own your consciousness. Imagine that. That's our laws that we have in effect in this country and in most others. And we think we're free. We believe that we are free beings when an experience has been made illegal. An experience in the mind is illegal. Imagine the hubris of the individuals who actually believe that they have a right to even attempt to say that they're allowed to control consciousness in such a way. Hubris. It's utter hubris. That's all I can say about it. That's all I can say about it without getting extremely angry. The word sacrament, it comes from the word sacrum, which means holy or sacred, and mente, which means the mind. So again, the sacrament is that which can help to make the mind holy or sacred or whole. So it is entheogenesis, or induce an altered state. They're giving you a small piece of bread or something similar. It's an inert sacrament. It's a deadened sacrament. It's not really a sacrament. It's a substitute for the real thing. That isn't what a sacrament is. A sacrament is an active communion with another intelligence. And that's what entheogens are. Not to be trifled with. You try to trifle with these compounds and you'll find out exactly how much they do not really appreciate being trifled with. They are consciousnesses. They are consciousness that are there as teachers that we can commune with if we know how to use them in a respectful and conscious context. Terence McKenna, one of my greatest mentors, who sadly is no longer with us, he said, if the words life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness don't include the right to experiment with your own consciousness, then the Declaration of Independence isn't worth the hemp it was written on. We own our own consciousness. It is ours to modify as we see fit. No one can make that decision for us. And I will go so far as to say no one is bound to obey a law that forbids an experience within one's own consciousness. Period. And when we commune with these compounds, if we do choose to do so, they can open up vistas of creativity because they're really putting us in touch with the intuitive right brain. And then art can flourish from a communion with these sacraments. And music can flourish and flow from a communion with these entheogens. So it's one of the ways that we can use them to get really into deeper touch with the creative aspect of ourselves. The next grassroots solution for consciousness change is the power of positive thinking. It's one I often struggle with, as do many people who do research in this field. We have to keep a sense of humor. It's often difficult to do so, knowing the weight and the gravity of the situation and how deeply along we are in this, but it's extremely important to be able to look at it lightheartedly. It is also extremely important to see the glass as half full. Try to recognize that we are making small steps and small progresses in the right direction. Try to see the glass as half full as opposed to being half empty, and focus on the positive rather than the negative. Difficult. I struggle with this one myself. Understand that change is possible. Keep that focus in mind. Keep the eye on the prize, so to speak. Change is possible. And we need to not look at the asleep as the enemy. We need to look at the asleep as ones to be helped and healed. They're in a state of worldview illness, worldview poisoning. So we wouldn't go into a hospital and start spewing hatred out against a cancer patient. They're ill. They have a disease. They have an illness. They're sick. Just like people who are really shut down in consciousness, they really have an illness. They are at disease. They have worldview poisoning. And what they need is healing, not hatred or resentment. And again, it's one many of us struggle with, who are at a higher level of awareness, and we want to beat somebody up because they don't understand what we currently understand. It's our role to help them to come up in understanding, and oftentimes you'll encounter people that are completely resistant to it, and they're attached to their state of consciousness and attached to their egoic, self-centered worldview, and they want to stay in that state of disconnection. And it can be difficult, and we need to, work with them to the extent that we can, and if they are determined to stay in that modality of consciousness, perhaps it is better to allow them to do so and experience the negative outcome that will inevitably result from refusal to change and to ascend in consciousness. They will find out eventually, we all will in one form or another, what our level of consciousness is really going to create for us. No one really escapes the lesson. They can only delay it. So we need to help them to the extent that is within our capability, and then outside of the capability that you can affect, you need to know where the limitation lies and let certain individuals be where they are. That's a hard lesson to learn, extremely hard. So the final grassroots solution for consciousness change is to begin to reach out and teach others. And we can do this when we ourselves have reached a certain level of higher awareness, when we feel that we've grasped these concepts enough that we can begin to explain them in a way that others are capable of understanding, and in a way that they can use to improve their own life. And we should do this only when we reach what I call the 3 R's. The first of which is respect. We need to understand that the word respect is from Latin. It means re means again, and spectare means to look at. So it is to take another look. That's what respect really means, to look at again. And in this context, what I mean by respect is we have taken another look at ourselves first before we really go out and attempt to bring this information to others. We've come to a place of self-respect, self-examination. We've looked at ourselves. We've given ourselves a second look. We need to come to a place of remembrance. We have been dismembered in our past. We've all fallen in consciousness and had times when we have fallen from our higher selves and acted in ways that we're not proud of. But a true teacher is one who has remembered what the true self is. They have remembered themselves, brought all the pieces back together. And when they have become remembered, they have reminded themselves. They have re-enabled the proper worldview. They have re-enabled the proper operation of the mind, been reminded. And the third R is responsibility. To come to a true understanding of what responsibility is. And this does not mean the left brain, Western, monetary worldview of what responsibility is, having this much money or having this kind of a job and taking on all kinds of extracurricular activities, and that means we're a responsible person. That isn't what true responsibility is. True responsibility is responsibility. It is the ability to respond to the circumstances and the situations that we find ourselves in consciousness, because we are aware of what is going on within ourselves and in our surroundings, and therefore we have the ability to respond to anything that, in a proper way, in a balanced way, to any scenarios that might come up or might develop. That is what true responsibility is, and it is the understanding that, again, everything is connected. There is no separation between self and others, and every being's suffering is our own. There will be suffering here for as long as one being is suffering. That is how you know that you're in any kind of a condition of suffering. You ask the question, Is there even one other who suffers? And if the answer is yes, then you know that you're suffering because there's no separation between that other and yourself. That recognition is what real responsibility is founded upon. And when we have the 3 R's, we can give birth to the 3 C's through teaching. And this is helping conscience to be born into the world. Care. It's all about that 4-letter word, care. What we care about is the creator of our experience. And if we care to do the right thing, conscience is born within us. This is the second birth. This is to truly be born again, is to be born in conscience. And this comes from the Latin con, which means together, and scieo sciere, which means to know or to understand. So conscience is common sense. It is that which we all know together. To know together is to undergo conversion in this process of teaching ourselves, and we help others to undergo the process of conversion. So this word is similar to the word converse, to have a conversation or a conversion. This comes from the Latin words con, which means together, and versare, which means to change. So to undergo a conversion or to converse, to have a conversation, is to change together. To undergo a process of change together is to undergo conversion. And ultimately, it's about developing conviction. Conviction, or to become convinced of something. Not because you simply believe it because someone else has told it to you, but because you yourself have recognized it as such, as truth. The truth is told so as to be understood. It will be recognized as such. That is what the truth is ultimately about. Not belief. It is about gnosis. It is about the understanding of something from the direct experience of that thing. Because we ourselves have gone off onto the path and we have come to a place of conviction. We've become convinced of it because we ourselves have directly experienced that thing. And that means we have come to a place together of victory. Conviction comes from the Latin con, which means together, once again, and vincere, which means to win or to be victorious. So conviction, or to become convinced, is ultimately, it ultimately means that we have won together. We are victorious together. And that is what atonement is really about. It is to come back to oneness, to go home, so to speak. You go back to the place where we really came from. The place where there is no noise of thought, where there is no conflict, where there is no chaos, where there is order and harmony and peace. And that is a place that exists within. That is the kingdom of heaven, or the experience of divine consciousness, and it exists within us. And we can reach that place if we turn our volume of mind down and we reach the state of atonement. And that word comes from Latin as well. A means to depart from. Tonare means to make noise or to create noise. And mente means the mind, as we've seen. So atonement really means, if you break the word down, to depart from the making of noise with the mind, to depart from mental noise. It's how we unify the left and right brain hemispheres in this process of the chemical wedding that we've talked about, bringing the masculine and feminine energies together to a place of balance to create atonement, to put ourselves at one mind, understanding that we are all at one and there is only one consciousness here. That's what the ultimate goal of all of this is about, to experience true oneness. And that is what it is all about. Those are the grassroots solutions to help to elevate consciousness within ourselves and others, and that's what can get us out of this divide and this real mess that we've backed ourselves into, the corner that we've backed ourselves into. So those are the methods for change. If we put them into practice, a new world can be born into existence. And with that in mind, I'm going to go into the outro, which I call the New World Order. So it doesn't have to be the Dominator's New World Order, the Sorcerer's New World Order, the one that is depicted on the reverse seal of the dollar bill on the dollar bill, as it is used there. It doesn't have to be the pyramid of manipulation, of stone being erected in the image of the blade, controlled by a male dominator sorcerer who believes he is God and has the light and wants to dominate and control everything on the surface of the earth. It can be the positive New World Order, where we take that pyramid of manipulation down brick by brick, one changed consciousness at a time, to create the true great work, the bringing down of this light to earth and instilling it in the heart and minds of each individual here. That's what the true great work is. Henry David Thoreau said that things don't change, people do. The change comes from within. We decide to make the change internally, not because it is imposed upon us externally, but because we ourselves have recognized the necessity for consciousness change in our own awareness. And it's all a house of cards, this pyramid of manipulation, just as we saw in The Wizard of Oz, where a lowly small dog rolls back the curtain on the great grand Wizard of Oz and exposes him for a man, a simple man, a small, powerless, relatively powerless man that he is, that is just pressing buttons and pulling levers to create a giant illusion of control and power. But it's really all a house of cards. And once we recognize the house of cards for what it is, we stop holding it up and it will collapse under its own weight, because we're ultimately, again, our own enslavers. We are the sheep in the pen with the gate open, free to go out at any time, yet we stay in the pen because we're so used to being in there that we don't know what true independence and freedom looks like much anymore. So we'd rather stay where it's comfortable, in the hassle-free zone. But ultimately, the decision to go out of that pen and into the true world of freedom that awaits us is ours to make. It's a choice between love and fear. It's a choice between the red pill and the blue pill, as in the allegorical movie The Matrix. And we need to choose that based on our level of awareness and what we feel is right for us. Do we wish to awaken to that which is? Do we wish to live in harmony with the truth and live in harmony with the laws of nature, because we ourselves have recognized them as such? That's the choice that lies before us. And when we make that choice, we will see that change happen in the world. We will see that state of non-dualism come forward and flourish and flower in the world. We will see the bonds that hold this world in bondage, the chains, the links of the chain that hold this world in bondage, crumble and fall away. And there will be one world. There will be not one world government. There will be one world with no externally imposed government. There will be one world born into the new consciousness of freedom and the new consciousness of higher awareness and love energy, the polarity of love. That's what we can give birth to if we use our power of will, if we use our intelligence, our emotions, and our actions in a proper context to bring this new world into manifestation. And that is the true great work, and that is the true new world order that it is possible for us to create here. What we're seeing happen is an epigenetic evolution. Epi from Latin means, epi means to go beyond, and genetic, to go beyond our genetic programming. This is not a physical evolution. This is an evolution in the mind. It's an evolution in consciousness that is happening on this planet and on the individuals of this planet right now. We are undergoing consciousness evolution, epigenetic consciousness, epigenetic change. It's taking us beyond the limitations of our genetic programming and into the great cosmic consciousness that lies ahead for us. The great evolutionary process of unfoldment of consciousness to higher and higher levels of awareness. That's where the human future lies. And we can see that world. We can see that process coming into fruition. And if we go along with these changes and we don't reject these changes that are coming upon us, we can really, our lives can begin to flow effortlessly. And we can bring order and peace and harmony into manifestation in the real physical world. And this process is the process of awakening, the process of having an epiphany. This word comes also from Latin. Epi means to go beyond, and Phanes is a Greek god that was a solar god, the guardian of the gate of stars, the zodiacal band of stars. So just like we saw in the astrotheology section, he's a sun god. He's a god of gnosis and knowledge and information. And he stands as the guardian of the stargate. So to have an epiphany is to go beyond the god Phanes. It's to go through the stargate of cosmic consciousness to the true, undifferentiated void of consciousness that lies on the other side of that great divide that we experience as separation, and to come to a unified state of consciousness, a modality of consciousness known as non-duality, the understanding that we are one consciousness, experiencing itself in the physical world subjectively. And that is the vehicle for us to have experiences. The physical reality is not who we are. We are pure consciousness. We are infinite consciousness, experiencing itself here to come to know itself better. That's what the true epiphany is about. To go beyond the limitations of 5-sense worldly reality, to break down this negative, harmful, poisoned worldview that many of us are experiencing right now, and to really go into a state of whole-brained consciousness that is born of conscience, that comes from the heart, the polar energy of love, and to go through Phanes, to go beyond Phanes and go through the stargate of higher consciousness and cosmic illumination. That is what this process is ultimately all about. Martin Luther King said that cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because it is right. Powerful words from an enlightened man. Nelson Mandela made the statement that our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine. as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. And finally, the last quote, Mahatma Gandhi, the great teacher, said, simply, be the change that you want to see in the world, because the external reality that we perceive around us is actually a reflection of what is going on within. As above, so below. You change what's in here, and what's out here will follow. That's what it is all ultimately about. So I'd like to wrap up the entire presentation with 3 simple wishes, blessings, if you will. One from the Eastern world, one from the Western world, and one from the place in the middle, the heart. So this is a Buddhist blessing. It's a prayer often prayed by Buddhists, known as the metta prayer. This is the blessing from the East. May all beings everywhere be at peace. May the hearts of all beings everywhere remain open. May all beings everywhere awaken to the light of their true nature. May all beings everywhere be healed. May all beings everywhere be a source of healing for all others. May all beings everywhere be happy, and may all beings everywhere be free. From the West, I'm going to read a message from the Hopi elders. This is from the Hopi tribe of Arizona, Native American. You have been telling the people that this is the 11th hour. Now you must go back and tell them that this is the hour, and there are things to be considered. Where are you living? What are you doing? What are your relationships? Are you in right relation? Where is your water? Know your garden. It is time to speak your truth. Create your community. Be good to each other, and do not look outside yourself for the leader. This could be a great time. There is a river flowing now very fast. It is so great and swift that there are those who will be afraid. They will try to hold on to the shore. They will feel they are being torn apart, and they will suffer greatly. No, this river has its destination. The elders say we must let go of the shore. Push off into the middle of the river. Keep our eyes open and our heads above the water. See who is in there with you and celebrate. At this time in history, we are to take nothing personally, least of all ourselves. For the moment that we do, our spiritual growth and journey comes to a halt. The time of the lone wolf is over. Gather yourselves. Banish the word struggle from your attitude and your vocabulary. All that we do now must be done in a sacred manner and in celebration. We are the ones we have been waiting for. Extremely powerful message from the Hopi elders. And finally, I'd like to wrap up the entire presentation with a blessing from the middle. In my words, very simply put, as you prepare to go on this journey for yourself and go through the stargate of cosmic awareness, of higher levels of awareness and enlightenment, my wish for you is simply this. Have no fear. Be not confused. Lose control. See through the lies and deception. Find dominion within yourself. Fall in love. Know the truth. And the truth will set us all free. Go for it.
What we are going to be talking about today is, of course, solutions. and ongoing on the show. This is basically what we will be talking about from here on out, because we've really analyzed the problem. We've looked at mind control extensively over pretty much over a year period. We went into the methodologies of mind control. So we've really fleshed that out in vivid detail for people to understand what the technologies of the mind that are being used against us are. The in-depth knowledge of the human psyche that this controller class, this occult controlling class, has over the human population. Now we've been talking about how to get out of this mindset, how to get out of mind control. We looked at natural law as the first and overarching solution. Without an understanding of natural law, again, we are navigating blind. We need to understand how moral law functions. Secondly, we started looking into the trivium and quadrivium, and that's what we pretty much wrapped up last week with our interview with Jan Irvin and Bob Tuscan, and we talked about one of the important aspects of the trivium method, which is identification of logical fallacies. And again, this is so critical because it's a way of applying apophysis. We talked about apophysis, and we're going to talk about it again today a little bit when we get into the subject matter that we're going to explore today for worldview healing. But apophysis is removing the negatives so that we get to that which remains as the essence of a thing in order to know it. So it's obtaining knowledge by removing that which something is not. Identification through the negative, through looking at the negative, the opposite of what something is, the things that and qualities that something is not, in order to understand that which it is. This is the process called apophatic inquiry, and we looked at that pretty extensively when we were analyzing natural law, its principles and its manifestations. So apophysis is going to be revisited here today on this show as well, when we start to talk about the tangible grassroots solutions, of which worldview healing is the very first. So I call this entire section, and in my presentation and talks, I generally called this the way out. The way out. There is a way out of the situation that we're in. That is called the human condition. And we can create a new human condition, something that is extremely better than the conditions that we are living in now. We simply have to know that that is possible, and then take the necessary steps, because yes, there are requirements for doing that, for moving into a more positive future, and then we have to actually take action based on what we know and based on what we understand is required to make that great change happen. So, yes, there is a way out. That's number one. And that's the first slide, is a picture of a man and woman holding hands and walking through a stargate of sorts. A nice symbolic painting there that I used for the slide in my presentation in the section called The Way Out. So if we look at slide number 2, image number 2 on the radio show page, we will see there the grassroots solutions for change as I see them and as I have outlined them. Of course, there can be many others. These aren't, this isn't a definitive list by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a good start. 10 very specific and implementable methods for creating change in our lives. These are things that can be done. They're not pipe dreams. They're not impossibilities. They are all possible. So I'm going to just read the list. We're not going to be getting into all of these today. Probably one show will be dedicated to each one of these, if not more than one show. So here they are, the grassroots solutions for real and positive change in our world. Healing our worldview, which is what we're going to talk about on the show today. That's number 1. 2, a change in the quality of our attention. What do we pay attention to? Who do we listen to? What kind of information do we take into ourselves? Number 3, developing true present moment awareness. We're going to touch on this today, but we'll do an entire show about what true present moment awareness is and how to acquire it. Number 4, changing our diet, getting onto the right nutrients, the right foods, and the right mental food. That's part of changing the quality of our attention. It goes hand in hand with the change in diet. Very much still within our control. The dominators are trying to take that modicum of control away from us, but right now we still have a lot of control over what we eat. Okay? If we have the necessary information in hand. Okay, number 5, detachment from the monetary system. That's a very difficult one on this list, but to a certain extent it is plausible. It is doable. We are capable of contracting ourselves away from the monetary system and its influence over our lives, but most of all, the influence that it holds over our minds. So we'll be getting into that. Number 6, the non-support of dominators, one of the most important solutions. Again, also having to do with the way that we see things and the way that we see people's playing certain roles in society. And whether we accept that as just the way things are, or if we understand certain roles as fundamentally immoral. And we speak.
Show in America. Weekdays at 9 p.m. Central on Oracle Broadcasting.
Welcome back. You're listening to What on Earth is Happening here on Oracle Broadcasting. I'm your host, Mark Passio. My website, whatonearthishappening.com. We were listing the methods for creating real and positive change in our world. We were on, I believe, number 6, which was the non-support of dominators. And we'll be getting into this on a future show on how to approach discussing the issues that we've been talking about in regards to morality with people who are in positions that basically are based on violence and immorality, to help them decide to get out of that way of being in the world and to start taking up right livelihood, as they refer to it in Buddhist tradition. So number 7 is to develop true mindfulness, becoming the watcher of our own actions. And this is where meditation comes in and contemplation comes in very, very handy in understanding what is true mindfulness and how do we develop it. Number 8, the use of entheogens in a conscious context. Very critical, that caveat, in a conscious context. Entheogens are otherwise known as psychedelics. This is a traditional methodology of shamanism, which we're going to be talking about today a little bit, shamanism. And these substances are not toys, they're not jokes, they're not things to be played around with. But if they are used in a conscious context for the purpose of consciousness expansion, they can act as guides and they can act as teachers for us to develop a higher state of awareness. Now, number 9 is the power of positive thinking and remaining in a positive thought modality. And this is one I struggle with the most on this list myself. This is something I continually have to attempt to practice and not fall into extreme negative thinking because of the level of darkness that we are currently ensconced in. And it's not funny, it's not a joke, it's quite sad, as a matter of fact, when you see how devastated the consciousness of the people of this planet really is, collectively and on an individual level. But this is something I do know that needs to be practiced, and I attempt to do this as much as I possibly can and try to resist the temptation to fall into negative modes of thought, because really that's pretty much wasted energy. Now, I do understand that that is what needs to be done. Do I struggle with it? I always struggle with it. So that's probably my most difficult one on this list personally. The 10th and final one is once we have the picture, once we have acquired the big picture of what is taking place around us, and we do understand what the solutions are, we have a responsibility to speak that information and carry that information forward so that others may also partake of it. So we have a responsibility to assist in the awakening of others. And people will say, well, that's not your responsibility. Nonsense. New Agers will sometimes make that claim. It is the responsibility of the awoken to help wake up other people. And people will say, well, sometimes people don't want the information. And I've also refuted and disagreed with that. They will say that they don't want this information. But if you truly understand that this information is the only thing that can alleviate suffering, it is that which alleviates suffering in our lives. And the individual you're talking to will say to you, will answer the question, do you wish to continue to suffer? Do you wish to continue to live in a world that is going down a path of suffering ever deeper and into more deeper and fuller expressions of suffering? That person will inevitably always answer the question, absolutely not. I do not want to suffer. I don't want to experience harm and suffering. That very answer implies that they do want this information, whether they will consciously tell you that they don't want it or not. So, in other words, they're lying to themselves when they say, I don't want to hear that, I don't want to understand that, I don't want to know about that. And we're going to talk about this concept of lying to the self today when we talk about initiation. So these are the 10 basic methodologies for creating real, lasting, and positive change in our lives and in the world at large. So the first thing that we're going to talk about today, what this show is going to be about, is worldview healing. And I've depicted this as a tree with rays of light coming through it. The tree of life, you could call it. Okay? The original tree of knowledge. Okay? This represents life and power and the life-giving essence of the sun, which you see the rays coming through and bathing the tree in its brilliance. Okay? So it's a great image for the healing of worldview, because this is what we have to turn ourselves into, a tree of knowledge and a tree of life. And what the traditional method of worldview healing has generally been called throughout time is shamanism. Okay? Shamans are way seers. The word shaman actually means one who sees in the dark. I would give an even better definition for what a shaman is than even one who can see in the dark. I would say it's one who can see through the darkness to the light. And as such, he is one who sees in dark times. When the rest of the consciousness has gone dark, the shaman is still light. And he can see through the darkness so that he can help to assist in guiding his people, who he recognizes as one with himself, out of that place of darkness and to the light. So a shaman isn't necessarily tied to a specific set of techniques. Shamanism is techniques that are used toward worldview healing as a whole. That's what the whole branch of healing called shamanism is. And those methods could differ depending on time, place, and circumstance. So to say that someone can be a shaman in the modern world and not employ techniques that may have been used in the ancient world by shamans is accurate. I mean, shamans don't necessarily have to use the techniques that have been used of old, what we would call classical shamans, okay, or maybe paleo shamans. There's a concept called a neo-shaman, okay, which is a shaman of the modern world, and I would consider myself a shaman. And I don't think that's an egotistical claim to make. It happens to be that I am able to see through the deceptions and lies of the dominator culture that is currently ruling this world under the paradigm of beliefs that people hold, that keep it there, that keep this domination system in effect. I can see through that darkness and to the light, to the truth. And I am acting in the capacity to be a way shower for others so that they can make that shift in consciousness and that shift in paradigm so that they can usher a new and positive world into being. So that's all shamanism really is. It is methods for worldview healing, techniques. And a shaman is someone who knows how to employ those techniques. He knows what they are, and he knows how to use them. So, some people make shamanism as something so much more mystical than it actually really is. But the key thing that makes somebody a shaman is they're taking action based on their knowledge. Just knowing it does not make one a shaman. Doing it does. And assisting others to bring that knowledge into themselves and to start to become.
And 12608. See what our powder, seeds, and oil can do for you at hempusa.org.
Welcome back, everyone. This is What on Earth is Happening. I'm your host, Mark Passio. We're talking about worldview healing on the show today as the first grassroots solution for creating real and lasting and positive change in our world. And this is very much an internal process, something that really needs to be done on a one-to-one basis. We have to do this with ourselves. It's an inward journey that is made to create worldview healing. Yes, there can be guides like shamans along the way, but ultimately this is work that each one of us does for ourselves. So slide number 4 showed a generalized image of a shaman as depicted perhaps in the Native American culture, and I described it as being one who can see through the darkness so that he can lead his people in dark times to the light. Image number 5 in the slides on the radio show page of whatonearthishappening.com brings up the concept of initiation. And this is what worldview healing really is. It is the very beginning of the journey in consciousness. This is the classical methods of initiation as given by some of the most ancient mystery school traditions. Okay? Initiation means beginning. And as I've said, the occultists, the dark occultists that I happen to fall in league with and work with in the past had a name for the people that they considered completely unconscious. And it was not the lower level occultists, the lower level dark occultists that used this term. They generally referred to people who were unconscious and not doing anything as the dead. And I've said that many times on this show before, a horrible phrase to call living beings. But that is what lower level dark occultists generally refer to the normal population as, the dead. The higher level occultists do not usually use that term, at least in the circles I was in. They used a more cryptic term that I didn't understand what it meant for many years after I heard it spoken and was left in a confused state when I heard it. They called people the unbegun. I've heard this many times in dark occult circles used to represent people who have not even started looking at any information that can get them out of the level of mind control that they are under. And that means one who has not started, the unbegun, one who has not gone through the process of beginning. They have not been initiated into a higher level of awareness or consciousness. So I understand the term now in hindsight. When it was said to me at first, I was like, unbegun, what is this person talking about? But now I understand it. they're saying they're completely uninitiated. They have no idea the esoteric knowledge that we possess and that we're really ruling them through because we're using it as a tactical power differential advantage over people without that knowledge. So what is the process of initiation traditionally? It involves 5 basic steps. And of course, yes, this corresponds to the elements and spirit put together. The 4 physical elements and then the spirit. The traditional 5 points of the star, so to speak. Okay? Here they are, in no particular order. Now, some people will label these and give them an order. You have to work on all of these simultaneously. Okay? There is no specific order to say, do this first, then do this, then do this. These are things that you do all at the same time. While you're doing others, you work on the one specific one. Okay? Stop lying. Stop lying. And this is a hard one for most people. For me, this one hasn't been that difficult. Because when I encountered information to the contrary of what I previously thought, yes, it would take me a little bit of time to integrate it and to let go of the old, but I was generally able to do that quite smoothly. Did I have to say over and over again, I was wrong about that, I was wrong about that, constantly? And I still find things that I'm wrong about and have to admit it. When new information comes to light to show me that I'm wrong about something, then you have to be willing to say, I no longer think that that is accurate or true. I've come into some new information that has disproven this old information, and I'm going to go where the truth leads. If you continue to hold on to the old information and tell yourself that it's true even in light of that new information, you're lying to yourself. And that's the key thing here. When we say stop lying, what it implies most of all is stop lying to yourself, especially to yourself. And most people can't get past that one. They keep telling themselves that things are a way that they are not, even when they can see that they're not the way that they claim that they are. They don't want to believe the truth. They don't want to accept the truth, really. That's what it really comes down to. It has nothing to do with belief. Because truth doesn't need to be believed. It needs to be discovered and known. The second step of initiation is to stop dreaming. And all of these have to do with worldview healing. Okay, this is a process, an overarching process for the healing of worldview, is becoming initiated into knowledge. Stop dreaming. And this doesn't mean stop thinking about a positive future that could be if we do certain things. It doesn't mean stop believing in yourself. It doesn't mean stop using the imagination. Do not think it means that. That this is not what this is referring to. It means stop believing that things are a certain way when there is evidence to support the fact that they are not that way. Okay? Cognitive dissonance is what I call this. This is what has to be cut out. Cognitive dissonance is what we really need to stop. Get out of the psychological condition of cognitive dissonance, holding 2 contradictory thoughts in your mind simultaneously, when clearly you can see evidence to the contrary of the original belief system that you're holding. That's why you're in a trance or in a dream state, as most people are. The third step of initiation is learning how to think. Not what to think, but how to arrive at truth. How to think critically. And we looked at this over the last several weeks about the trivium and quadrivium methods. Okay? This is the process of how to think. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric, or knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. Information input, processing, and output. It's a methodology for how to think, how to accurately arrive at information processing and coming to accurate conclusions regarding that information, or in other words, how to arrive at the truth of any given subject. 4 is live in the present moment. And again, one of the solutions I proposed in my list of 10 grassroots solutions was developing true present moment awareness. This is something we're going to get into in future weeks here on this show. And then 5, activate the physical body. The body is the temple of the spirit. It is the vehicle for the spirit's inhabitation of the material realm. So it is not to be neglected. It is not to be hated. It is not to be shunned or not paid attention to or not cared for. The body is just as important as the mind. They go hand in hand. There is a mind-body-spirit connection. And the body plays a critical role in that trinity, as we're going to see today. So it's not to be neglected. It is to be cared for. It is to be respected. It is a temple, a living temple, inhabited by the Spirit. So what we put into the body is of critical import. And we're going to be talking about what we should be putting into our body. We talked a lot about all the poisons in food, the pharmaceuticals that people put into their body, the artificial ingredients in food, the pesticides, chemical pesticides, food additives. We talked about, the depletion in the nutrients of soil, the way factory farming depletes our food of nutrient density. On the shows that we did about food, the dangers.
With your host, Jimmy X.
Sundays at noon on the Oracle Broadcasting Network.
Okay, everyone, we're back. This is What on Earth is Happening. The show is live every Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. East Coast time. I'm your host, Mark Passio. My website, whatonearthishappening.com. We were talking about initiation in the last segment as a technique for worldview healing. Now we're going to talk about worldview healing itself and what this really means, what needs to be done to accomplish worldview healing. What is a sick worldview? What is a healthy worldview? We're on slide number 6 now for those who are following along in the images with the podcast, or perhaps if you're following along live on the images for today's show underneath the player at the radio page of whatonearthishappening.com. Image number 6 shows a chart of what worldview healing is all about. The middle of this chart is labeled worldview aspect. So what a worldview is just what it says. It's the way we view the world. It's the way we view ourselves and our relationship to others in the world. And it's the way I guess you could say it's the axiomatic view that we have of the world. An axiom is a fundamental underlying way of seeing something that we build everything else upon. It's a foundational view, a foundational vantage point. Okay, that's what you could call an axiom. So axiomatically, if we hold a very poisoned view of our world and our relationship to the people in it, our experience is going to become poisoned, because that which is above is like to that which is below. The correspondence principle is in effect. So if our thoughts are dark, if our emotions are dark and poisoned and slanted toward the negative, that's going to color our own behaviors. And if that is done repeatedly on a quantum level, that effect builds up and builds up and builds up. And eventually, the world is going to be a dark, harmful, nasty, uncomfortable place to live, which it is rapidly becoming. Freedom is going to be taken away. There's going to be very little love or joy. People are going to just loathe being here at all, which already many do, because of the worldview that is held by so many, which is completely dark and poisoned. And this is what the dark occultists want, because they feed on this negative energy, and their masters feed on this negative energy. They want people in a sick, poisoned worldview. That's what is creating the chaos that they manage so that they can come out on top, and that we give our energy to them for being the savior and solving these chaotic problems, as we talked about with chaos sorcery, problem, reaction, solution dynamics. What is a poisoned worldview? What is a healthy one? Well, there's three basic aspects of worldview. And the three aspects of worldview are our view of human nature, our view of our own value, the value of the individual. And this isn't just the self, it's the value of each individual in the world. Every living being that dwells here. And finally, the third aspect of worldview is what is our view of the possibility for change? Do we think things can change? Or do we think it eternally must be this way because it has been this way for so long? The views that we hold in our mind about these three aspects largely determine what happens both in our lives and in the world at large, depending on how many people hold a specific belief about these worldview aspects. So the first is human nature. We've talked about this on past shows. A lot of people see human nature as fundamentally damaged or flawed. This concept of original sin in religion, which is something we're going to be talking a lot about religion later on in the show. Do we see human nature as fundamentally flawed, that people are just inherently evil, and that's why what's going on in the world is the way that it is? Well, I would suggest that's an extremely poisoned way of looking at the world and looking at the people in this world. They don't call it the human condition for nothing. It has nothing to, the world being the way that it is does not have to do with human nature. It has to do with the conditions that we have allowed to be built up around us through erroneous beliefs, or in other words, through religion. Thoughts that ultimately hold us back. Beliefs that hold us back. Because they are just that. They are beliefs. They are not, it's not knowledge that came to us as a result of seeking truth, the desire to seek truth. So, if our worldview of human nature, our view of human nature, this one first aspect of worldview, claims that human nature is just completely flawed and dark, and people are just born bad, they're bad seeds, and they're always going to be like this, our behaviors are going to reflect that belief. And we're not going to really work to try to make anything better because we're convinced that it is a certain way by nature itself. Nature did not make man the way that man is right now. A newborn baby doesn't come into the world inherently flawed or evil. And yes, you could talk about genetic psychopathy, and we do on this show, and that is a caveat to the discussion of human nature. That is a genetic condition. It is a problem within, it's a genetic condition within the genome of our species, such that a very small amount of people are born with a disconnect between the neocortex and the limbic brain, which makes a normal range of human emotions impossible for about 1%, maybe slightly more than that, of the human population. But that is not what is creating our entire human condition, that small, tiny 1%. Yes, psychopaths grow up and they try to basically influence the world such that they get what they want, and they don't care about the result of what they do to other people. But the problem is that they get people to believe in an erroneous worldview. They get them to believe in religions. They get them to believe in things that do not exist, never have existed, and never will exist, which we're going to talk about on this show today. Total illusions that do not exist that people believe in as a religion with their entire being and don't want to let go of. They don't want to admit that they were wrong about those things. They don't want to stop lying to themselves. One of the things we need to stop lying to ourselves about is that all of human nature is just fundamentally flawed and people are just bad, and that they need to be controlled in order to ever act good. What we need to do is shed erroneous ways of thinking, shed falsities, see through logical fallacies, and understand what the truth actually is. And the truth is that generally, human nature is essentially fundamentally good. We have to understand that conditions in place influence people much more so than anything they inherently possess and come into the world with. Somebody who may come in with a small amount of talent, who is born into an extremely poor area and no money is available for ever even funding any kind of artistic talent or musical talent, might not ever really develop those innate qualities because of the conditions they come into the world embroiled in. Conditions play a much bigger role than any inherent.
Science.com today.
Does ordinary talk radio give you the blahs?
Blah, blah, blah.
This ain't your daddy's talk radio. OracleBroadcasting.com.
Welcome back, everyone. This is What on Earth is Happening. Today on the show, we're talking about worldview healing as the first grassroots solution for positive change in our world. We were looking at image number 6 on the whatonearthishappening.com website on the radio show page. And we have here a chart of worldview healing showing the worldview aspect and then what a poisoned worldview or a healed worldview looks like. We were talking about our view of human nature as the first worldview aspect. And I was taking the position that it is largely conditions that determine how people react and behave. If we have conditions of manufactured lack and artificial scarcity, people are going to be living in an R-complex mode behavior because they're going to be on survival mode. And that prevents a higher level of awareness and consciousness. If, however, we create an environment of abundance where there isn't this suppression of advanced technologies that could take care of our energy needs, there isn't this manufactured lack paradigm based on money and differential of haves and have-nots, and we realize there is enough. We are already living in abundance, but these resources are just completely controlled due to the belief in money more than anything else, and authority. Two religions we're going to talk about later. If we pulled down that entire paradigm of scarcity and manufactured lack and fear, and we put in conditions that reflect nature itself, which is inherently abundant, the human mind and behavior would change in rapid order. So that's what we have to understand is much more prevalent and deterministic of the the actual manifestations that play out in our world than is any thought about human nature. People generally want to get along, not bother anybody else, and live their lives. That's what human nature really is. It's not something that's inherently nasty or evil or completely flawed from the onset, like this notion of original sin contends. So that's how we have to shift this worldview aspect. Our view of human nature has to go from God created us inherently flawed to human beings are generally good, but conditions are something we really need to understand and have a look at to understand how they affect human behavior. The second worldview aspect is our view of the value of the individual. And this is extremely important because what everybody seems to think they're worth determines how they behave, especially toward others. The kind of respect that is shown to maybe a psychopathic billionaire versus somebody on the street who may be out of a job, not, able to even have a house, and might be an extremely wise person, but they might be living,
to the members stream that allows you to listen to all of the great shows from Oracle Broadcasting in 128K stereo CD audio quality. To find out more, go to oraclebroadcasting.com. And thank you for listening to the Oracle Broadcasting Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone. This is What on Earth is Happening. I'm your host, Mark Passio. We were talking about our view of what the value of the individual is as a part of worldview healing. How does this need to be fundamentally shifted and transformed? Do we really respect individual rights and sovereignty? How do we look at people's worth? Is it based on how much money he or she may have? Is it based on the size of their bank account, the size of their house, the quality of their clothes, the kind of car they drive, the kind of social circles they hang out in? All of these are illusory. All of these are ephemeral and transitory. It has nothing to do with who a person really is inside. Whether they are a moral being, whether they have respect for other people, whether they treat people with basic dignities and respect their natural law rights, their inherent natural law rights that are God-given rights. Our view of the value of the individual needs to shift away from seeing them as a number and seeing them as being worth however much money they may have, to understand toward the view that understands that the value of the individual is infinite and can have no number placed upon it, because that being is here as a result of the dynamic living intelligence of the Creator itself. And as such, no limit can be placed upon that individual's value. That is how we heal the worldview aspect of what we consider the value of the individual to be. And that's very difficult for most people to do because they've been so conditioned and trained. So conditioned and trained to think that money is the only measure of value in this world because it's their religion. As we will see, money is their religion. Most of the people of this world worship money. That's their God. Their God isn't the God of creation. Their God is money. And that's what determines their entire belief and value system. So the third worldview aspect is to heal our view of the possibility for positive change. Most people will say, yeah, I understand that what you're saying is true, and I just don't think anything can be done about it. There's nothing I can do about it. That's just how the world is. I hear this all the time. That's how the world is. Powerlessness is in that kind of speech. There's no power there. That's somebody who's saying it's always been like this, it is this way now, it's always going to be like this. And that's not the case, because we already looked at the determining factors of manifestation called natural law. The natural law principles and the natural law expressions determine what happens in our lives based upon ultimately our choices. But yes, there is the laws of cause and effect. Based upon what we choose, certain things will manifest. And it works like that flawlessly all the time. We choose fear, we'll have a manifestation that is governed by fear. We choose love, we'll have a manifestation that is governed by love. Natural law is always in effect, always working flawlessly. But that does not mean that we cannot begin to choose different and therefore create a difference in the manifestation. It doesn't mean we can't create powerful, positive change for the better by changing the quality of our thoughts and our decision-making process. Therefore, we're changing our actions, our behaviors, and if enough people do that, the external manifestation will change. For more information on how that works, go back and listen to the natural law section of this podcast, which we covered for probably a good 10 weeks on this show. So that's how we heal our worldview, by fundamentally shifting the way we think about these three concepts: human nature, the value of the individual, and the possibility for positive change. And yes, it is that simple. There's not really that much more to it. I'd recommend a couple of good movies about this. If you're into allegorical fiction, okay, our view of the value of human nature, I can't recommend any movie more highly, and I've said it in the past on this show, than the movie Trading Places, that was directed by, or produced, I should say, by Aaron Russo, who sadly died a few years back, is no longer with us, but he's certainly here in spirit, and he lives on through the great documentaries that he made, as well as the movie Trading Places, which is one of my favorite movies of all time, because it demonstrates exactly what I've been saying. People should watch it if they haven't seen it, or if you have seen it, watch it again with new eyes and understand that this is these old men in the stock exchange arguing about human nature, and they make this bet that they can take one of them bets that he could take one person and turn him in, who's good and has a great life, you know, and is a stockbroker, and turn him into a criminal, and simultaneously take a bum off the street and turn him into a successful businessman. And he proves his point, you know, that conditions largely determine how a person will behave. Not every person. Some people are more highly polarized toward a true north in the sense of morality. They have an active moral compass, and even the conditions that surround them won't make them degenerate into behaving like an animal. That's what a stellar man is. So that's a movie I think highly illuminates this talk of human nature versus nurture. And Aaron Russo knew more than he even let on. You could tell this man was initiated by what he understands and puts forward in his movies and in his documentaries.
regarding the possibility for change, I'd recommend the movie A Beautiful Mind and the value of the individual. This is about John Nash and his equilibrium theory in mathematics.
Mike Chambers, join me live weekdays for Mike Chambers Live from 11 to 3 p.m. Central Time here on the Oracle Broadcasting Network.
Welcome back, everyone. This is What on Earth is Happening. I'm your host, Mark Passio. My website, whatonearthishappening.com. We pretty much just wrapped up the section talking about the methods of worldview healing. And what I'm going to get into now deals with worldview healing. But if people can really understand what I'm about to lay out, it's going to be so powerful to understand how the manipulations of the dark occult priest class have been carried out over thousands of years in this world. And the deception is threefold. It's always threefold. There's a holy trinity and an unholy trinity, as we're going to be seeing. Okay? And ultimately, the deception that they are carrying out is based upon religion. But it's not what people consider religions with an S, the world religions. Okay, we talked about world religions in the past as all having a fundamental astro-theological basis, while simultaneously containing seeds of truth that most people miss because they're so concerned with the exoteric cover story told about these religions. So they have to get past that and understand the esoteric meaning of some of these cover stories so that they can get at the seed of truth that lies within. We'll get to that in a moment. But what I want to reemphasize is a slide that I showed back at the very early stages of this radio show and podcast about the body-mind-spirit connection. This is image number 7 on the, if you're following along in the slides, where I put a basic chart of spirit, mind, and body in that order. As you could see, spirit is at the top. You could look at this as the highest fundamental aspect of life in general. And then body is on the bottom because it's dense, it's three-dimensional, it exists in the physical plane. So I labeled body the yang or the masculine aspect of this, which reaches up toward the spirit. And I labeled spirit the sacred feminine or yin aspect of this, which comes down to meet the body on in the plane of mind, which is in the middle. It's this middle ground or this middle space. Every single problem that exists in this world, okay? Now you could leave naturally occurring issues out of this. Earthquakes, hurricanes, tidal waves. Some people would argue that's even connected with this because the earth is a consciousness itself, and it may be responding to the type of consciousness the people upon it have and are injecting into the earth's morphogenetic field, okay, which can maybe arguably create certain conditions in the natural world. But let's leave natural disasters out of this for a moment, okay, and talk about man-made problems. Things that are created by man that cause suffering in the world all start at the level of mind. Therefore, all solutions that are ultimately effective toward eliminating and alleviating suffering must have to do with the change in mind. And a change in mind is not really possible unless you know how the mind functions, unless you have knowledge of the human psyche and how it works, which is essentially knowledge of psychology, the psyche, the knowledge of the psyche. And as I've said many times, that's what the occult world is.
and always has been. It is ancient knowledge about how the human psyche functions. And if you can amass that and hoard it and keep it sequestered from a number of people, you will always have a power differential advantage over them, because you know more about how the mind functions, and therefore you can easily create deceptions and manipulate people at the level of mind. If you just try to rule them out right at the level of body, they're going to know that they are slaves and that they are under direct control, and eventually, in short order, rebel against that physical control. Spirit, you're not going to rule anybody at the level of spirit, because spirit is undifferentiated oneness that cannot be controlled. And ultimately that's what we are, but we have so many blinders on and so many levels of veils and deceptions and things that we believe in that are completely erroneous and illusory, that spirit, that spiritual essence of ourselves is not showing through. We have spiritual blind spots everywhere as a species. The dominators, the dark occultists of this world, always have to control the mind of the people. And that's why we spent over a year talking about mind control techniques on this show, to expose what their techniques are. Now we're going to talk about how do you shift your worldview to understand that you are under mind control, and therefore develop a desire to get out of that fundamental mind control. Most people don't think that they're under mind control. Most people don't think that they have a religion. Even if they claim, oh, I don't have a religion, okay, I'm not a religious person. They have a religion. Because there are two universal world religions, and they are both owned and controlled by the dark occult priest class. Because what all of the ways that hold this world back and keep it in a vibratory prison of low consciousness and lies and deception is religion. And I don't mean the world religions. Yes, there's a small function in that and a waning function in the realm of the world of mind control. It still plays a role. It's not as powerful as it once was. World religion was the direct method of mind control of the old world order. Now, this is not a function that is as favored to control the minds of people. Because one, it's very fractured and there's many world religions. And I have a picture in slide number 8 of the 3 big world religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And on the right-hand side, in image number 8, I show that religion comes from the Latin word religare. And yes, it does come from this word. I'm so sick of the arguments against this. This is where the word religion comes from, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it does not come from legere, which means to read. It's not religion. Okay, that's not what the word religion is. It's with an I. It comes from ligeo, ligere. Ligare, I should say, which means to tie. So religare, putting re, the prefix re, in front of ligare means to tie back, because re is back or again. Religare means to hold back, to bind. And that is where the word religion comes from, the Latin word for binding. Because it is occult, magical binding. Or if you prefer to not use the term magical in place of, dark magic, it's sorcery binding, you could call it. Dark magical binding. That is where the word religion comes from. It means to thwart or to hold back, to tie back, to bind. So that forward
Effect advanced filtration system hooks directly to your faucet for pure drinking water on demand. Remove fluoride and revitalize your water at pureeffectfilters.com or click on the banner right at truthfrequencyradio.com for more details. And don't forget to tell them Chris Geo sent you for the latest special offers.
Welcome back, everyone. Going to continue to power through this information because we only have a couple of segments left. I probably won't be able to get to any calls today, so let's hopefully next week I'll be able to take some calls on air. Religion is what we're talking about, and I'm getting ready to lay out what we really need to pull back from, which is all of the world universal religions. And I'm not talking about Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, etc. I'm talking about the real universal religions that, regardless of what anyone claims is their religion, meaning in the exoteric sense, what religion do you subscribe to as it's traditionally used, overarching belief systems that is based on falsity and things that do not exist, never have existed, and never will exist, that everyone largely in the world believes in, and will rather die than stop believing in them. Easily, given the choice, they will choose death rather than to abandon the religion of the two things I'm going to explain to you today as the two universal world religions. So, religion is there to hold us back. And what is it there to hold us back from? Well, slide number 9 shows this. It's there to hold us back from the truth. Religion is this outer layer placed around the esoteric traditions and the truth to hold us back from getting into that inner circle where we can then have access toward the methods of understanding for the truth which lies at the very center of the mandala. And this is done through exoteric stories. Exoteric means intended for or likely to be understood by the general public, current or popular among the general public, relating to the outside world, from the Greek exoterikos, meaning outer or outside. It is the outside shell that is erected around the truth as a barrier. Also around the esoteric traditions, because they have access in the inner circle to the truth. Esoteric means intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with specialized knowledge or interest, from the Greek esoterikos, meaning within or into. In the New Testament, it is said, according to the words of Jesus, that the kingdom of God is within. We must go within to ourselves, change our worldview so that we can develop the mindset of the kingdom. That is where it lives and breathes. And we're not going to get to that by simply accepting exoteric cover stories based on astro-theological bases. Okay? We have to go through the mystical traditions and even past that to get to the hardcore, the bullseye of truth, as I have called it. And ultimately what that's all about is the self. And religionists will go wild with that statement and say, oh, it's not about learning about the self. That's how you get out of mind control, by studying the psyche, by understanding how the psyche works and functions, and what all of the manifestations of our thoughts are, what all of our desires are about, what underlies our fundamental behaviors and our motivations, etc. And that's what the dark occultists know like the back of their hand, and most people have never looked into for a fleeting moment in their entire lives. And that's why they are under mind control. And that's why they're controlled by people who are chess masters in this game and are always going to be the master for as long as people refuse to look at the components and methods by which the human psyche works. They're always going to have that tactical advantage over us until we go within and learn about the self. And that's what the Holy Trinity is actually all about. See, the exoteric cover story says that it's about these external deities or entities that aren't part of us. In the Christian exoteric tradition, it's the Trinity of the Father, Son, and Spirit. Okay? Naturally, the sacred feminine or mother is left out of that equation for a very good reason, because it's all about what we care about. Okay? People don't relate this to us because they've been put onto the notion that this is outside of the self, the Trinity. Image 10 shows what the real Trinity is about. We looked at this practically on day 1 of this show. The mind-body-spirit connection, our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, the 3 aspects of consciousness. Thoughts originating in the mind, the creator of our experience, hence the creative principle, or the father of what we create. Our emotions, an inward quality that work within us, the spirit in which we do things, hence the spiritual aspect of ourselves. This is the feminine or inward principle. It is the mother, the sacred feminine, the nurturer, which we have to develop care and the emotional intelligence and the emotional qualities to give birth to desire to get out of this mess that we're in consciousness. And finally, our actions, which is the byproduct of our thoughts and emotions, or in other words, the child of our thoughts and emotions, the father and mother. And it's a male child because actions are what we do external to the self. We take actions in the world in which we live. It's not an inward process, it's an outward process. So this is the masculine principle, or the sacred child who is male, or the son. Now, the dark occultists know this, and they've done a great job hiding this from people, this Trinity. And hand in hand with hiding this true Trinity from us with the exoteric cover story provided by world religions, which always have a Trinity figure in it, holding people back from the real knowledge of what the real Trinity is, okay? We have their methodologies for control, which is the unholy Trinity, as I call it. And this is image number 11. And if you really understand this chart, something so powerful will be opened in your mind. If you really understand the depth of mind control and how much wool has been pulled over our eyes, so to speak, how much we are hoodwinked, that every aspect of our lives is a deception and a lie, just about what we are living in, this matrix of control. There is a father, a mother, and a child in the unholy Trinity as well. One is the basis of the old world order. One is the mother that is going to give birth to the new world order, the basis for the new world order, and one is the new world order itself. And I don't mean the positive new world order that we're trying to create change toward making happen in our lives, meaning a world of truth, love, peace, freedom, prosperity, etc. I'm talking about this dark new world order that these dark occultists want to see come into fruition, which is a world of tyranny and enslavement. All of these things that I'm getting ready to talk about are all mind control, and they are all religions. All of them are religions, meaning things that hold us back from the truth. Now, the first, of course, is the Father, the architect of the entire matrix, the controller of all of it, the puppet master. It's the priest class through which the dark occultists work, and that is religion. They are religious individuals. They have a religion. And as I've told you, I've explained what their religion is in the section on Satanism. I believe that was podcast number 71, if I'm not mistaken. If you go back and listen to that, that's what their religion is. I expose what this religion is, what its tenets are, what it is all about. I gave you books on it. I gave you articles on it. I gave you applications that they make people fill out with psychological profiling. I was a part of that religion, and I'm telling you, they call it the old religion. That is their name for it. They don't call it what you do or what I explain it to people as. They don't call it Luciferianism or Satanism when you get into the people in the higher up aspects of this. They call it the old religion. That is their name.
Else for your organization or business? Liberty Stickers makes them. Go to libertystickers.com to order or call 877-873-9626. libertystickers.com, the world's most dangerous stickers.
Come explore the human stargate and what lies beyond. Walk the rebel path. Sundays.
All right, folks, let's jump right back into this. This is the last segment for this edition of What on Earth is Happening. We're talking about this concept that I refer to as the unholy trinity. It is the basis for all forms of control over consciousness, thought control, emotional control, and bodily control. The control of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We're talking about religion as the father of this trinity. It is the basis for thought control. And I'm not talking about just world religions. I am talking about the concept of religion, meaning to hold back, to thwart from forward progress, to tie back, or to bind. That is what I'm referring to when I talk about religion here in all capital letters. Okay? It is the basis for mind control, for thought control, because it is the perpetuation of ignorance, keeping people in a state of not knowing the truth. That's what it is. That's what it's holding us back from. In the meaning of the word, it holds back from truth. Okay? It is based upon belief or dogmatic belief systems, unquestioned beliefs, not for the search for truth. That's not what religion is based upon. Ultimately, this father aspect of this trinity is controlled by a dark occult priest class that are satanic, that are Luciferian. Okay? They are the ultimate deceivers, the puppet masters of this world. Religion, which is their invention, is the essence of all mind control. And it is the basis for their old world order, which over thousands of years broke down. And that's why they invented a new system, probably starting around 10,000 years ago. Okay, because that old world order was based on direct rulership under the divine right of kings, of these kings that, these beings that claim to be given power directly from God to rule over other people. And that notion is no longer really accepted by people. Yet it has been replaced by two universal world religions, which are the bride of this father, this priest class, and then finally the child, which is ultimately going to bring in their new world order. The Antichrist, if you will, is this child. Okay? Money is the mother of this dark priest-classed father, the religion. Okay? Money is the mother. It is the feminine aspect. It is all about flow and energy, as we've already talked about. Okay? It is largely an internal process. It is largely an internal form of control because it's based, again, on belief. So they're getting us to emotionally identify with the accumulation of money and being in fear if we are without it. Because we believe nothing can be done without this substance. Because so many other people believe that nothing can be done without it. Which is all a lie, all a deception, all untrue. Money never has been real, isn't real now, never will be real. It's a stand-in for energy, a proxy for energy, but it is not energy itself. You cannot eat money to get energy. Okay, yeah, you can burn the bills with some fire and use it for fuel, but the actual construct of money is not energy. It is a deception for energy. Again, it is something put in place of energy, a proxy. Food is energy. Water helps us to stay alive. Clothing keeps us warm. Fuels keep us warm and cook our food, etc. These are forms of energy. Money is a construct that exists only in the mind, and they get us focused on it emotionally. So it perpetuates apathy about anything that is real, anything that is true. We're focused on this illusory thing that doesn't exist. And I said, I have a mistake here. I'll correct it. I'll correct the slide after the show. It should say the new God. I accidentally typed an S there. But the new God to which human beings now entirely devote their care, attention, and energy. Human beings worship money. This is their new God. This is the new God of the New World Order. It is the ultimate religion. Because even people who don't believe in the authority of man believe in money. This is a complete belief. And it is the ultimate religion to which people will eventually have to say through apophasis, this is not true. This is not what the truth is. I once believed that this was the case, and now I am saying no to it. That's what apophasis means, to say no. As I said, apophasis ultimately is the system of pulling back from all of these three things, this unholy trinity through which the dark force works in this world, through religion, money, and government, all of which are illusions. All of which. Money being the ultimate religion as the new invention of the father, the priest class, the religionists who are really controlling the game as the puppet masters. Money is the basis for their new world order. Government is the child. It is the byproduct of these occult priests, these occult controller class, this occult controller class, and their bride, which is the financial system that they have everybody emotionally focused upon and putting their attention and care and devotion toward making money, the fake money, the one eye in proxy of the real one eye, which is in the enlightened mind. Government, the child, is the enforcer for the occult priest class and their bankers, their brides. Okay? It is about bodily control. Whereas religion is about thought control and money is about emotional control, government controls actions of people. It perpetuates cowardice because people don't want to stand up to the entity that has been granted this monopoly on violence, which doesn't exist. You can't grant somebody the right to do a wrong because it's not a right, it's a wrong. Government is based entirely upon the erroneous belief in this concept of authority, the authority of man, which, as we've already seen, derives from this original divine right of kings of this occult dark priest class, this Satanist and Luciferian dark priest class that claims that they are our rightful rulers because the gods gave them the right to rule over us. And this belief in authority is perpetuated by everybody that believes in the concept of government, which, as we've already said, simply means mind control. Government is the violent enforcer for the father, the dark occultists, and the mother, the banksters, the financialists. And it is the implementation of their new world order. This is how this system of control works, and this is what needs to stop being believed in. This is how it fits into worldview. These things are part of our worldview. We believe in them as real. We identify with them and take part in them as a people. And that needs to stop. We need to say no. We need to employ apophasis and say no to these things. Why? Because they are all illusions.
So let's jump in with this topic and talk about what a maven actually is, because it's a word that some people have heard, but not that many people really know what it is truly. I hear a lot of misconceptions about the word maven as well. For example, a lot of people, before I even get into defining it, a lot of people think all mavens must be women. I've heard this misconception time and again, and that is not the case. A maven can be anyone. It does not have to be a woman. So this is just something that I think a lot of people, because of the way that it's been used in colloquial language, think of a maven. But the English word maven is actually derived from the Hebrew mavin, which means a person with understanding or a teacher. So a maven is an expert, an influencer, or a teacher who is highly trusted by others to pass along relevant knowledge in a particular field of interest. And that's the key factor about what a maven really is. A maven is a trusted influencer or teacher. It is someone that people genuinely look at and give their trust to for whatever factor that they have, some sort of a X factor, je ne sais quoi factor, that it's a characteristic of their personality, that maybe it's some sort of charismatic factor that enables trust between themselves and the base of people that they are connected to, that who they influence or who they communicate information to. So a maven is not necessarily just a teacher. I've said before, people can consider someone like myself a maven because I've tried to teach and pass along what I know regarding what's going on in the world, regarding psychological knowledge, regarding knowledge of the occult, etc. So I could be looked at as a maven among the anarchist community, the spiritual anarchist community, you might say. Okay, I could be looked at as a maven in people who really want to study the occult from a deep psychological and philosophical perspective. However, there are certain spheres of influence in which you can consider that I might be a trusted person, but there are many other spheres of influence in which I would not be trusted. Okay, one of them could be a social circle of friends or just people on the street. One of them could be, people in a neighborhood. One of them could be in a family dynamic. Again, I would not be considered the influencer of my family dynamic. I would not be what you would call a trusted individual or involved in a trust dynamic in my family. There are other members of the family who I would say would fulfill that role. So what you have to understand first and foremost regarding the very definition of a maven is that a maven is highly trusted in the sphere of influence that surrounds them. Okay? They're liked and trusted by the people who listen to them. All right, so in his book, The Tipping Point, which is shown here on the left, which is a fantastic book that I think everybody should read and check out if you haven't already, that brings up a lot of great points about how, influential people and certain dynamics and circumstances can often have a wide-reaching and very dynamic impact, even set off by a small group of people. It's Malcolm Gladwell, the popular author Malcolm Gladwell, in his book The Tipping Point, described mavens as intense gatherers of information who are often the first to become aware of pertinent data and new trends in their fields. Gladwell also suggested in The Tipping Point that mavens have the greatest influence on others when they partner with other trusted social influencers with wide networks of casual acquaintances. So you could look at those other people who connect with mavens who are considered experts in their field. They are social influencers, particularly in social media fields in the modern sense. Some people even equate the modern form of what a maven actually is with a social media influencer. Gladwell would suggest in The Tipping Point that mavens often influence the other social media influencers. It works almost like a hierarchy dynamic, okay? And this is incredibly important for a number of reasons, okay? And this is what I want to try to communicate with the main, formalized presentation here on today's show. is understand what a maven is, and then understand why a maven is important to identify, and understand who it is and what they're capable of doing. Okay. And again, this is something that not that many people have even really looked into or researched. Okay. So read The Tipping Point. Okay. Perhaps I'll post a link to it or something like that with the show. People can check out this book and check out what Malcolm Gladwell, the author, has to say about just general dynamics that act as a switch that flick a dynamic to the other side, like a pendulum swing or like a seesaw tipping. Okay. So what he's talking about here is how do certain trends, dynamics, factors within society, how do they go from being one way, from one polarized dynamic, to then switching over to another dynamic? Okay, how is effective change created? Mavens are change agents. This is the number one thing we have to understand about what mavens really are and what they do. They influence change in a society. They can influence change for the negative. It doesn't necessarily mean that they influence things for the positive. Okay, but we are looking for the mavens to be able to help get them to understand the truth, wake them up, because then they have other people's trust. So these are the people who can flick the switch on a social dynamic in a very short amount of time, because of how many people they are capable of reaching and how many people whose mindset they are capable of influencing. Okay, so we are trying to reach the influencers. This is what this dynamic of the importance of identifying and awakening the local maven. Okay, because you could try to work on one person that doesn't have that much influence, right? And you could spend years trying to awaken them and getting them to see what's going on in our world. Okay, helping them to understand the mind control that's going on, helping them to understand all the factors of the control system, getting them to understand human slavery, getting them to understand social engineering, so forth and so on. Okay, but if that one person has no reach with others in society, you've done all of that labor and all of that work to reach one individual that may never do anything with that knowledge. Okay, the importance of reaching the maven in any given social dynamic or group is that they are then in turn going to take that knowledge and information and pass it along to others who trust them. And at some point, this will be a trust or / belief dynamic, okay? Admittedly, okay? I'm admitting this and explaining that this is not necessarily a bad thing, okay? You may have to rely on trust and belief at first when it comes to these communicating this type of information. And then when the people who run with that ball after it is given to them, it will leave the area of trust and belief, and then they will take it into the realm of knowledge by doing their own research and their own homework, and then understanding the dynamic for themselves. Okay, but we have to reach the maven with that knowledge, get them converted, so then they can then go out and do their magic of influence with other people. And it's not like, this is the same thing as like brainwashing people like the mass media and social engineers do, because the information that we want to communicate to the maven and then help them to communicate to other people through their trusted networks is the truth. So the truth is not going to do harm. So this isn't about like just, trying to brainwash people into a belief system. It's trying to communicate knowledge to them by identifying the main influencers of other people in a social dynamic. So that's what Awakening the Maven is all about. And I'll just give a brief example, okay? So my family maven is my own mother. She's like the new matriarch of the extended family. All of our cousins, friends, other people within the family, okay? The whole extended family dynamic. Probably more people call and talk to her and ask her for advice than anybody that I know in the entire family, okay? More people physically probably go into her presence, enter her household, talk with her on a daily basis than anybody else, any other single member of the family. For someone like me in my family dynamic, if I see a couple of relatives a year, it's a lot, literally. I mean, there are people who work with me, who know me through my work, who have never met a single member of my family because they're never even really in my presence. It's, not necessarily a good thing. In some aspects, maybe it is, because we would butt heads a lot, because a lot of the members of my family are totally ignorant to what's taking place in the world and don't care. Not even that they don't know, they don't care to know. So, that doesn't really sit very well with me personally. So, I try not to inflame that dynamic by, being in their presence a whole lot. And so I kind of steer clear. And that's what I've chosen. But I did do a lot of work to try to get my own mother, to understand this dynamic, knowing that she would be the one who would possibly communicate some of the information to other people in the family, that I would have no chance of doing that, but she would certainly have a better than average chance of doing that at some point if she woke up to a certain extent. And in the early going, it was brutal. I mean, ultra brutal. Okay, as I'm sure many people have stories like this with their own family members. But see, the thing is before you put all that effort into a single person, I'd say identify them whether or not they're a maven within your family dynamic. So you want to really do that. You want to spend the time and energy to do that if the person is a maven. If they're not one of the mavens of the family or social circle or friend circle, then you're probably investing a lot of that time and energy into helping to awaken one individual that is not really going to pass that information along or even have a chance of influencing other people within a particular social circle. And that's not necessarily a bad thing either. It depends on how much you care about that individual and really want to help them awaken themselves. And you could spend that time to do that. Just the dynamic we're talking about here today with awakening the maven is putting that effort into a person who is going to have significant trust and influence with others, so that the information will reach others as sort of a snowball type effect, okay, which we're going to talk about, which I call the maven effect. All right, so the next slide is, and it looks like we have a little bit of a glitch there. Let me take that back. Sorry about that, folks. All right, that looks good. So the next slide is about the different types of social influencers in any given area of our society, okay? And the maven here is shown in the middle, who connects people through sharing knowledge. And again, this is what on Earth is Happening is all about, okay? So again, I could certainly be seen as a maven for the type of people who are seeking out the type of information that I put forward here on this show and have been doing for the last 12 years through What on Earth is Happening. However, there are other types of social media influencers, or just social influencers, I should say. This does happen on social media and other types of social networks, okay? But there's a connector who connects people to each other, okay? They're not necessarily the sharers of information or communicators of information themselves, but they are good at networking people together, okay? This is what conferences can help to do. This is the importance of a conference organizer. They bring a lot of people with similar interests and similar areas of knowledge together so that they can come together, network, and then help each other. Okay, and there are other types of people who are very good at this, just people who are very good at networking, establishing connections between people. They're the connector, or the networker, I would call them, okay? And then you have salesmen who use their knowledge to engage other people and to persuade other people. They have good charisma, they're good at talking with people, they're good at communicating ideas, they're good at selling things to people, okay? And they're very important too. We have to understand that this is about... it's almost like engaging in a sales pitch to people. You have to help them to understand why they would be in a better position to know this than to not know it. Because ignorance is death. It isn't bliss, as many people think. Oh, I don't want to know that. That'll make me upset. No, not knowing this won't just make you... knowing it may make you upset, but not knowing it's going to get you killed. Okay, you're going to be slow killed. You're going to be dumbed down to a point where your masters just have such an advantage over you that they're going to put you into an early grave. really, because that's really what's going on here. Soft kill eugenics is what's really taking place in our society. And the people who are so ignorant are going to be spending the better part of their adult years in and out of hospitals. That's how bad the dynamic is, and not just that, have their psychology broken so that they can't engage in any healthy relationships. They're going to have their health broken. They're going to have be in such a state of ignorance that they're not going to understand what's going on around them, and they're going to be susceptible to just about every kind of negative influence and negative social engineering that is taking place. What we're talking about is using all of these social influencers in our society for the benefit of communicating the truth. And again, you're not doing any harm to people when you communicate the truth. Again, yes, the truth may make you angry, but it will also set you free. This is what we have to be much better at doing, because I'll tell you something, folks, we haven't been very effective at doing this. The other side is much more effective. The authoritarian side is more effective at putting their message out. They're much more effective at using technology, which I'm going to talk about later in the presentation. Okay, but they're certainly much more effective at identifying the mavens who will communicate this knowledge to other people. They have many more salespeople engaging in sales pitches to other people in society. That's why they have so many people believing in their nonsense. That's why they have so many people under their mind influence and brainwashing and social engineering. We have to get better at this dynamic of social influence, because the people who stand on the side of the truth are not really doing it. They're certainly not doing it to any great effectiveness. Okay, they're really playing a half-ass game when it comes to this. Okay, to put it as simply as I know how to put it, because a lot of people want to remain anonymous. A lot of people don't want to get involved on the playing field, on the battlefield. Okay, they want to kick back. And they want to just say, it's good if I know this, because that'll help me and help my situation. But if somebody else doesn't want to listen and pay attention to this, that's their problem. No, that's your problem too. That's your problem as well. Okay? And the reason it's your problem is because other people's ignorance is going to affect your freedom. Whether you like that dynamic or not, that's how it is. It is a numbers game. Okay? Whether anybody likes that dynamic or not. A lot of people want to think, a lot of people want to take this concept of the tipping point or a paradigm shift or a quantum shift, right? And they want to make it not about numbers. They want to say, oh, it's only the small amount of people that have to know this for it to flip, for the script to flip, and for the dynamic to go the other way. No, it's not, folks. It's a small amount of dedicated, passionate, concerned people that will help to influence people in a wider way because they put so much time into this. See? But it's not about not reaching massive numbers of people. The whole world dynamic is only going to shift when enough people in all of society shift their behavior. This is about not just changing what people think, but changing the behavior of all individuals within society. And right now, we don't even have, if we have 2% of all of society even understanding this, let alone changing their behavior, I would say we're doing massively well. We don't even have that. I'd say we probably have under 1% still. Okay? We need to really step up our efforts in this regard. And a lot of this comes down to courage. A lot of it. I have people writing to me all the time, Mark, I want to get involved, but I'm still, I don't want to necessarily put myself out there. They're waiting for something. You know what they're waiting for? They're waiting for a backbone to grow up their spine. That's what they're waiting for. And I don't know if you're going to do that. You better go order some bone growth miracle cure, because a backbone ain't going to grow itself. You just got to get out there and start doing it. And you got to take your chances. You got to throw your cards down. You got to throw your dice down on the table and cast the die and say, it's going to be what it is. That's it. I'm not interested in what happens to me in the physical. I'm here to perform a mission in the metaphysical. That's what this is all about. This is about what's going to happen with my soul, not just about what's going to happen with my body. I could care less what's going to happen with my body. This is about speaking the truth out there into the universe, The universe is spoken into existence, as I've said countless times. If we're not putting our voice out there, we're not contributing to the chorus of the truth. And then we're not going to be really, truly on the right side of history. Because for people to say that they intellectually understand this and they're not communicating it to others and they're not trying to reach the influencers of our society, they don't really know, and they certainly haven't converted it into action. Do they really know, and do they really care? That becomes the question when people don't want to convert this into action by speaking. All right? So, this slide, I think, helps people to understand the main types of influencers in our society. And you may be one of the three. Okay, and if you are one of those influencers, then do the work that you need to be doing. I consider myself that maven in the middle. Okay, I am a maven when it comes to a certain type of community, a certain type of individual. Not in every dynamic that I find myself in life, however. Okay, so, and that social circle is only going to be so big with stuff like what I do with What on Earth is Happening, folks, especially at this point in history where we have such an astounding array of ignorance, amassed against us, because so many people are still in that, they're going to cover their eyes, ears, and mouth, and they don't want any information coming into the contrary of their predisposed worldview. And they're certainly not going to communicate it to other people. They're shut down. We need to reach the people who those people will trust. This is why a lot of people who have a lot of people in their social media sphere of influence, okay, are often targeted by the powers that should not be, and if they start talking out against them, they'll try to do whatever they can to ruin their, life dynamic. Okay. They'll, bring financial burdens down upon them. They'll try to smear their name, and slander them, etc. And many other ways, even blackmail, force them into a situation where, they can be blackmailed. And you see this a lot with celebrities and people who already have a lot of people who are paying attention to them. Okay, so there are legitimate reasons why people are hesitant, but we have to shed that fear, because believe me, not doing this is going to result in a much greater harm and degradation to all of society than doing it and having your personal situation attacked. Okay, this is where we have to overcome that fear and understand it doesn't matter what personal losses one might have to endure or sustain. The rewards that you're going to get by speaking the truth and helping to influence other people are going to be much greater in the long term. So, you see people who have huge social media gatherings and influence. I mean, just as an example, just look at this young girl who Alex Jones just interviewed last week on his show. I happened to be checking it out, and he brought on this girl, Soph. She has like 1 million people, 1 million YouTube subscribers. And she's talking about how like they're censoring her because, she's considered extreme right, far right wing to them. And, they're trying to shut down people of, these political persuasions who they can slap a label on. I talk about they haven't tried to do that with me because I don't think anybody is capable of labeling what I do. They don't even know what to think of it, or they don't even want to draw any attention to it, because they certainly don't want people listening to my stuff. They absolutely don't want you coming here and getting the information that's in What on Earth is Happening, because this is the most forbidden of the forbidden. This is the stuff that they don't even want to even allude to hint at, to even ever speak the name, because once you start looking down this rabbit hole, it's all over. It's all over for your belief in authority. It's all over for that religion. Really, if you're really being honest with yourself and you really do go down the rabbit hole that I present here, it's all over for all religion. And that's the last thing the social engineers want, because that's their main tool of control is religion, religious thought. That's their main tool of control. And that's what we're trying to break down here from day one, is getting people out of a religious mindset and helping them to understand that they need to learn what the actual truth of what's taking place here on earth is, and the truth about real spirituality. Okay, and they don't want you looking into that, because that opens up whole new avenues of knowledge and understanding. That will open up knowledge about suppressed science, occulted sciences. the occulted aspects of the human psychology. And they don't want anybody looking into the occult. That's why I'm the last person who they want to draw any attention to. Okay? So, but, this young girl who came onto InfoWars this week basically said she doesn't care whether they try to censor her. Not interested in it. She's going to keep speaking. And if they ban her, she'll move on to another network. And basically said so much as YouTube and Facebook and things like that are just stepping stones to get some following. Say what you want, let them ban you, take your following to another platform. And that, in all honesty, I commend her for saying that. That takes courage. I think more people should have courage like that. Not that I agree with everything this individual says. I don't agree with everything that just about anybody says. Okay? I think in some ways we shouldn't agree with everything we say, okay? You got to question your own, thought processes sometimes. Not to a point where you're, having so much doubt in yourself that you're not willing to put information out there. But, you always have to be able to reevaluate what knowledge that you have come to know, okay? And possibly make adjustments. So what I find commendable with this teenage girl, Soph, is that she has the courage to just keep doing this. And most adults don't have courage like that. So, congratulations to this individual, because I wish more people would have that kind of courage. This is what's holding the world back. This is what's holding the entire dynamic back from people understanding the truth, is that there's a lot of people out there who know what's taking place and don't have the courage to speak it. They want to remain anonymous, and that's cowardly. I see it all the time. This is why, for example, the ARC drive, I don't want anonymous cowards requesting the ARC drive. What do you think I think someone who's an anonymous coward, who doesn't want to put their real name out there, okay, is going to think what do you think I think they're going to do with the knowledge of the ARC drive? Do you think I think they're going to take it, run with that ball, spread that knowledge all over the place, help people to understand it? They're already cowering under the staircase in a little ball. I don't want to use my real name. Well, the powers that be, they might know who I am then, and then you have other people who think I'm not using my real name because I used a assumed name when I was involved in the dark occult, and they want to think I'm not using a real name now, Mark Passio is my legal, full, given birth name that was given to me by my parents. That's on all the bullshit legal paperwork of anything that I still, am involved with the state as far as, mailing addresses, licenses, etc. Okay? And there are people out there who still insist that isn't true, because Mark Rokar was the name I used when I was involved in the dark occult, and that was an assumed name that I just took, and I've told people the story in the past where I took it from, and they still won't even bother looking into all of that information where I explained it, and half of them spell it wrong because they probably saw it written in handwriting, and don't even get that right, So a part of what I'm talking about here is it all comes down to courage, folks. If you're going to become an influencer of other people, you have to have courage to speak. You have to have courage to speak unapologetically. And that this is one of the biggest dynamics that I see in our society that's just not there. We still have cowards walking among us, who want to remain anonymous. What do you think the whole powers that be, the whole power structure thinking of people like that? They're so afraid. Those people are walking around, those social engineers and their thugs are walking around like this. Here's their mindset, folks. They're like, look at that little punk-ass bitch. They're so afraid of us, they won't even use their real name. Imagine. They won't even say their name. They're so afraid of us and what we could possibly do to them. Like, I don't give a shit what you can do to me physically. You think I'm afraid of you or anyone? You think I'm so identified with the physical body that you think I think this is who I am? That I'm this meat suit? You think that's where I'm at with what I know spiritually? And you think that's going to hold me back from speaking and continuing to speak? You have another thought coming to you, if that's what you think. But let me tell you something. That's what these controllers think of people who remain anonymous cowards. Okay? You're never going to influence anybody with an assumed name or with, being anonymous. It's like they're just looking at you and going, wow, what a punk ass bitch coward. That's exactly what they're thinking. You want to know how I know that? Because that's exactly what I think. Okay? To put it bluntly and in street language. All right? And I'm being nice about it compared to what I really think of that dynamic. Let's move on to the next slide into what I call the Maven effect, okay? And some of these slide images were taken, to give credit, from a article on, let me see if I could find it real quick. I'll step out of the slides for a brief moment. It was an article called Influencers, a discussion. You can go back to the laptop. Influencers, I'll make this full screen. A discussion about the law of the few. This was on the Buzzbin, and it's not necessarily a great website, but the dynamic is the article is a very interesting thing, and you could see where people are looking to these dynamics of influence, talking about and dissecting Malcolm Gladwell's book, The Tipping Point, talking about levels of different influence in the blogosphere. Okay, how social media influence gets propagated down to lower levels of society. And, that last slide that I actually presented with the connector, the Maven, and the salesman was actually taken from here. Okay, so it's an interesting article. I'll probably link it with the site, not that I'm that into the website that it comes from. Just I thought that this link was actually sent to me. Actually, thanks to Barb for finding this. She sent me this link, so I'll give her credit for doing that because she thought it was an interesting article about Matt Gladwell's The Tipping Point. Another thing that this whole dynamic is called is opinion leadership. I thought I would bring this article up from Wikipedia to show people that a lot of people consider the Maven dynamic or the Maven effect the flow of a two-step flow of communication, which you could read about in this article, and it's called opinion leadership, where the mass media or even alternative media first communicates ideas to people, and then the other influencers then take it down and step it down to other people in society. So it's another dynamic that you could look at when it comes to understanding the concept of a Maven. It's called opinion leadership. So I'll step back into the slides now. Okay. So this is an infographic that I refer to as the Maven effect. And you can see the Maven would be the red individual at the bottom of the slide, up in the front, who has the most effect because they're communicating with the most people in a given network. Everything is flowing to and from them, okay? They're the knowledge communicator and influencer with the rest of the people, and they would be at like sort of the top of the hierarchy when it comes to this trust network, this trust communication network. Okay, so that's who you want to try to identify and reach in your social circle. And again, if you really sit and think about this, you will be able to identify it. Just think about it in your mind. Who is the person that other people in my social dynamic, in my sphere of influence, who do they listen to? Who do they communicate with? When they want advice, who do they call? Who do they go to? Who has the place where people come together around? Okay, it's geographically, physically, this is important. Okay, because most people will gather at this individual's home. Okay, for example, like when holidays come up, my mother's home is the big place. That's where people will go. Or like, my mother will go to wherever she's going. If she's going, like, let's say to my sister's house, she's going there, and then other people are going to gather at that location. They're going to go where the Maven is at. It happens all the time. They're the ones who can make other people gather round. Okay? So you just sit and think about this dynamic in your social situation, and you will know who the Maven is. You will be able to identify. That's the first process. That's the first step in this process, is identifying who the Maven of your social dynamic is, or family dynamic. Okay, so you have to identify them first and understand this is the type of influence that they hold. They'll talk to a few people in their close circle, and that will widen out. Okay, so they have the most power to influence and affect change. That's why the Maven is so critically important. So I'm going to break down a dynamic here that, I apologize for the slight glitches that we're having today. I'm not really sure why that is going on with the presentation, but perhaps I need to upgrade something or update my presentation software, or maybe it's just a loose connection, but we will look into it. That being said, I did step forward. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I call this aspect of the Maven effect the 5-to-1 ratio. Now, this is slightly different than just the Maven having influence. This is how to influence the Maven, okay? So let me just say that again. The slide that you're looking at that I'm going to build up here in this next part of the presentation is what I call the 5-to-1 ratio, okay? This is a 20% ratio, okay? The Maven is the one, and we're going to have 5 other influencers that are going to influence the Maven, okay? So let's put the Maven in the center here. Here's our Maven, okay? And let's name him Malcolm, after Malcolm Gladwell. And we have there, right in the middle of the star, there's Malcolm in the middle. Remember that show? That was a pretty good sitcom show. So there's our Maven, Malcolm, named after Malcolm Gladwell, okay? And he or she is the center of their social network, but that's who we are targeting. We have identified them, and we're going to put our effort into awakening them. Because if we get them awakened to the knowledge of what's going on in the whole control system societally, and we get them awakened to the higher level psychological knowledge of what's going on, and to social engineering, and to the entire world of the occult, and the world of real spirituality, right? Think about the power and the influence they're going to be able to have to influence other people to start looking into those dynamics and to help change them for the better, okay? So this is us. This is us as an individual, okay? And we see the Maven, we see the influence that they have in other aspects of society and the dynamics that they're involved with, and we say, wow, wouldn't it be awesome if we were able to wake up that Maven, that person clearly with more influence than me in this social dynamic or social situation or family dynamic, okay? So, you could look at the person, the green, person icon at the top of that star as, let's say, someone like myself, and the Maven, let's say it's someone like my mother, right? And I'm going to go to work on them. I'm going to put the word out. Here I am putting out the word, okay? I'm trying to reach their mind. I'm trying to help them to see the truth. I'm trying to help them to clear the cobwebs out and clear all the mind control out and get them to see reality as it is. And I'm working on them and working on them and working on them and working on them. And I'm taking information to them every day. And I'm making them watch documentaries, and I'm putting articles on their computer, and I'm sending them email articles, etc. Okay? And you know what it's doing? Largely not a damn thing. Okay? And we've all been there, right? All of us have been at that place. I'm sure almost every one of us. We have one individual we care a lot about. We have one individual we really want to see get it, and we try to work on them, and there's like no progress, right? They're resistant. They don't care. They don't want to know. They don't look at the stuff you try to send to them or give to them, right? I went so far as to walking in randomly into my mother's house, just arriving, showing up, walking in with a stack of DVDs, walking into her house while she's watching something else, shutting the regular television programming off, putting a DVD into the DVD player, hitting play and saying, we're sitting here and watching this until it's over. Literally storming into her house and saying, if you want me to leave, you're going to have to call the police, and then you're going to be taking several people out in body bags. Literally did it. Okay? I don't really recommend going to that level of an extreme, but yes, I actually did this. Okay? That's how much I'm not taking no for an answer when I decide I'm going to help you to understand something if I think that it's important enough that you understand it. And now I'm at a point now where after doing that for like 15 years, that person does not argue or fight and kind of knows what I'm saying is the reality of the world, knows that it's true, but really isn't at a point where they're so awake that they're trying to influence others. But they're not resistant to the reality of our world anymore. And they can see it for themselves to a certain extent now. Certainly not to a huge, all-encompassing extent, but they're in a far greater position than they ever was without me ever having said a word. Okay? That if I would have stayed silent and not done that work upon them, they would have been in a colossal state of ignorance compared to where they are. Okay? So, but that's not going to be enough. What you have to do is you have to get at least 4 other people who you know to understand the dynamic that you're trying to communicate. And you have to get them also to influence the maven. I have found that this is the magic number. It is a 5-to-1 ratio. You have to have 5 people working together, bringing similar information. You could do it from a slightly different angle, a slightly different perspective, but you have to all be speaking the truth toward the one influencer. And if you do that with 5 people, okay, I'm going to say you're going to have reached that magic ratio where you can actually make them take that information in for themselves, not just believe the 5 people, but to look into it for themselves and then really start to then communicate that to the other people who trust them in their social circle. Okay? And that's what we're trying to do here. We are trying to influence the influencer. You have to identify who has a lot of people's ear, right? Who do people listen to and trust? Who gives them their confidence and gives them their ear? Who they want to hear what they have to say and they like being around them. And again, admittedly, that's not necessarily me. Certainly not in social or family situations. Again, when it comes to the people who are hardcore about this, like the What on Earth is Happening viewing audience, yes, then I'm the maven in that circle. But again, we're not just talking about someone like me. You're trying to reach the maven in your social dynamic. That's the point here. So you have to first identify who they are. And then you have to expose them to this knowledge from, I'm going to say, a minimum of 5 people. Okay? I have found, at least with someone like, working on this with someone like my mother, for example, that probably she has heard this information now from about 4 people. But there's this one more that I think if it came through, okay, and was steady, hammering on the person steadily, maybe there would be some more progress. And what you have to understand, going back to this slide, folks, if we could cut back to it briefly, what you have to understand is just picture on the outside of the maven, all the way around this star, okay? Picture the poison signal, right? The poison signal of the mainstream media. I didn't add this to this slide, but perhaps I should have. Just imagine other of these radio wave graphics coming in from the outside, but even bigger ones, 50,000 watt ones, okay? Coming in from the outside of every direction, 360 degrees. And they're all hammering that individual with untruths, with lies, with propaganda, okay? With fake news narratives, okay? And this person in their not fully awakened state is still susceptible to all that poisonous influence and social engineering. So think about it. When one person even steps away, the shield is down in that area. Okay? If they all would step away, they're being bombarded from every direction. And in my case, I was hammering them just from that one direction for 10 years. Okay? And then from every other direction or whenever I stepped away, that poison influence came right back in like a tidal wave, just swarming them. Okay? So we have to understand that this is a dynamic of continual perseverance with an individual. Continual perseverance with a single individual, because you know that the time investment is worth it, because you know who they are then. 5 people working on one would be better than 50 working on 1,000, possibly. Okay? Because of how powerful and how many people that one person is capable of influencing, the number that they're capable of influencing. Okay? If you had 50 people who know the truth in a given geographic vicinity, and they want to go to work on, let's say, 1,000 people, they might wake up 10 out of those 1,000 people. Okay? Think about it. You're not going to wake up everybody you bring the truth to. Okay? So 50 people doing that with even 100 people each, who knows? You might wake up like 10 or 15, 20 people to that extent. A maven, however, if those 5 people just worked on that one individual, might wake up 1,000 people. That's how powerful the influence of the maven is. And this is what we're failing to do. We are failing as a network of people who know the truth about what's going on and are trying to bring that information to other people. We're failing miserably at this dynamic, at the identification of other social influencers. We are not doing it effectively enough. Okay? So we need to really try to bridge this dynamic and to work on the people who we know are the influential among us. Identify them and work on them individually. All right. Now, one of the interesting things that I also thought is this is the whole concept of the man in the pentagram that is depicted in many different occult spiritual traditions. Okay. This is this 5-to-1 ratio. Okay. And then they're connected at the center of the being. Okay. In this image, you could say, well, it might be connected at the sacrum chakra, but I like to think of it as it's connected at the solar plexus chakra. Right in the center of the individual, right at the solar plexus. You could also look at it, it's connected at the center of the heart chakra, okay? Or really all of the chakras along the middle path. And the ones that are the most important are obviously the third eye, the heart, and the solar plexus. Because that's the mind, the heart, the care, okay? The intelligence, the care, and to me, most importantly in this dynamic, the solar plexus chakra is where it all connects and comes together because that's the courage center. And this is about courage to speak. This is about courage to put the truth out there, especially in an age of censorship, in an age of suppression of knowledge and ideas and information. And imagine, I look out my door, I see other people in the area where I live, and they are full-blown advocating Soviet-style and Chinese-style censorship. It's disgusting. Thinking that people's freedom of speech should be limited and suppressed and they should be silenced. I mean, you have to be kidding. This is where we're at in American society. This is where we're at. So, this dynamic of the man in the pentagram or woman in the pentagram, it's incredibly symbolically powerful because it's talking about, bringing ideas together at a central focal point, coming together from those 5 points of the star, which represent earth, air, water, fire, and spirit. Okay? And you have to bring your resources, the earth, okay, your general characteristics and personality and skill set together and work on those things. The earth aspects of the individual, of the personality. Work on those things and work with them to help to bridge this dynamic of influencing others, to put them to work toward that purpose, toward that goal. And then you're using the other 3 aspects of the of the consciousness: intelligence, care, and action. Okay? So air is the intellect. Water is the emotional aspect, care. And then fire is the will, taking action, taking right action in the world. So we have to bring all those things together for the higher spiritual purpose, which is the quintessence, the 5th element. That's the head of the individual. So earth, air, water, and fire are those 4 aspects of the extremities, the limbs. And then the ether or the quintessence or the spirit, that's the head. That's the guiding part of all of it that the other forces serve, the forces of nature should serve. Powerful, dynamic, a very important ratio. Okay? You could look at it as, 1/5 aspect, 20%. Okay? This is a very influential and very important factor in nature. You look at the 20 to 100% ratio. Okay? This is where I think the tipping point really would start to happen. Okay? It's not going to be finalized until it flips over, I would say, 51%, which is why that's a huge occultic magic number, and used at places like Area 51 or like May Day, May 1st, which is why they, take this symbolism in the occult after the number 51. But the 20% factor, I think, is where momentum starts becoming almost irreversible toward the opposite dynamic. That's where it can't be denied or marginalized any longer. Okay? And I'm telling you, this ratio and this dynamic is ultra important when it comes to what I call the Maven effect, which is where it would be like setting off a chain of dominoes. Okay? Another aspect that I want to get into and reiterate, which I've been hammering on a lot, is the critical importance of competency and literacy when it comes to technology. Technological competency. Okay? This is another area we are absolutely and utterly insufficient in the freedom community, the so-called freedom community. And we need to do way, way better and way more work. Okay? I have finally gotten some good technological help here at What on Earth is Happening after practically begging for it for a number of years. And thank God it has arrived, and arrived in a very big way and in a good way. So I, again, thank the people on the team for coming forward. However, when I look at the wider network of people in the so-called freedom community, anarchist community, spiritual anarchist community, I'd say 95% of them are practically technologically illiterate. Half only have the basic, very basic technological competency skill set. If I'm being generous there. I mean, the very basic to just do something like open a browser window, pull up some information, go to a video, watch it, type in a search in YouTube. That's about it. That's about all they know how to do. Okay? Maybe check email. Most people don't even know how to set up an email client. They use webmail. They check their email in a web browser. Never even set up a mail client. Okay? It's the things that I get asked how to do by an average individual who allegedly is awake and aware in any given week when it comes to technology, they're appalling. Where it almost starts a conflict between me and them, because I'm almost insulting to them, because I'm like, it's the year 2019 and you don't know how to do this? Really? And I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be insulting to people like that. But when I think of how far in the game we are, how far into this dynamic of censorship and the total totalitarian shutdown of our society we are, and the average person still doesn't even know how to set up an email client, that wouldn't know how to network two computers together if their life depended on it, knows nothing about how the internet works, knows nothing about how to set up their own website, has anything that they put out into the world dependent on whatever social media network that they're into, and therefore can be censored at any given time, and know how to do none of these things. Let alone put out their own media creation. Record video, record audio, do live streaming, make a podcast, make a banner, or a poster, make a presentation. People don't know how to do any of that, let alone one of it. They don't know how to do all of it. They don't know how to do one thing of it. They don't know one aspect of any of those things. And this is where we're at this late in this conflict, this late into this war. And it's unacceptable. It's 100% completely unacceptable. Even with what we know how to do here, we're still struggling with technology, as you can see. There's certainly a loose connection somewhere along the line. And that's okay. It's all right. We'll work our way through it, as we always do, because that's what this is about. Perseverance. See, it doesn't make a difference how much you have to keep struggling. You keep going. You keep going with it. Okay? That's what a lot of people I see when it comes to this dynamic. I'm going to stay on this topic for a second because I think it's very important when it comes to influence in society and how we could become the mavens of a society. We could become the new media. But how many people fail short in that task, in that goal? Because they don't know how to go about it in any way. And they're not learning. See, I always give people the benefit of the doubt when they're open-minded and willing to learn. Then I don't hammer on them. I don't get on their case. As long as they're open-minded, willing to learn, willing to make changes, willing to, look at something new and say, okay, I didn't know how to do that, but let me try it, get into it, see if I could do it the right way, and just get involved. Then I don't have any problem with them. It doesn't matter if they're not fully competent. Okay? It's called trying. It's called making a real effort to try. And they're not afraid. That means they're not afraid to fail. See, a lot of people are like, I'm afraid to fail. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. I'm afraid I'll break this or that. And so I'm not going to even start. That's the total wrong attitude to take when it comes to this. Okay? Get a cheap tablet computer. Get a cheap 2-in-1 for a few $100s, a couple $100. If you have to spend $300-$400, do it. Okay? And if you try new things, and if you destroy it, okay, it's a couple $100. I know a lot of people don't even have that, kind of resources to put out there. But it's like, hey, people will go to the movies and buy all kinds of crap food and, buy subscriptions to all kinds of cable networks. It's like, invest that in a piece of technology that you could use as a learning platform. And you could experiment a little bit with and try new things with. And then maybe if you mess something up, okay, then you're not messing up your main computer. All right? This is what we have to do. We have to take chances and get involved and try new things. I see too many people, they're like, well, I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to have to experiment because I might mess something up, and so they never even bother. They never try. And that's part of, again, taking it back to the dynamic of courage is a huge part of today's presentation. Because influence and reaching other people is ultimately going to come from a state of being encouraged, not just being in knowledge and caring, saying, yes, I do want to do it. I care about this dynamic getting out there to a wider audience. It's about having the courage to actually do it. So, at some point, I really want to start going more into technology, teaching technology. I feel like the teaching of the occult, of the psychological aspect is... of course, it's the most important element. But if it's not combined with the technological element, what we are going to have is a bunch of people scattered to the four winds of the earth that know a lot about the psychological, the philosophical, the occult aspect, and yet they can't do a goddamn thing with a computer to reach one other living soul anywhere on the internet. And this is the way information is propagated today, folks. It's not propagated by going and standing on a soapbox in the town square, in case you haven't understood that. It's propagated digitally. And that space, okay, that digital warfare space for the propagation of knowledge, we're not doing very well in. We're getting clobbered. The empire has struck back, okay? Let's put it that way. We might have initially hit them and, blew up their first Death Star, but let's put it this way. They're rebuilding, not just rebuilding, they probably have rebuilt many of them. The whole point here is we cannot take lightly the influence of the mainstream media and the social engineers. And now there's a new technological god class, the new tech elite. These big tech firms like Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, they look at themselves as the new gods of our society because of what their technology and networks have made possible, how they have made it possible for people to communicate effectively on a mass scale. And now they're trying to control that because they realize, hey, we gave people too much too fast. That's what happened, folks. That's what the social engineers realized. They gave us powerful computing tools too much, too fast. So then they wanted to scale it back, right? They wanted to scale it back, make it be less powerful mobile devices that are all about consumption of information that are coming from on high, from the sources that they put out there, okay? And down into the hands of the little person who only has this small little, thumb device at their hands with actual no human interface to actually really create anything, okay? Except maybe take a few pictures or point video at somebody, okay? And then share it on their own, network that has only a few people paying attention to any given one of them. When people were learning how to build whole websites and there was a diverse ecosystem when it came to websites, we were making grounds. That's when the apocalypse happened, folks. The apocalypse occurred past tense, and it happened during the second wave of personal computer technology coming in, Moore's Law, ramping up and taking off, and powerful desktop systems enabling people to be media creation experts, to become media creation experts, and then be communication experts by reaching people with that media. That's what personal computing, advances in personal computing, desktop computing, advances in internet technologies and speeds, and advances in camera and lens technology made possible. Without a doubt. Okay? Now they've scaled it back because they realized we had too much too fast, and they scaled it back, giving people tap, tap, tap with their thumbs on some little crap screen that you can't really build any media with. Okay? And people thinking that's what computing is. All right? It's a joke is what it is. It's a sad, laughing joke. All right? We need people becoming truly technically competent of what the internet is, how it works, okay? How websites work. Building diverse ecosystems of websites again, like we were doing in, the early 2000s, into the mid 2000s. When social media came in, it destroyed all of that. It destroyed the influence it was having. It destroyed the learning curve that was steadily ramping up almost asymptotically. Okay? Because it was a logarithmic scale of learning that was taking place, folks. All right? People were learning how to build real websites. Then everybody got on Facebook and Twitter, and that was it. Now that they have all those people in those platforms, now the censorship begins. And nobody knows how to set up anything elsewhere. And that was the plan. That was the plan the whole time. All this time, people could have been learning powerful, web technologies and desktop computing, how to really have set up media creation and communication. And they weren't doing it because they're tapping away with their thumbs on Facebook and Twitter on their phone instead of really learning computing and really learning how to become the new media. So this is what we have to do. We ourselves have to learn how to become the new media. And at some point in the future, this is what I'm going to turn my attention to. I'm thinking about possibly doing it when I get the One Great Work Network up and running, up off the ground. And maybe that'll be part of the subscription model that I'm going to put together with that network with many other great hosts and communicators of information. Maybe a part of what I do on that network, part of what my role on that network will do is actually on a weekly basis teaching people how to use different technological tools and just sharing my computer screen in real time and doing like a webinar based thing where people can come in, ask me questions, ask me how to do things, ask me what I think the appropriate tool for a given job is. I'm very good at things like that, helping people set up computer systems, showing them the best practices for things. We could show people camera technology. We could show people, desktop computing, laptops, content management systems, Photoshop, presentations with PowerPoint and Keynote, how to make flyers in Photoshop or Illustrator, or even open source tools, learning what software is the best software for a particular job, which software is optimized really well, showing people open source software if they don't have a lot of money to spend on software, what the best free tools are, okay, and how to use this stuff, how to really do things with it, okay. It's something that I'm very seriously considering and trying to put together sort of a prototype classroom environment for. And, it'll take a while to get that up off the ground, but I'm definitely going to do it in the not too distant future. So that's what I wanted to say on how important technological competency. Folks, right now, we are we're in an age where people don't know how to read and write. And like a few people who have kept the scrolls and kept the books and tried to communicate the knowledge are saying, we better get out there and start teaching these people how to read and write. That's where we're at. Okay, that's the allegory. Because for people only to know how to consume media online and not know how to create it is 100% completely unacceptable. And I'll tell you what, that's where I'd say, again, 95% of the freedom community is there. There is a core, there is a central core in the very heart of the community that are technologically inclined and know how to do this stuff because they recognize the importance of knowing how to do it. But too few, far too few. Okay? So we're never going to make headway unless we learn how to use these communication devices called computers to the absolute maximum efficiency that we can possibly use them to. Okay? It's never going to happen with the type of way that people are using computers today. We're never going to reach enough people, and we're certainly not going to reach the mavens of our society. Malcolm Gladwell said that ideas and products and messages and behaviors spread like viruses do. Okay? They get communicated very quickly from person to person, and it ramps up, and then it covers a wide area, geographically and geopolitically. We have to understand that we can be those influencers of change. Okay? What we have to do is we have to be willing to learn what is necessary to put that information out there. And we have to be vigilant to being able to identify who potential influencers in any given social circle or dynamic are. So those two things, we have to act as a maven ourselves, but foremostly, we should identify social influencers that are already present and already doing that work of influencing other people. Some people don't even know they're the mavens, okay? This is another dynamic you have to understand. Not only can mavens be anybody, some people don't even know they're it. They just do what they do. And they don't even understand that this dynamic or what it could potentially, the kind of change it could potentially lead to. They're not aware of that, okay? They're just doing what they do naturally, I'd say 99% of mavens don't look for that position. They don't go out there and say, let me become a maven. They just are natural leaders and influencers that gravitate to that position that other people trust. So that being said, as I said before, it's like a domino effect. Okay? One thing doesn't seem like it could create that much change. It doesn't seem like it could, make that much of a difference. This whole presentation is about like how much of a factor or a difference can one individual make. And I'm telling you, a lot. That doesn't mean that for the world dynamic to change, large numbers of people need to change their behavior. That still is true. The question we're addressing here is to set off that change, okay? Often small amounts of individuals who people didn't think were going to be able to have the influence that they have can set off that type of chain reaction. So it is literally like setting up dominoes, Okay? And, that's the last slide that I have in the formal presentation. Before I go to some other housekeeping and go to calls, I'm going to exit from this, and I want to see if I could bring up this video that I watched that was on YouTube, which was about one small domino being able to knock over a huge set of dominoes. It's a very interesting one. Let me look it up, and then I'll tell you to switch back to the laptop in a moment. Yeah, it was an interesting video where this guy uses he has a little tiny domino the size of a like Pez candy in a pair of tweezers, and he's going to knock over 100-pound domino, okay, on the other side of this short chain of dominoes with a tiny little domino about that big. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And I think you'll appreciate this dynamic. I'll post this video with the podcast. Yeah, here it is. It's called Domino Chain Reaction. Let me bring up the small one, the short one. We're not getting audio? Bear with us, folks.
Everybody knows about playing with dominoes, but what you may not know is that a domino can knock over another domino, which is about 1.5 times larger. So what I have here is a chain of dominoes. Each one is 1.5 times larger than the previous one. And the smallest domino is about 5 millimeters high and 1 millimeter thick. And I will carefully place it. And there are 13 dominoes. And the largest domino, it weighs about 100 pounds and is more than a meter tall. Ready? Boom. That was 13 dominoes. If I had 29 dominoes, the last domino would be as tall as the Empire State Building.
Amazing. So, this is what the Maven effect is really about, folks, okay? The Maven effect is about, who are we as an individual to be able to influence and have change on in a wide overarching impact on society. And I'm telling you, we are all that individual potentially, okay? This is about what the potential for one individual is all about, and how powerful one individual, the amount of powerful change, an effect, an influencing effect for change one individual can have in all of society. There's a movie that just came, it's a movie that came out this year that wrapped up a trilogy that a lot of people didn't even know was a trilogy. It was the Unbreakable trilogy with the movies, the sequence of movies that are allegorical films about this dynamic are Unbreakable, Split, and Glass. And Glass is a new one that just came out in 2019. I like to recommend allegorical films to people, and I think, first of all, these are done by M. Night Shyamalan, who I think is a brilliant movie director. I think he is one of the best allegorical producers of our time when it comes to allegorical films and spiritual films. And this is ostensibly a comic book hero, a real life comic book story, about like guys who think that they are comic book heroes or villains. And, one of them has a condition where his bones are super brittle. One of them has a condition where he's almost invincible, where nothing can hurt or harm him and he never gets sick. And another one is a split personality, a DID, dissociative identity disorder, or they used to call it MPD, multiple personality disorder, where he has 24 individuals living with him and he has superhuman capabilities. And, you know, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but it's about having these potentially latent powers or abilities to influence society suppressed by a small minority that is interested in keeping the dynamic the way that it is, where we don't have that power. That's what the allegory is ultimately about in this series of films. So I think they're not only very entertaining and well done movies, I think that the person who really wrote these movies, M. Night Shyamalan, is probably one of the better allegorical film producers of our time, on par with someone like Stanley Kubrick, I would even go so far as saying. So I'd highly recommend them, and it is about this effect of influence, this chain reaction, this domino effect, if you will, the Maven effect, as I would call it. It's about how we as individuals, that people would not immediately consider that we're so powerful as an individual, being able to have a far-reaching impact and effect on others in society. And this is how dynamics of change often go. They are often set off like chain reactions like this. So we have to understand we're that hand, we're that potential influence that sets that into motion and sets it into effect in a wider way in our society. And that's what we have to strive to be. And we have to have courage enough to start that process, okay? And it's a learning curve for us, because it is going to involve, if we're really going to reach a lot of people, it's going to involve really learning media content creation, all right? So I salute the people who are doing that already, and continue your efforts. And the people who have not started that as of yet, get involved and get on the playing field, get on the battlefield. And don't wait for orders from headquarters. Get out there and start and do what you can and learn as you go. You know, and the dynamic will get easier as you do it. You don't have to know everything at first. What on earth is happening at first, the very first week, was not as polished of a show as it is today. And you can see we're still polishing it and still making adjustments and changes. You know, it's always a process. It's never something that's totally complete and in final form. Yeah, life isn't. Okay? So the whole point is, get involved now, do what you can do now. As you could do more, you ramp up your efforts. But you have to learn what the skill set's required. But most of all, you don't want to get blindsided by not realizing and fully recognizing the sacrifice that it takes to do this. Okay? Ask people who work with me, and they will explain to you how much of a plodding, trudging process this is. That you make a little bit of progress each day, and then you just continue to do it. And it can be maddening, okay? This work here, I feel like that guy on the left, saying, what is this all for? I say it all the time. I express that for cathartic purposes. I don't intend to give up, okay? Sometimes I need a break to refocus and recharge and refuel, okay? This work here is it's a Masonic work called Called from Labor, from the occult tradition of light Freemasonry, true Freemasonry, esoteric Freemasonry. And it represents care and death. And it represents one of us in the consciousness of care that is doing the work to raise the consciousness of humanity, the broken pillar. Okay? And the sprig of acacia is the Masonic symbol of the hope of the resurrection of the human soul out of the spiritual death and up to a place of spiritual enlightenment and being in the true will and the consciousness of true care. So, and we only have so much time to do that because death waits for us all. That's what this is showing us. A very high, positive allegorical picture in the Freemasonic tradition, okay? And we should use our time wisely that we have, because we don't have unlimited time to get this work accomplished. And if you're not in it to accomplish it, you're not in it. It is about achieving the result. You hear too often in the New Age movement that it's not about the result that you'll get on the other side. Well, you know what? When it comes to a war for freedom, either you win and you're free in every way, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically, or you're a slave. Okay? So the great work is all about sacrifice. It's about sacrificing your individual selfish lowercase w will for the gigantic uppercase W will of the will of creation. Let that will, not my will, be done. Okay? And to wrap up here, people always ask me, how do you continue, even in the face of seeing how bad things are? And they're bad. How do you continue on? How do you find the strength to continue? And I'm going to end by telling people that I have a secret. So this is my secret, folks.
Dr. Banner, now might be a really good time for you to get angry.
That's my secret, Cat. I'm always angry.
So let's look at some solutions. I call this section Teaching Natural Law to Others. Because as we're talking about, education is the only solution. Knowledge is the solution. The propagation of that knowledge is education, which means to lead out from. Educare in Latin means to lead one out from something. And what is education? It means to lead one out of darkness, out of ignorance. That's what a real teacher does. You know, doesn't push somebody out. It says, I'm going to go first and show you the way. And you could follow, you know, if you feel that this is the accurate path. Okay? But you could do the same discovery process. It's a repeatable process. That's what a science is, which I've said this is not a belief system or a religion. It is a science. This is also known, teaching natural law to others, which is what I am doing, has been called in all of the positive occult traditions the great work. And I call it the true great work, because the dark occultists take everything and twist it around, and they have their own variant of the, quote, great work, which is creating a world of total slavery. That's the dark great work. I call this the true great work, or the light great work, however you want to refer to it as. It's just a piece of jargon. It's just a tag that we put on it. Shift happens. Well, maybe, but maybe not. The result's not guaranteed here, folks. The New Agers want to tell you it's all guaranteed, it's all in hand, you know. The Zeta Reticulians are going to be coming in from orbit any moment here, give us all the secrets to the universe, save us from our own ignorance, you know. You just got to wait a few more years or decades or millennia. But they'll be here soon. A quantum shift in human consciousness is required for humanity to become free of its self-imposed state of slavery. Unfortunately, this great change is not an automatic process, nor is it guaranteed to happen at all. We could be in this condition for a very, 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 very long time, or it can snowball and lead to total annihilation and the extinction of the human species. The positive outcome is not guaranteed. Anybody who thinks it is very naive and, you know, extraordinarily right-brained and overly positive. I'm not telling you the negative outcome is guaranteed either. I'm telling you it can go either way, depending on how consciousness goes. About how many people in quantum numbers are going to choose truth over deception. That's what's going to that's what's going to determine the outcome. Whether or not it will occur is a function of the human will to learn the truth and to teach it to others. This involves enormous effort, enormous dedication, and most of all, enormous persistence. You can't give up. Continuous application of will is required. Continuous work. In alchemy, there's a saying. It's like the catchphrase for the alchemical tradition. Labore et constantia. It means work and constancy. Continual effort. That's what's going to get this boulder up the mountain. That's it. And it's going to go kicking and screaming, folks, because of the level of calcification the human mind is at. I don't expect this to be an easy process. I'm not blowing smoke up your rear end and telling you, hey, come on over and do the work, the great work. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so easy. We're going to get it done real quick, and everything's going to be fine. Okay? If I was some new age guru who was trying to get you all to believe what I'm saying, that's what I would tell you. Because all I'd be worried about is how popular I am and how many followers I can accrue. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in telling you how it really is. That doesn't make me popular. As a matter of fact, that makes me hated by a lot of people. Okay? This is not going to be easy. A quantum shift has requirements. Quantum, the word quantum is derived from the Latin noun quantum. It's the same word in Latin as it is in English. Quantum in Latin means an amount of something. In order to tip the scales of truth and justice back to balance, a certain amount of people actually need to be doing the great work to help others to receive truth. If we don't have enough people doing that, those scales are not going to tip in the opposite direction. Got news for you. We need to hit a critical mass number. Numbers are required. The New Age movement wants to tell you, no, numbers aren't required. A tiny, 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 tiny portion can make great, great, great change happen. Nonsense. It's not called a quantum shift for no reason. It's called a quantum shift because quantum means an amount. Okay? You need to put enough force on that scale to get the truth to tip in the other direction. If you don't have that amount, it's not going to tip. All right? So, individual behavioral choices, whether they are either based in harmony with natural law or opposition to natural law. They combine in their energy and effect, and in the aggregate, meaning in the sum total, they influence the quality of the manifested, shared human experience. That's how reality is created. We're not very contradictory to the New Age notion. Each individual is not creating their own reality. In the aggregate, humanity is co-creating the collective shared experience that we are all undergoing. We collectively create our shared experience. Not each individual creates the reality that everybody experiences. Yeah, you do create a microcosmic aspect of how you experience your life, whether you're experiencing self-inflicted suffering, large amounts of it or not. That's how the laws of attraction work at an individuated level. But at a mass level, they work in the aggregate. We need a population who understands and lives in harmony with natural law. And numbers are required for that to happen. This dynamic acts as a perfect expression of the principle of correspondence. As above, so below. As below, so above. As the individuated units of consciousness are co-creating reality, so the macrocosmic reality shall become and shall be experienced. Decisively, contrary to the New Age view, in order for a quantum shift to take place, numbers are required. So what is the true great work? The true great work can only be performed after one has already realized the truth regarding natural law and brought oneself, one's own actions into alignment with natural law. That's when it begins. Because once you do that and you're no longer in that internal contradiction or opposition, that's when you can legitimately start teaching it to other people because you know it deeply enough and you've actually aligned your behavior to it. So the true great work is what comes after that. And here's what it is. This is actually what the true great work is now. It is the arduous task of influencing other people to go through the very same process of change, of positive change in consciousness that you have gone through. It is to help them to realize that in supporting and condoning the legitimacy of authority and government, in other words, man's law, that what they have actually been supporting and condoning is the legitimacy of slavery, and that they were immoral for having done so. Now that is hard work. Because people don't want to hear this. They want to believe what they want to believe. They want to be true what they want to be true. They filter their perceptions through those lenses. In short, what the true great work comes down to is to actually get people to abandon their religions, their false religions, really, I should make this slide say. The false and dogmatic beliefs which hold back the progress of consciousness by impeding the reception of truth and natural law. They're calcified religious belief systems. That's what has to be broken down and abandoned. Carl Jung described the great work beautifully. I consider him a modern-day alchemist, as I consider many other teachers of the great work. He said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Making the darkness conscious. Not wishing for it to become conscious, not meditating upon it, by making it happen through an act of will. And that can only be done if enough people are doing the great work. Okay? This latter procedure that he's just described, he says, however, is disagreeable and therefore not popular. So few people are doing this work. The answer is to actually become the teacher. I don't do this because I want a lot of people to be students and follow what I'm saying. I could care less whether you follow me. Believe me, I'm telling you, the wrong thing to do would be to follow me. That's a bad example. You follow me, you're going to go down a deep path of suffering for many, many years before you come out of it. It would be a bad choice. I'm telling you to follow truth, to know truth. Has nothing to do with me. All right? When people hear that's what the great work is, to help change other people's minds, once you change your own, it's like this. Let me run away from that as fast as possible. Are you crazy? You want me to do what? That's the hardest thing there is to do. Exactly. That's why so few people are doing it. Many hands make light work. If we had more people involved in the effort, it might go smoother. It might go faster. Jefferson said, educate and inform the whole mass of people. That is the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. Education is the answer. Researcher Donald McIlvaney said in his book, Toward a New World Order, in every declining civilization, there is a small remnant of people who adhere to the right against the wrong, who recognize the difference between good and evil, and who will take an active stand for the former against the latter. There's a small group who can still think and discern for themselves and who will courageously take a stand against the political, social, moral, and spiritual decay of their day. Brilliant. The words that are attributed to Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew, and many people will never have heard this quote. He says, do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household. We're going to talk about who the enemy really is. Anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And anyone who does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it, and whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. These are words attributed by Jesus, but what you want to put in place of Jesus is the word truth. The way, the truth. The light, knowledge of natural law, Christ consciousness, okay? He's telling you there are going to be people in your own family that aren't going to align themselves with right over wrong. They're going to continue to choose slavery. They're going to continue to advocate slavery. These aren't people who you want to continue to align yourself with if you have made an effort to truly explain what's really taking place. See, this is the concept of true forgiveness and turning the other cheek. It doesn't mean turn the other cheek and continue to ignore evil and excuse evil indefinitely while it destroys you. It means you have to give people who you're close with
and you have an affinity with, more chances than you would give just somebody who you don't know to learn the truth. It's like saying, because I really care about this person personally, I'm going to keep going back, and I'm going to keep hitting them with the truth. And eventually, if they come over to the side of truth and right, fine. But what he's saying here is eventually this spiritual war is going to go hot, so to speak. And the people, even who are closest to us, if they don't align themselves with right, are the people who are ultimately continuing the evil in the world. They're the real spiritual enemy. What will this battle really be against, this spiritual war? Well, I say it will really actually be against inner demons that exist in the psyche of mankind. And these inner demons are egos that are hardened into what I've referred to as negative knowledge, emotional mind control, and the fear of true freedom. So negative knowledge is the concept that somebody already knows. They don't want to look at something because, hey, I already know what's really going on. Okay? It's the illusion of knowledge. The greatest enemy may not be ignorance, but rather the illusion of actual knowledge. And people don't have the truth. And not only don't they have the truth, so they're at zero there, right? They're at the 0 point there because they haven't really started looking into truth for themselves, but they're attached to all this stuff that isn't true. So that puts them in the negative. They got to do work to get back to zero of knowing nothing. That's why I call it negative knowledge. Got to do hard work to get back to a clean slate, to start taking in some good stuff. Many people are in that state, and the people who are in that state largely are the overly intellectual, the super left-brained, the left-brain prison folks. Emotional mind control is the second inner demon. I encounter this all the time through people with my work, because many people don't have the thick skin to listen to somebody like me, and that's okay. That's all right. Again, what Art talked about is that in the ancient traditions, they talked about reserve the meat for the strong men and furnish the milk for the babies. All right? I'm not here to convert the babies. I don't have the patience for that. I don't have the energy for that. What I'm trying to do is get the other teachers ready who might have the energy and patience for that. Because that's not me. And I'm being 100% perfectly honest with you that that's not me. I'm not here to do that. Okay? I'm hoping to bring some other people that are most of the way there, all the way there, so they can start doing that on a wider scale. They're going to be the people who are going to work with people like that, not me. I'm just being honest with you about it. Emotional mind control comes in a couple of forms. Well, if this is unpleasant, the New Age variant is this right here. If it's unpleasant, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to see it, and I certainly won't want to tell others about it. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I'll just ignore it and it'll go away on its own. Well, what happens when you do that with any kind of a sickness or a problem? Does it get better? It gets worse. The second form of emotional mind control is people have a problem hearing truth because they don't like or prefer the way it's delivered. I'm not going to stop delivering truth the way I deliver it. This is my style. I like my style, personally. I don't think I have a problem at all in the way I present. I listen back to my presentations, and I don't, totally pat myself on the back, but I say, I did a damn good job there. I'm proud of how I did, personally, okay? I'm making an honest assessment about how I present. And again, I realize my presentation style is mostly for the thick-skinned. It's not for the people with super delicate sensibilities. So be it. That's not really who I'm trying to reach. I'm trying to do vertical integration, not horizontal integration. Build up the community of people who really get it, and they can start propagating it to the masses. This concept is about, the attractive newscaster on the nightly news. She can whisper sweet nothings in your ear all night with the blue frequencies behind her, okay, and say, 2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5. And she's going to get a lot of people to believe that nonsense, right? But the person who's actually telling you the truth, that you might not like the sound of his voice, you might not like the harshness that he comes to you with the truth with,
he might be screaming through a bullhorn and saying, hey, you're in danger. You are actively in danger. There is an imperative here. Okay? There is a time consideration here. You don't have all the time in the world to correct this. All right? People say, well, I don't like the way he said that. That comes off as negative to me. I think he's fear-mongering or making a bigger deal out of this than it is. They're not interested in the content, the actual information. They're saying, the way that was said offended me. I don't prefer the sound of his voice or the tone he just took. Well, does that have any damn thing to do with whether the information was true or not? The people who are in this mind state are under emotional mind control. They believe you can determine the veracity of informational content based upon how it makes you feel. And this is a logical fallacy. That cannot be done. You cannot think with the emotions. And I'm not telling you to disregard the emotions. They're unbelievably important. They are our compass for morality in our lives. They're the compass through which we should set the direction of our behavior. But you can't come to determine and analyze and break down what's true or not and make a filtering system based on just how the information made you feel when you heard it. Okay? You have to actually think with the mind, with both hemispheres of the brain, with true intelligence to come to filter and determine what's true. Okay? No matter how much anybody wants to, give you that soft, sweet, pleasant, emotional voice, okay? That person's still lying to you. And no matter how much the person who comes with an abrasive, harsh, nasty, or scratchy voice might keep telling you 2 + 2 = 4, and you don't personally like their tone, guess what, folks? It still equals 4 at all times and places. That's the truth. No amount of pleasantry or wrapping up the lie is ever going to make this statement on the left here true. Ever. But yet, that's what people would rather prefer to hear if it's told to them in a nice, pleasant tone. Truth is belligerent, as I said at the beginning of the presentation. It is, by its very nature, at war with the forces of falsehood and deceit. Brecht. We literally believe that we are in the right to ignore a message of truth if the messenger is somehow distasteful to us. I would argue this to be a symptom of total madness. That's an anonymous quote I also found on a forum. And that's a great piece of wisdom. That's a gem of wisdom right there. It is total madness to disregard truth just because we don't like the way it was said. It's called emotional mind control. It's been a big part of my work that I've tried to explain to people. Where does the fear of true freedom come from? All right, and this is going to lead into my future work, which is a whole nother series of presentations. I'm going to go deeply into this in the future. It's very difficult to see here. There's actually a tree there. It's kind of in a deep red because I'm going to put some text over top of it. I should have started it in a more bright red and then faded it into the background, but forgive that on this slide. You can look it up here at the top of the tree. There's the leaves, all right? The leaves are one's refusal to own their own personal responsibility. Now, you would think, oh, that's way down at the root. No. That's the symptom that's manifesting up at the top of the tree. That's actually the leaves on the tree, the leaves and the twigs, right? Then we get down to the big branches and the trunk of the tree. We're getting closer to the heart of the real psychological issues that are at work driving the negative aspect of the problem, all right? And this we've already talked about, self-loathing due to lack of self-respect. Now, what am I really describing here? What have we actually been describing? What kind of people want to live in perpetual refusal to own personal responsibility because they have some nested traumatic issues that have led to self-loathing and lack of self-respect? What am I really describing there? What? Well, yes, it's a slave mindset, but there's something else that I'm describing. What kind of person is that? A child. Thank you. We're talking about people who are psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually immature. They have not grown up.
They have not accepted personal responsibility, which is a hallmark of true adulthood or maturity. And this is due to the trauma that they've undergone that's led to self-loathing, okay, and the lack of self-respect, which is why they don't want personal responsibility. They want to remain an eternal child. Now, let's find out what is at the root of this tree of evil. Because until we go into this space, into this causal factor of these other manifesting psychological conditions, we're not actually hitting the actual root of the problem. If a child doesn't like themselves, they hate themselves, they feel they're not good enough, they're not worthy, they have all these imagined feelings of inadequacy and self-loathing, okay? And that's expressing their refusal to grow up and take personal responsibility for themselves in their adulthood. What kind of trauma specifically has that child more likely than not psychologically undergone? They've gone through a specific type of childhood trauma. And I would argue that most people on earth have gone through this type of trauma. And that type of trauma is called abandonment. The human species is suffering from very deeply seated parental abandonment issues that lie at the very core of the psychological condition that we call the human condition. Until we deal with that nested psychological trauma that has been created through abandonment issues, we're not hitting the roots of the tree of evil. We're not getting down to the very core issue that needs to be understood. My future work, I'm going to be presenting this on December 12th in Philadelphia, for anybody who's in the Philadelphia area. It's going to be what I would call a synthesis, an explanatory synthesis of why this is the root psychological condition of humanity. I call it cosmic abandonment. And this is going to be one of the biggest aspects of the next part of my work. I think it's going to really set my work apart from others in the truth and freedom community and the alternative research community. Until we wrestle with those psychological abandonment issues, we're not getting to the heart of what's causing these other problems in the human psyche, like self-loathing, the lack of the development of self-respect, and the refusal to own the responsibility for one's own actions. And I'm going to connect this with human origins. And I'm going to make the case that it has always been like that. It has always been like that. We have been children on this planet since we have been on this planet. And we have never actually psychically, psychologically, and emotionally and spiritually grown up, because as a species, we have undergone what I term cosmic abandonment. So that's going to be coming up in future aspects of my work. What will be required on the part of those performing this great work? And it is like Sisyphus rolling that boulder up the hill. We just got to get it up to the top and give it that one last push so we don't have to keep doing it again. Who knows how many times we've already tried to do this, and it's ended in failure. We need the knowledge of the real enemy, okay? And we'll get to what that is. We need to devote ourselves to service to truth, not even service to humanity. I'm not saying that's not a great virtue to have and to enact. I'm telling you we need to go beyond that. This isn't about service to me, you, or any other individual. It's about service to truth and principles first and foremost. And we need courage and persistence. And then we need practical real-world skills. The knowledge of the real enemy needs to ultimately come first. And this isn't it, folks. This priest class that goes and meets and has the rituals at Bohemian Grove, I'm not telling you they're not evil. I'm not telling you they're not psychopaths. I'm not telling you that we don't need people like that in the world. Okay? I'm telling you that in this spiritual war, this is a tiny, insignificant, as far as numbers are concerned, fraction of the totality of the human population that could not possibly control the minds and the behaviors, and therefore the behaviors of the masses of people without our compliance, without our ignorance. So, while I'm not telling you I, like these people,
Do I have respect for them as an opponent? Oh yeah, you damn well better believe I do. I don't underestimate these psychopaths. Not a bit. You want to know why I worked with them? I know what their will is like. I know what their intellect is like. And I'm telling you, don't underestimate either one. I'm telling you, don't underestimate their care. They don't have, like I said, they don't have care in the terms of compassion and the normal range of human emotions like we do, but don't think that means they don't have care. They deeply care about what they're enacting, what their agenda is, and they have the will to carry it out, and they're not slowing down. They're unified. They're on a unified front. They're on the same page. Believe it. Know it. I'm not telling you that from, like I said, reading about it or book knowledge. I've been around these psychopaths. Haven't specifically been to this psychopathic gathering, but I've been around them enough. That's not the real enemy. That is. The sleeping masses, hypnotized masses, they're your enemy. See, people will say, the Illuminati enslaves humanity. No, it doesn't. Humanity enslaves the real Illuminati. You think about that for a little bit. You know? Do those psychopaths in the last slide really enslave us? And first of all, people who call them the Illuminati, there's no such thing. Illuminati means that you're enlightened, the illuminated ones. You want to know who's the enlightened ones? They're in this room. We're the Illuminati. The people who know what I'm talking about here are the Illuminati. They're the illuminated ones. They're the ones with the light. They're the ones with the real knowledge. Okay? They want to refer to themselves as the enlightened ones. Well, they might have the dark sun, but they don't have the true sun. You know? They're imbued with the black sun. That means it's all intellectual knowledge, and then you're applying it for the totally immoral, wrong reasons, which is to control and manipulate other people. There's nothing illuminated about that. So, the real Illuminati, they're not the enslavers of humanity. The dark Illuminati are not the enslavers of humanity either. Humanity enslaves itself, and they're enslaving the true Illuminati, the teachers who are actually living under the conditions of slavery because they're here with the ignorant people. That's who's being enslaved by humanity. Humanity are the enslavers. And this is another thing that's highly unpopular. People don't want to hear it. They want to think we're powerless victims. There's no choice involved here. This is something that's just being done to us. Okay? And I'm here to tell you, free will is always in existence. And it's a matter of changing one's thoughts and therefore changing one's choices. And that's our own personal responsibility that can never be given away or shirked or shunned. You are always responsible for what we're doing. Service to truth is required. Truth itself is eternal, can never be destroyed. But you know what? Humanity can be destroyed. We can be destroyed when we refuse to act in service to truth as her defenders. People say, oh, truth doesn't need to be defended. Nonsense. Truth needs to be defended at all times and places because the attack on it is never-ending and non-stop, continuous. And if we don't come to her defense, you know what happens? The voice of untruth and deception and evil and mind control rules the day. And the voice of truth doesn't get heard. Because the truth itself doesn't have a physical voice in the physical domain. You know, we have to be its mediums, and we have to be its voice. It's possible for us to co-create a positive outcome in this scenario, but this can only be accomplished if we care enough to learn the truth ourselves, and then we develop the courage to continuously speak it to other people until our voice of truth becomes a non-stop chorus like the voice of lies and deception and mind control has been for millennia on this planet. Courage is required. Samuel Adams encapsulated this brilliantly. He said, the liberties of our countries are worth defending at all hazards. It is our duty to defend them against all attacks. It will bring a mark of everlasting infamy on the present generation if we should suffer them to be wrested from us by violence without any struggle, or to be cheated out of them by the artifices of designing men. If you love wealth greater than liberty, if you love the tranquility of servitude greater than the animating contest for freedom, then go home from us in peace. We seek not your counsel nor your arms. Crouch down and lick the hand that feeds you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that you were ever our countrymen. Now that's about as powerful as it gets as far as I'm concerned. Because he's telling you if your allegiance isn't to the truth and freedom, I don't want to know you. I don't want to know you. And we hope history forgets that you ever were with us at this time and place in history. And because you deserve to be forgotten. That's what he's saying here. You know, I couldn't agree more. Persistence is required. Constant effort. We are the actual vehicles by which truth operates in the world. Therefore, it is our shared responsibility at this time to help to awaken others by continuously speaking the truth, even if we feel burdened by this task, even if we feel no one is listening, and even if it makes all involved in this process feel uncomfortable. It's not about feeling comfort, folks. It's not about staying complacent. It's about shaking things up, making people feel uncomfortable. Who ever told anybody that the truth would make you all warm and fuzzy inside? Who ever told anybody that? Why do people want to believe that? Who ever said that that was the case? The truth is horrible and yet needs to be embraced as a lover. Okay? With dedication to it, even in its full horror. Thomas Paine, who I feel was the most enlightened person on the continent at the time of the American Revolution, personally. He's one of my personal heroes. And walked in the vicinity where I walk sometimes now. He said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph." I think he was one of the true anarchists that was living amongst us in the colonial days. Words attributed to the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama. He said, "There are only two mistakes that one can ever make on the path to truth: not starting and not going all the way." All the way. I wrap up a lot of my podcasts with this quote because I love it so much. It's about persistence. It's not about saying, hey, I went this far and now I'm uncomfortable to see the rest of the picture. I made it 3/4 up the mountain. That's far enough. Let me set up my base camp here. I'll pitch my tent and I'm staying here. No farther. I don't want to see the peak. Okay? Until we become fully enlightened and go all the way to the summit, don't expect things to change. Don't expect them to get better. The truth has to be taken in its fullness. We need real world practical skills. You know, this isn't just about, oh, I know this now and I don't actually need any skills. Okay? To communicate truth, skill is required. Knowledge is required. Okay? To reach a good amount of people. Yeah, you can just talk to the people around you. You can communicate, to a small fraction of people that way. I'm not saying don't do that, even if you don't have these other skills. I'm saying if you want to get it out in a big way to the masses of people, and in the new form of media, which is doing things like this, through the correct and positive and empowering use of technology. People want to say, oh, technology is not, there's no role for it. We got to get rid of technology. Technology is a thing that improves life at every scale and level. It's a tool. It's how it's used. Exactly. Okay? We're using technology for a powerful and enlightening purpose right now. And that's its intended use. It's to serve humanity and to serve truth. Okay? So real world skills in the technological era, I feel, are absolutely required. And here's some of them. You need good organizational skills. Like, hey, Art and Chris did this right today. They set this up right. I've seen people set things up real badly. And I've seen it done the correct way, which is this way. And Richard and Lisa, they've done a brilliant job here getting this all on film. And this will be going online and reaching a real wider base of people as a result. All right? So you need organizational skills. Some people are better than that with others. I'm pretty good with organization. I feel I have good, powerful organization skills. Communication skills. You need to have a way with words. You need to have a good vocabulary. You need to organize words correctly. You need to be able to communicate concepts in often a very linear fashion to people so that they can readily absorb it easily. You know? If you're all over the place, they're not going to get the concept. You need graphic design skills in many cases. You know, I couldn't build a presentation like this without my background in graphic design. And, you know, thank God I have it. You know, it's like I got jobs like I did in the past, and sort of they prepared me for everything that I was going to do in my future. Synchronistically worked out like that. But, you know, you at least got to know how to lay out a flyer, folks. How many people here can lay out a simple flyer? That's awesome. I'm so highly impressed by that. I'm telling you, I've asked people that in other presentations, like 2 people raised their hand. That's awesome. Okay? You should be proud of that. Presentation skills, like putting something like this together. How many people have basic presentation skills with a computer? All right, a little less, but not bad either. I'm impressed. Okay? Audio skills. You know, sometimes you got to work with audio, and, you know, podcast audio, etc. Video editing skills. I know Richard's a master at that. Website development. You know, this was laborious in the past, just 10 years ago. You know, we have free open source content management systems now that make this almost a breeze. You know, it's a somewhat little bit of a learning curve, but once you get there, hey, you're off to the races. You can maintain multiple websites then, right? So how many people can build a simple website by a show of hands? That's also awesome. I mean, you know, kudos. Whoever hates that word, you know, whatever. But I'm telling you, that's impressive. For an amount of people in one room to have all those skills, I'm impressed. It's very rare. All right? Networking skills. I mean, literally like people skills. I'm weak on this. All right? I can do it. I don't like doing it. I don't like marketing and promotion either. I'm not a good marketer of my work. I'm trying to get better at that, but I need some work with that. And maybe there's people that can help me with that. But, you know, I have a good chunk of all these skills. I could do all of them. I'm not so good on the last 2. I need more work. But, you know, if most of us don't have these skills, we're not going to be reaching the optimum number of people. We need to become the new media that is dedicated to truth and put that out there for other people's consumption and other people's edification. All right? We are the answer. We are the illuminators, the ones who will help to enlighten other people once we've taken this knowledge into ourselves. And then that's only the beginning, folks. You got to put it back out there. I tell people the story. I had all this knowledge for a long time, sitting on it, doing nothing with it, just taking more in. Oh, I want to make sure I got it all right. I want to make sure I got the whole picture. I go to a meeting in the state of Virginia. Virginia, Virgin, the goddess. Okay? Care. Very synchronistic. A woman comes up to me. She says, "You're one of the most knowledgeable people I've come across. What are you doing?" So what do you mean, what am I doing? She said, I mean, what are you doing with all the knowledge you have? You doing lectures, presentations, videos, audio? What are you doing? I'm not doing any of those things. I'm just taking a lot more in, downloading a lot more videos. She goes like this, and it's just so matter-of-factly and harshly. What makes you think you have the right to do that? What makes you think you can keep taking all of this in, all of this in, all of this in, and not put any of it back out? What makes you think you even have a right to do that? It was like somebody hit me in the face. She said, this was her phrase. She said, I'll never forget it. You're Niagara Falls in a water balloon. You're taking all this in and all this pressure building up. It's got no outlet. It's going to burst. She said, you have to put an outlet valve on that knowledge and let it flow out of you and go out to others, and then more will come in. Right now, there's no pressure release valve. You're Niagara Falls in a water balloon. It's like a truck ran me over, you know? Literally like I got hit by a truck. I came up with the idea for what on earth is happening like a couple of weeks after that, because that's all I could think about.
All I could think about is what she said. It kept echoing in my head. What makes you think you have a right to do that? And didn't say it nice. Like, said it like, you're not doing the right thing here. Get up off your ass and do something. That was the tone it was said in. And I totally appreciate it, Who knows, man? If that wasn't said to me at that time, I might not be doing anything. I might not have done a thing. You never know. I'd like to think at some point I would have, but... At the crossroads, this is the last section. Then we'll get to some questions. Quote by R. Buckminster Fuller, "The dark ages still reign over all of humanity, and the depth and persistence of this domination are only now becoming clear. This dark ages prison has no steel bars, no chains or locks. Instead, it is locked by misorientation and built upon misinformation. Caught up in a plethora of conditioned reflexes and driven by the human ego, both warden and prisoner attempt meagerly to compete with God. All are intractably skeptical of what they do not understand. We are powerfully imprisoned in these dark ages simply by the terms in which we have been conditioned to think. The conditioning of our thought is what has kept us in this prison. And only now, the actual depth of the dark ages that we are in are starting to become clear to some people. We are in the time that I call the apocalypse. And actually, I want to start rephrasing this. I want to actually explain to people we're not in the apocalypse anymore. We are now in post-apocalyptic times. We are living in post-apocalypse. The apocalypse has already occurred. It's over. We are living in the time after the apocalypse. And what do I mean by that? Well, we got to look at the meaning of the word. Okay? From the Greek prefix apo, which means away from, off of, or removed from. And then the Greek verb kaliptine, which means to cover or to conceal or to hide. So, apocalypse means literally to take the cover off of, to remove the veil from, or to take something out of hiding. Well, ladies and gentlemen, another big surprise. The veil has already been lifted. The truth is already out there. It's out. The truth about what's going on here and has been going on here on the earth is out. It has been de-occulted. And not just by me, by many, many other researchers. Okay? There's a laundry list of them out on my website, and I talk about in the podcasts. All right? It's all out there. It literally means to reveal or to take out of hiding. The apocalypse is the great revealing of the truth to the masses of people. Or it is what I simply refer to as the process of de-occulting the truth, removing it from being hidden. What humanity needs to do is make what I call the cosmic apology. And I'll get to what that means. See these words right here? I was wrong. That's the most powerful phrase that can ever be said by a human being. The second most powerful phrase I would acknowledge is I love you. But this is more powerful than even that. Because this is about internal change. Not just a dynamic or an interaction or a relationship with another. This is about an internal metamorphosis. When you say these words, this is the phrase of all power. No is the word of all power by which we reclaim our power. But this is the phrase of power. All right? Okay. The word apology comes from Greek. Apo, meaning away from, off of, or removed from, as we've just seen. And the Greek noun logos. Logos means word. Okay? So hence, an apology, it literally means to go away from the word. Or to give back the word. Okay? You are taking it back. So if I make an apology, I said something, I didn't really mean it, or I want to retract it. An apology means, let me take back what I just said. Okay? I'm taking it back. I'm removing the word. All right? I'm going away from the former word or phrase that I just said. That's an apology in the standard colloquial English understanding sense. All right? Let's look at what I call the cosmic apology and where this term really comes from, what it really means. See, the Greek noun logos,
which is written there in Greek script, which means word in Greek, it comes from the Greek verb lego. All right? Lego in Greek means to speak or to say. It's where we get the English word lexicon from. All right? The Latin noun lex legis is related to the Greek verb lego, to say. Again, because who put the laws into manifestation? The Creator did. How did the Creator manifest the physical universe and all the laws? Spoke it into existence. Reality and truth are spoken into existence by the power of vibration, the vibratory power of voice. Okay? So the Creator created the universe by the phrase, fiat lux in Latin. It means let there be light. Okay? The Latin noun lex legis, meaning law, is actually derived from this Greek verb lego, meaning to speak or to say. God and not man is the logos, the author of law, the one who spoke the law into existence at the creation of the universe, because natural law is the boundary conditions of the manifested reality called the physical universe. These are the boundary conditions which govern it. Humanity's work is to learn to listen to God's word, not man's law, natural law, spiritual law, moral law, God's law, karmic law. I don't care what you want to call it. Call it whatever you want. Okay? Consequentialism. This is the truth. That's what, you want to talk about what all these phrases really mean? It all comes back to the word truth. That's it. It's the truth about what is, what's operating here. And humanity needs to align its behavior to this law, God's law, natural law. Without alignment of its behavior, don't expect to natural law, don't expect a thing to change here. Expect it to rapidly grow worse. Humanity must make a cosmic apology by giving the word, okay, which means the authorship of creating law. See, we think we're the authors, we're the authorities. That's what author means, right? Author. What's another word for author? This is just this is how mind control through words works, right? An author is a what? A writer. Well, what are you saying there? An author who has authority, they are authoring something, is a writer. They are a right, R-I-G-H-T-E-R. Okay? They're making it into a right. This is what you hear when you hear the word authority. You hear author, which means a writer, meaning one who makes rights, which means someone who believes they're God. That's all this really comes down to. In a nutshell, we're up against a class of people who believe that they can be God and own and rule everybody else. That's all the dark occult comes down to, folks. People who believe they're God. Sick, psychopathic lunatics who think they're God and are going to rule the hell of the prison world that they're going to create, that they call their dark new world order. We need to give the word back. That's what an apology is. And who it needs to be given back to is the creator of the universe, because that's the author of the law. That's its rightful owner. The word doesn't belong to us, folks. The word belongs to God. That's why it says at the beginning of the biblical text, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. You know, that's what the Logos is. Natural law. God is law. You want the best definition I could ever give you for the word God? Law. People don't want to look at it like that. Very few people ever look at it like that. That's what the force of creation is. It's natural law. It's how we co-create our reality, whether we do it consciously or unconsciously. This apology is accomplished when we open our minds and hearts to truth and we start saying the lost word, no, to evil, to the presence of evil in our lives. See, this is an initiate inside what was known as the Jed or the Djed pillars, depending on how certain people pronounce it. And these Jed pillars represented stability and enlightenment. And they represent the two principles, the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression and the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. The initiate is the enlightened one who is incorporated and bridged both pillars and has come to the place of cosmic illumination, which is represented by the winged disc of Ma'at in the Commission tradition, which is over the lintel between the two pillars. That winged disc of Ma'at. Ma'at was considered a great mother goddess in the Commission, the ancient Egyptian traditions. Okay? She was the force. She was a personified deity. You know, the ancient Commissions didn't actually worship a physical woman. It's not what this was. It was the personification of truth and justice and order and natural law that was encapsulated as the sacred feminine essence. And she was above all the other deities in the pantheon of Egyptian deities, of Commission deities. Ma'at, there was no god or goddess higher. And how they looked at alignment with Ma'at is if you wanted to have order and you wanted to avoid chaos, you learned the teachings of Ma'at, because she was the goddess of justice and she was the goddess of righteousness. She was the goddess that brought order if you aligned yourself to her teachings, and her teachings were natural law. So that's what this is here. This is saying we need to take away the word. It's not saying remain silent and don't use your voice. It's not what it's ever been saying. This is a symbolic allegory for the apology. All right? You know what else the G in the middle of the compasses and square is? Apollo G. The sun, the light, the generative principle. Okay? We need to make the Apollo G. All right? That's what the G in the middle of the compasses and square in allegory also represents, because one of the big deities, the Greek deities that is often kind of exemplified in the Freemasonic tradition is Apollo. He was a sun god, and he was a corollary to Horus in the Egyptian tradition, and Jesus in the Christian tradition, and Mithra in the Persian tradition, and many other sun gods that represented truth and light. All right? So that's the middle way, the middle pillar. That's what the initiate represents. I started this presentation with the slide before we begin. Now we have begun. And it's up to you to take it further. What you'll do with this knowledge is entirely up to you. See, this is a painting by Alex Gray that shows the worldview schism. Are we going to stay embedded in the left brain and in other forms of imbalance, and we're going to create the negative worldview, right? Or are we going to live in harmony with natural law, which can create this path when we incorporate the creative and nurturing and sacred feminine aspect of our beings? Natural law, living in harmony with it, can only lead to these conditions: freedom, peace, prosperity, the continuation of our species, our actual physical survival, and our evolutionary progress in consciousness. That's what living in harmony with natural law leads to. Conversely, living in opposition to natural law will get us this side of the world tree. It'll bring this world, this hellish world of chaos and destruction. Because living in opposition to natural law can only lead to these states: control, enslavement, war, chaos, evolutionary stagnation, and ultimately the extinction of our species. Which will we choose? That's still up in the air. I can't tell you that. Only each individual can make that decision for themselves, and then that will play out in the aggregate, in the mass consciousness, the numbers. Thomas Jefferson said, "A free people claim their rights as derived from the laws of nature." And this was also embedded in the Declaration of Independence. The laws of nature and of nature's God, and not as the gift of their magistrates. John Locke said, "The natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will or legislative authority of man, but only to have the law of nature for his rule." Former Grand Master of the Order of the Rose Cross, the Rosicrucian tradition, Francis Bacon, said, nature, to be commanded, must first be obeyed. If we want the forces of the cosmos on our side, we have to learn and adhere to the principles of natural law. If we do not align our behavior to that, nature will not stand with us. It will continuously stand against us, and it will itself create more strife and suffering in our lives. And we certainly won't command it. We won't command its forces with things like free energy used for any positive purpose. It'll only be used for destructive purposes. The psychologist Alfred Adler said, there is a law that man should love his neighbor as himself. And he's referring, of course, here to the Golden Rule. In a few hundred years, it should be as natural to mankind as breathing or the upright gait. But if he does not learn it, he must perish. And you know, folks, I would really hope this is going to take less than a few hundred years. But based on where we're at, I'm not so sure. You know? I think we could do it a lot faster than that if we accept the key that's been shown here today, that, as I said before, has the power to unlock all the locks on all the doors to all the cages. And that's what the knowledge of natural law comprises. Will we make the choice to climb the ladder of consciousness through an act of our own free will, choice, and effort? It's not a simple climb. I mean, it's a difficult climb. It's not overly complicated to learn these concepts, to learn these truths. It involves abandoning many things that we've already been conditioned with that don't serve who we are, okay? But I'm not telling you it's going to be easy, all right? It involves a lot of deep introspective work. But if we do it, we can step out of the prison that we've imposed upon ourselves by balancing the sacred feminine and masculine forces within each one of us. And by recognizing our own inherent sovereignty, and that there is no legitimacy and never has been any legitimacy to slavery and control and the external rulership of human beings as subjects. Okay? That recognition of sovereignty has to go hand in hand with our knowledge of natural law. It's a totally integrated component of it.